a jet plane, hot in the sky. Everybody's looking at us, all know why. Systematic, I'm automatic. You can pin disaster on me all through the time. You can try all night to wrong me, but I'm bad by design. There's poison in my blood. Feels so wrong but tastes so good. One perfection, one desire. I've got a special secret. Don't waste your time on me. If you can swear to keep it, I might just let you see. It follows me around every bend, like a voice in the breeze. It's a curse, it's a shadow, it's a friend. Got me down on my knees. Can you feel it? Can you feel it calling? I don't know what else to try. Yeah. I can't escape it, baby. It's you and I dream it in the evening. It haunts me in the daytime too. You better get believing, baby. All I want is you. We go in where the others won't, walking straight to the fire. You we see things that the others don't, fueled by helpless desire. You tell the woman no matter what I do, I just can't shake your cold. When your heels come strutting through, every man's gonna fall. I can't escape it, baby. No, not at all. I dream it in the evening. It haunts me in the daytime too. You better get believing, baby. All I want is you. Only you. I dream it in the evening. It haunts me in the daytime too. the rhythm drives me. Just the rhythm drives me. Just the rhythm drives me. I just do what I do. See me? I just do what I do. Man, I just do what I do. Don't know about you. I just do what I do. Check. That's the intro. See that? Yeah. I just do what I do. See me? I just do what I do. Yo, check. Let me flip this script. I feel privileged for all who can witness this. I am close to divine. Know the moment is mine, need no omen or sign. Providing a back sound to all the squares that ask around. We getting it, my skills pay me. Trying to get a million, baby, with an adopted flow that God gave me. Nino, tell whoever runners that they spot is temporary till I take it, it's mine. I'm selfish. Yo, Will, tell Miss I'm on my wealth tip. So when we cash out soon, I'm just investing. Hey, no yes men, I've been a legend since before mom and dad had me and was best friends. I chew through comp, don't test them. I chew on tracks, cause after that I bless them. I just do what I do. You see me? I just do what I do. I just do what I do. I don't know about you. I just do what I do. Check. I just do what I do. See me? I just do what I do. Feel me? I just do what I do. I don't know about you. I just do what I do. Listen to this rhyming exhibition. I'm something you ain't seen, like an honest politician. This ain't just head hitting. A lot of pinch nerves on necks are caused by bars that bless spitting. Wait, don't hate, I just move how I move. I can't describe what it is, I just do what I do. I am better than any rapper from here to wherever, and my legacy will harass my offsprings forever. I flow and write better than any, I'm the hottest. And trust me, that's not being conceited, that's being modest. I'm being honest, pop up my collar. School of hard knocks, I graduated with honors. I just do what I do. You see me? I just do what I do. I just do what I do. I don't know about you. I just do what I do. Check. I just do what I do. See me? I just do what I do. Feel me? I just do what I do. I don't know about you. I just do what I do. I just do what I do. You see me? I just do what I do. I just do what I do. I don't know about you. I just do what I do. Check. I just do what I do. See me? I just do what I do. Feel me? I just do what I do. I don't know about you. I just do what I do.
前4周比赛打下来，我觉得大概是我们回家过了个好年吧，回来就感觉所有人都松懈了。
在 A 组第1轮打完之后，我们整个队伍的协调包括沟通就更好了吧，然后人员也稳定了。
IG를 만나고 싶고 왜냐면 전 팀원인 주크 선수가 있기 때문에 그 팀을 한번 만나고 싶습니다.
A조에서 딱히 눈여보는 팀은 제가 딱히 없는 것 같아요. 왜냐면 A조는 지금 정말 비등비등하게 다 모든 팀과는 다 지금 주의하면서 모든 팀이 다 강하다고 생각하고 저희보다 강하다고 생각하고 열심히 연습에 임해야 될 것 같아요.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to week 4, day 3, and we are back on the desk ready for more League of Legends action and hopefully some more cross-group action and some hype, because we've had some pretty cool games so far. We were deciding which group is better than the other, and right now it's pretty much just tied up as we see Vici heading on into the arena, getting ready for their games today, along with Aime, who are looking to bounce back. And that's my face. Hello, my name is Richard Pauls Cam, and I am on the desk with my crack team of analysts. I have Raz with me today, who's giving me an interesting look, and Mr. Rust, who is hopefully recovered from death. How are you doing, gentlemen?
I've been a little bit better on the way to recovery. I still struggle a little bit to say certain letters, but good overall. Excited to do some League of Legends action.
Good stuff. Yourself, Raz, you're still chipper, as I can see.
Yeah, I'm still pretty hyped overall. I mean, just looking at him, I'm feeling bad for him, but doesn't matter. I'm going to have to cover him. I've got his back.
Well, we had some good times on the Analyst test yesterday, Raz, particularly in the GT game, but I want to take it back to the start of the day as well. We had EDG versus LGD. It was a matchup that we were really hyped towards, and LGD managed to take a game, but then we watched them, and this was like, yes, we have this 1-game lead. Time to experiment. Let's leave Camille up.
Yeah.
We lost. And then that was just a really weird series to see where it felt like they were experimenting when they didn't need to.
That's true. They were making some experiments with the pick ban. We've seen that quite a bit now, that people feel the need that, like, looking at the nerfs that have come to Camille, they're like, we can leave it open. I think the real issue that came towards that set was that EDG, they surprised LGD with the options that they had. They went into skirmishes that they committed fully with 5 members, and LGD were always slow to the punch. Even in Game 3, where technically LGD had the lead going in the early game, there was a lot of kills that happened in the bottom side of the map, and what ended up happening was EDG was able to go to the top side of the map, and were able to get skirmish after skirmish win, and LGD just fell through after that point.
And there's this interesting dynamic as well of EDG winning and losing through their mid laner in Scout. And we said this before this week even. Like, it feels like when he plays well, EDG win. When he plays poorly, EDG lose. And we saw that exact thing as well.
It was just kind of up and down. I do want to move on to the second series of the day, the one that I was analyzing. I was sat in your place. I was keeping the seat warm for you, Rusty. And that was an interesting one because GT came in swing. We saw a very similar series to what they had up against EDG, in fact, where then they went on to the following games, and yes, they kind of got stomped out, but we saw some good things from the lineup.
Yeah, we saw some sign of life for game talents. That's always a point, especially in Game 3 when they were able to get that sneak baron. Didn't turn into anything at that point, but overall, I mean, EDG, RNG were both able to take the wins from that day, day 2. Going into day 4, they're going to be able to go up against each other, where EDG and RNG, both of them are top of the group, top of the league right now. It would have been really sad and unfortunate for either of these teams if they lost, like, mentally going into this set. You're like, I guess I just lost a game time. It's like,
yeah.
But they were both able to take the win out, and now going into this one, it's going to be pretty hype.
Yeah. Did you have any thoughts on that one, Rusty? Because you were watching from home, and I'm sure it was maybe a bit of a surprise to see GT even take a game there.
Yeah, I think the biggest takeaway for me is that RNG genuinely struggled to close out with an advantage. It kind of went both ways in that respect, and RNG really just didn't have it in Game 1. They found it afterwards.
Yeah, and it comes to discipline at that point. There was times where Kha'Zix was finding himself out in weird portions of the map, and so they get hit up a little bit in that front. So that's something they'll have to work on going forward, saying, you know what, every minute does count because it doesn't matter how massive a lead you have, you still have to play it disciplined.
Sure, and every minute counts, and also every single game counts currently because we're now in cross groups. We've had 2 days of it so far, and for these teams, I mean, they are moving rapidly up and down their standings. You know, we saw LGD sat at the bottom of the standings coming into the games at the end of the day. Of course, Snake are now just underneath them with a head-to-head. But still, those standings, even midweek, are really interesting to see.
And you have to remember, coming into this split, we had Snake at first. Like, we as a team of casters and analysts, even bringing in a couple of outside analysts, had Snake as first as a combined total, and then our last. We had RNG fourth as a combined total, then our first. Things that you don't often expect to see when you look at rosters have now completely gone the opposite way, and we're starting to see reliable teams actually just crop up there.
Yeah, the only one that actually came forward in terms of our predictions was IG doing fairly well for themselves. We expected them to be first/second. The surprise is IMA. Their first week was fantastic. They came in strong, and they're starting to fall through. I mean, they have a set today up against Vici, where Vici is a consistent mid-tier team where they need to find what makes them into a top-tier team. They need to find who's their star player, what's working for them. Meanwhile, IMA, they are on a 3-game losing streak. And not only is it a 3-game losing streak, they haven't won a single game. They've gone 0-2 at every point forward. So this is a problem for them, and they need to be able to find a way out
and
of it.
just to bring it back one step as well, like when we're looking at this, yes, it's very important today that they find their strengths and they start up strong, but it's also 2-2 in the cross-group play.
Yeah.
And it's actually interesting because we haven't worked out which group is stronger. Like, they are actually just 2-2. Like, EDG beating a team that we expected them to beat, even though LGD can throw a spanner in the works. RNG doing the same thing. And the opposite side on Thursday is where it was super interesting to me, because WE beat Snake and IG beat Newbie, 2 matches that we expected might be closer than we'd first think.
Yeah.
And now we've got this cool dynamic where both of these teams are playing against each other. WE and IG, who got a win, are going to play today, and then EDG and RNG, who got a win, will play on Sunday.
Yeah, and what's fun here is that we get to see there's a lot more clarity after this, because Vici and IMA, they're really close up in the standings in opposite side of the group. WE and IG, we both have them as top 4 in the league in terms of...
And they're both second.
Yeah, both second here. And if we see WE taking this, and if we see EDG taking it tomorrow up against RNG, then suddenly you're saying, okay, you know what? Group B, yeah, we could. That's something we've talked about. But if it's in the opposite direction, then that's a big surprise for us.
Sure, and let's take a deeper dive on that, Raz, because you just mentioned it. IMA versus Vici, 2 teams who are very similar, not only in standings, but I think how they've done so far in the split. They started off pretty strong. They had a couple of weeks where they did really well. We saw great signs of life from them, and then it just kind of trickled out, and we saw a lot of problems. And that will be our first matchup of the day coming in here. So we just need to see these teams recover, see where they're at right now as we head later on into these weeks.
And this is the most important weeks for them, being cross-group. It's something that we hit all the time, is if you're a middle of the pack or even a bottom of the table team, cross-group's 3 points. It doesn't actually affect your side of the table. It just affects you personally. So if you're able to get wins from the opposition, they're really valuable points that will then you come back to your own intergroup play, you can then rocket up the ladder very easily.
And hitting up that point about Vici and how they're similar to IMA, there's a big difference between them, where IMA, their issues, or I guess their strength, is that they do have star power, and how Athena's been playing. We've even seen Ben4 had some amazing plays for themselves. So they showcase that they have those star power. The problem is that they can't play neutral very well, where they're trying to get vision, and then Athena just gets caught out in terms of ganks. So their early game just falters in that front. Meanwhile, Vici, they're incredibly smart. They can get around the map fairly well, but they don't have that star player. They don't have someone they can rally behind.
For sure. In terms of play styles, there are stark differences, I think is the right way to put it. But in terms of how they've been performing so far in the split, from week to week, I think that's where the similarities come in. But for sure, we will see those stylistic differences go toe-to-toe in this matchup. And we'll just have to see which team actually comes out ahead on that one, because we've seen really good things from both teams, but also not so stellar moments.
Yeah, a lot of positives, but also a lot of team play issues that we're seeing from both of them. IMA, usually the crown jewel of, I guess, cross-map plays. You know, they like the Rex size, they like the Shens when they play on Summoner's Rift, and we're not seeing the same IMA that we have been for the splits before. The split that took them to Worlds, it's not really there as much as it was. Even in the first week, it was there from IMA, but every incremental week afterwards has been worse and worse.
Sure, and how much of that do we put on to the likes of a Ben for the guy who comes in swinging? We call him the highlight hunter, but I spent a lot of time in EU and we call him montage material, where he basically just goes in and dies a lot and you stick it on YouTube. And that's basically what he's got to at this point in time, where he's actually just become not a great factor on the team. He's done the opposite of carry, which is what we saw when he had that inaugural performance. Regardless, let's take a look at the lineups. Long, Bengi, Easy Hoon, Zhuang P, and Hatong still remaining strong on the lineup of Vici.
Yeah, this team, they're remaining strong. Even though they have a strong backline in terms of their bench, they're not going to use them.
And they're going up against Amazing J, Ben for Athena, Xinjiao, and Road on IMA today.
And Ben, for you called him the highlight hunter, is going to be up against Bengi. Let's just say one is in their rookie inaugural split. Not having the best performance, started really strong, just like IMA did, and has now fallen with them simultaneously, but he's against literally a world champion of last year. So contrasting the difference between the junglers, it's a pretty major difference.
Yeah, and so often we come into this situation where it's like, look at this. This is the test for this rookie. But I think it's just a matter of survival. It's just like, don't get blasted by Bengi and then hopefully try and win the game from the rest of your map. Because so many games we've actually seen Ben 4 actually be the reason why that game has gone awry, because he's made an overstep or he's gone too far deep and he just like plays the least in, always clicks the second part of Q.
Yeah, and that's a good point where individually he does have that bit of a problem with himself. Sometimes in certain games it's hard to really identify a sole member that's failing the team, because a lot of the times it just comes down to how the team works together. And a lot of the time, of course, Ben 4 is not near the mid lane, so Athena would overstep and then he would fall in numerous ganks. So even though we've been saying that Athena has been playing phenomenally so far this split, once he gets out of laning phase, the problem is that, of course, as I mentioned, laning phase still a big issue in this game.
But if you have a hyper carry on your team, think of Invictus Gaming. Like, how does Kid play? It's to protect Rookie, to make sure that he gets ahead, at least plays vision for him. Ben 4 doesn't do that. He actually just plays for himself. It's a little bit more selfish. He wants to get the kills, get the gold, and then transition it to the rest of his team. Bengi can do anything. And so he's going to have to play against one of the most versatile junglers who can just farm, who can gank, who can do literally anything, be a tank or a carry. And Ben 4 is a Lee Sin.
Sure, exactly. And Bengi has plenty of experience supplementing a mid laner on his time SKT, and he's even got Easy Hoon in the mid lane, who, again, a player that we've had a lot of question marks over perhaps, but I think now we've gone into 7.3 specifically and looking at how that affects individual players, Easy Hoon could definitely be one of them, at least in picks and bans. Yeah,
what I like about this is fantastic already, because the pick ban, the change with 7.3 that I'm really interested in, as you mentioned, towards Easy Hoon could be, of course, I feel like LeBlanc could be left open. That's a pick that he would probably not go towards.
He's currently searching deep in his mind palace.
He's like, what am I gonna pick?
What's in there in the depths of my brain?
Cassiopeia?
Cassiopeia. They'll be on the edge, though.
Yeah.
He literally always has his eyes shut. Just like Uzi always has two moods that he transitions between seamlessly. A happy and angry Uzi.
For that reason, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest changes that we've seen in priority for pick bans, usually in the bottom lane here, Varus has now had that opportunity in terms that you can just ban it now. So that just leaves Ashe and Jhin, the prime picks, being left open. Teams would rather pick Ashe into Jhin because, well, you get the shove in there, and at the same time, you can set up opportunities for ganks at level 6. So that's always fantastic. There are still some Jhin fanatics, I'd like to call them. So there are players that will just stick to Jhin even though Ashe is available. And I'd like to think that Jin Zhao.
Yeah.
Jin exactly.
Zhao?
Literally Jin Zhao. Actually Jin Zhao.
Don't want to throw a pun in there, but it's 100%
He named
accurate.
himself for this purpose. For this very day, he knew he was coming.
The Jin Zhao is a Sivir and Jhin player who can lash out into the Ashe, but it's nowhere near as effective as the Sivir and the Jhin. I would prefer he plays Sivir than he does Jhin.
Yeah.
But, you know, that's just the way he wants to play it.
It's just, it feels, even though Jhin is still a fantastic champion, his laning phase, you can really just shove him in and really harass him. Every single time you see a Jhin in laning phase, it is never a pretty sight.
I agree and disagree, because remember the lane is 2v2.
Yep.
And so Road, when he plays on this team, will play Bard and Tahm Kench or Trundle, and that's why he gets pushed in all the time. Whereas if he played a Karma or actually played the meta, then Road would be able to complement that, because Karma Jhin doesn't get pushed in all the time. Karma complements that and prevents it.
That's fair. And it really does come towards support focus.
Yeah.
So once we see Hatong is always, he's been a mage focus, and I mean at this point, a lot of supports have been mage focused, but simply Hitong has gone towards the Malzahar. If he does go towards Malzahar, then that shove-in is not going to be an issue. Where he's going to be looking for trades. So,
and this is a good patch for Malzahar still. The ultimate is super valuable to lock people down. A lot of immobile champions running around, and really important that you can catch the Graves or the Rengar or the Kha'Zix that's in the jungle before your AD carry gets assassinated. So Zyra and Malzahar are the two standouts to me.
If we were to weight the teams though, because we've had a lot of talk about picks and bans are very micro focus and how these teams are very similar in the respective standings, but if you were to give it to one team or the other, where would you be sitting, Raz?
I would go Vici because Vici has been, even though this is a tough point for them, they still show strength. When they went up against WE, they lost, but it was a 3-game full set loss. And when they went up against Xiaogu, same deal, full 3 games. So for me, Vici, even when they lose out and they feel competitive.
I may all the way.
Oh, there we go, the divide on the desk. We'll get into picks and bans and see where it lies, as we have no information just yet as we get into here. Apart from the bans which have come through, it will be Malzahar and Maokai coming out from Vici, while Aime will be sitting on Rumble and Jace to start this one off.
It's always interesting to see support bans come through immediately, because then you put into question, well, where's Zyra going to be? Where's the Karma going to come in? And the support pool in this patch has really widened up with Lulu coming around. So, I mean, Lulu, even though that has been the primary pick into Malzahar, which just got banned out, it's a great blind pick in and of itself, as we've seen in LCK.
Sure, and just how the bans have gone so far, we know at least either Rengar or Camille will make it through. We've seen flip-flop performances, I would say, from Rengar so far, coming into 7.3, at least in the LPL.
Yeah.
So maybe that's one they want to leave up. In fact, they're going to leave up both, so it will be one to one team and the other to Aime. And Camille is the focus, because Camille still pretty damn good.
And Aime, I think they get the better out of this one, because even though Camille comes through, and you never want a Camille to come through, there's still Graves. And at the same time, even though Shen got banned out, they're going to be comfortable with. There's been a lot. Amazing J has even pulled out the Darius here, so that's something that he can hold on to. That's just fine. But I think that losing out in Graves specifically and Varus is really damaging.
Yeah, I think if there's any team that I would have the most faith in leaving Camille up against, it would be Aime. Amazing J has had some of the best successes, but it's actually not the Graves that they lean towards. It is the Rengar, so they still put a lot of priority on that. And honestly, I can see it when you have a player like Ben for. It's like, I want to go in and usually it's a one-way ticket, and what does Rengar do now that he doesn't have the crowd control resistance on his W anymore? He goes in and maybe doesn't come out, but he's looking to assassinate someone once he gets there.
That's fair, but it always comes down to the 1v1 in terms of the jungle champions, and I really do prefer Graves over Rengar, because even though Rengar has bursts once he gets towards level 6, or even if you just walk into a bush, but if you don't get into that position, Graves generally will be able to kite out. He does a lot of damage with Thunderlords. He's just really strong, especially in this meta. He trounces Kha'Zix, he trounces Rengar, and that's something I don't like to see going over to Vici.
And while we're talking about meta, Raz, we're looking at the Lulu as well, who is a champion who very much supplements the meta, and that's being picked up here by Vici. Can go into that support role or the mid lane. There's no Malzahar in this one, so could go either way, but I would like to see EasyHoon on something that's a bit more of a damage dealer than a facilitator. Then again, they do have the Camille to bring that one home. Orianna was the last pickup from Aime before we head into our second phase of bans.
So top lane is going to be a big point for Aime. If you're Vici, the Maokai is already down, the Shen's already down. Continue to ban out those top lanes and just make it really difficult for Aime to come out with something good. They have if you have Rengar, especially since Rengar goes towards damage earlier on before he goes into Deadmans and starts to get a little tankier, it's going to be really squishy. So if you make it hard for Aime to really find a champion that works for them, then it's going to be a good plan for Vici to look towards.
Syndra and Sivir bound away here against Vici, so they are assuming the Lulu goes down into support, while Chuan will not get his hands on that Sivir, despite Jin Zhao also liking that pick. Let's see if it will be like a Jin ban, because those are the two primary picks from Jin Zhao. Nautilus was the ban away as well from Vici, and we are looking towards the final one right now, Raz.
That would have been a good point, but the Orianna did get put in, and the reason why that's an issue is because Athena has played Varus. Now that Aime was able to pick up the Varus, they're 100%, they know that they're going into perhaps a Jhin, and they're going to be fine with that. Varus into Jhin, even though Lulu is strong into the supporting role, they should be happy with being able to shove that out. In fact, Misfortune is still up and available, because Vici was pretty worried about that Darius counter pick. So you know what? If you're Aimee, just go towards that Misfortune with the Varus, and then you're going to be able to always hit up that Jhin that's going to be picked here.
Yeah, Darius was the final ban out there from, or towards Amazing J, as that has been his counter pick so far to Camille, even when she was super busted in previous patches.
Ooh.
So that's off the board, and Renekton will be the pickup here as well. Resurging even before 7.3, but a very strong pick in its own right. We're toying with the idea of Jhin, but it's actually going to be Caitlyn in the end there from Vici, while they also lock in the Rise for Easyhoon.
Now Caitlyn still has some difficulties versus Varus. Varus has been a tried and true counter even when he was out of meta into the Caitlyn. We've seen that out of Flash Wolves on NL when he was on the team, that he would just pick up Varus and it would be a very tough time for Caitlyn to lane against it. But it's much better than Jhin. So it's you might even see Caitlyn pick up boots early to be able to dodge out on Varus Qs. It'll be interesting to see what Aimee pick up as some support. It's not going to be that Misfortune.
No, it is not. It's very not Misfortune. That is Tam Kench down there in the bottom lane from Rhodes. And as Rusty was saying, that's a very likely pick from a man like Rhodes. He doesn't necessarily trend towards the quote-unquote meta, like a Lulu, like a Karma, and will prefer those supports like a Tam Kench, which will perhaps lose lane, but will have significant value later on into the game. But we have the full compositions here, Raz, so what do you make of them?
This is interesting because Aimee is going back to what Aimee has had success with. And the Tahm Kench, even though you mentioned like later on it's going to be great to have the Tahm Kench, I think even earlier on it's going to be something going to be great. Mostly because Road, you know, he's not interested in the laning phase. he's gonna look to roam and get something going. If he can impact the mid lane, that's gonna be his motif. Maybe you can get a few wards across the map. That's what he wants to do. So the Varus works because maybe Jin Zhao's just gonna say, I'm gonna farm up safely here. Maybe he's not gonna try and abuse the lane. What he's just gonna do is say, this is a safe ticket in the laning phase.
Oh, we had that focus around the bottom lane. You're quite right. It could be less interactive than we were perhaps expecting, but also when you have a Lulu with a Caitlyn, it does make a lot of sense. You know, Caitlyn is more about the auto attacks versus Jhin, for example, so there will be significant value there. And
What I'm worried about is going to be in the top lane.
Yeah, that's where I was going to go, Raz, because it's a Camille in the top lane, and you've always got to be having your finger on that one, because it's something that can very easily get out of control.
Yeah, I know that one of the jungle champions, Elise, is, you know, usually when you lock in the Elise, it's like, all right, which lane are you going to be focusing on? Graves has a similar idea, where he's just going to look towards, I mean, he can just farm out safely. He doesn't have that late game problem that Elise does. But now that he has Camille, and Graves is a fantastic duelist in terms of a jungle, he's going to have a great time in the top side. The 2v2 is going to be a big focus for the side of Vici. Meanwhile, you look at Aimee, they picked for this. They want that Renekton. Question is how Rengar is going to be interacting with the lane, if he's going to be looking to come in often. If he does, then I would favor the 2v2 towards Vici.
Yeah, they're going to want to brawl, and we haven't really seen a lot of Ben for on Rengar, or a lot of success, honestly, from Rengar players in general on 7.3. Regardless, we're getting into game here for our first best of 3 of the day between Vici and Aimee. We'll see which team comes out on top. We're slightly favoring Vici. That isn't to say Aimee are out of it just yet. We'll revolve a lot around the jungle. A rookie versus a world champion. Let's see if we can make it work for Aimee.
Ooh. This is always interesting. We see that mid laners, when they do press up towards in the mid lane and look to force trades level 1, this is something that CLG does a little bit in the North American LCS. It's that once he does pressure in, that's just all they want to do is have an invade towards that red side. And we've seen a lot of Raptors take here in level 1. So maybe they were looking to contest. It was only a small point. Nothing really came of it. But that's just a small bit that you tend to see if the mid laner is trying to create some space.
Right now, it's just protecting the jungle, not letting Long in, so you put any deep vision down. And it does look like Ben4 wants to start on that top side. Long's going to come in here, and it has of course been seen out by Aimee. He started off with a tactical sweep to poke away, but he didn't get any of those Raptors, so it's not going to hurt him too much. And Rengar actually starting on the Raptors, as is Bengi. So typically you don't see the junglers do it, but if 2 junglers can, it is Graves and Rengar.
So yeah, both sides really tried to interrupt the Raptor start. I think no CS was stolen out, which if that would have been a really big point if the top laner, if Camille was able to take one, and that she's going to get to a level 2 much faster. That was just not going to be the case.
And welcome to top lane against Camille. Camille, one of the most adaptive top laners, even with her passive as well. She can max any of those abilities, so it means that she has almost an optimal setup against most champions in the top lane. Despite a lot of that damage being shaved off, still very strong.
Yeah, and her range is just a lot, is the most impressive part, I would say, because even if the lane doesn't work out for her, especially against Renekton earlier on, she can just press it. She starts W. She's just going to be able to just sweep them. Tactical sweep, I think it's called. Got that one. And it's pretty much.
I did say it about 50 seconds ago, right?
Oh,
so.
No. I swear I remembered it without hearing it. But yeah, that's going to be able to do it. No, the ward's coming through.
Bengi's actually invading in here, but Road was able to stop him. It does unfortunately mean that poor Jin Zhao has to 1v2 lane, so he's getting shoved in down there, but it does put Bengi a little further behind while he goes for this grab.
This is the second or third time that I've seen this happen where Graves was able to go towards the enemy blue buff and steal it out because he's much closer to the area because he started out in Raptors, so he can just do Raptors red and go towards that blue buff. So he was able to get it out. This is great. This does put a challenge onto Ben 4 because he needs to respond to this and he cannot get interrupted. If he does get interrupted, then he falls behind in experience. Right now he's a bit ahead, but that just comes down to what's future. He should be able to get this blue buff uninterrupted.
Well, actually just exchanging junglers, all jungles from the junglers right here. That was a bit of a tongue twister, but Ben 4 is going to take away this blue buff. While Bengi maybe run towards the mid lane, but it is shoved in. Athena not really under threat right now. I do want to touch on the top lane matchup just a little as I see an on the way ping in bot lane, but it is LPL, so there's pings all over the place. Just the trade patterns of a Camille, because Renekton goes in for a standard trade, very binary, jumps in, call the meek, and then jumps away again. It's just like, adaptive defenses, I'll tactical sweep, and then the punish as well. There's so many tools on Camille that it doesn't really matter what you do or what your trade pattern is, Camille will still get the better of you. That being said, Amazing J has had the push priority because he's been maxing the Qs, so he has a slight CS advantage. We'll just see, we'll have to see if he can keep it up.
And you got the Doran's Blade too. I've heard players say that Renekton level 4, level 5 is pretty difficult into Camille. She is able to trade in fairly quickly. It's when you get to level 6 that you actually have the opportunity to dive even. So that's a big point. He's already at level 5, so once he does get to level 6, then you're going to be looking towards Ben 4. Maybe he looks to come in. If Athena's doing well in his lane and has enough mana, then that's a roam that he could actually put out too. So that's a real worry for long, where sure, Camille is a fantastic champion, but against this specific matchup, that's a legitimate worry where suddenly level 6 on a Renekton gives you a lot of HP and I guess an offensive opportunity.
Road is getting punched around in the bottom lane, and we'll go into that grey health, so he's going to lose all of that health. None of the regen there, turning around, gets the piercing arrow, and he'll just take it to the face! Her tongue blows him up! What even was that? Ben 4 comes in from behind. He was trying to commit because the jungler was there, but Ben 4 was too slow on the reaction, and that was just a simple miscall and punished by Vici.
Yeah, that was just a 2v3 overall. I mean, it was a 2v2 for the longest time. Aime was just trying to hold the entire situation down. They even had the control ward behind them. This is a perfect gank. They're pushed up so far up, but then they just committed too much and died for it. They didn't expect the burst coming out of Hitong. It was a Thunderlord's proc that took it.
Yeah, Thunderlord's proc, and Glitterlance does a lot of damage, and that's something you have to respect. We don't see a lot of Lulu support. We're starting to see it much more now in recent patches and recent weeks, but players are still getting used to that burst, and that was a lot. That was like a fourth of his HP just gone in an instant.
No one expected that. He was like, all right, I have a little bit more time. They even walked in to get the exhaust down. I was like, we can stall this up, and my AD carry is gone.
Yeah, it is so easy to proc Thunderlords as well. You get the Glitterlance with help picks into an auto attack. That's already like a million abilities and projectiles going towards you. That's unavoidable. So yeah, that one hurt. Jin Dao's back into lane, but he's probably going to go back to base once more now that there's minion waves pushed in. Long pushing up in the top lane. He has the coverage from Bengi, so he's not under any threat.
You know what's funny is that I feel like Luong is covering Bengi, because Bengi right now, he's able to steal out the Krugs, and he took his Krugs in the bottom side too. There is no camps for Ben 4 to take. He is so far behind in experience in actual CS.
Athena getting blasted in the mid lane. Her tongue with the rogue. The last auto attack might be enough. Overload auto attack. And Easy who gets it. And will even flash away as smooth as you like. And her tongue is doing work. Never thought I would see a Lulu roam do that much damage.
Yeah, we thought Road was going to be the one roaming towards Athena and helping him out. Not going to be the case, but Ben 4 needs to get out of here. He's in a difficult position.
Get away from this Lulu. She's a murder machine. Flash over the wall. Road will get the 1 for 2. buy one, get one 3 on that flash, but oh, Ben 4 had to get out of there. That was a scary Lulu.
Yeah, this is an official warning sign for Aimee. Aimee's in a really tough spot. Not only is the Rengar in a tough spot because he's just behind in experience to the Graves, or he was just falling behind because Graves was able to get a really smart pathing towards the top side of the map. But then, of course, we got to talk about that mid lane gank where Lulu was able to just take him out. So now Athena's in a tough spot, Ben4's in a tough spot. I feel like we've seen this a lot out of Aimee.
Bengi just needs to get out alive here. Athena still has his ultimate. He just needs to get in range. The flashes. Juice looking for the sombrero on the ground. Very lonely hat right there. Bengi gonna jump over the wall. The blast cone, and he's out. Look at this man, completely dominating the jungle, making a mockery of the top and mid laner.
He just committed murder and got away with it. Now this guy's gonna farm up his own camps, and he's just gonna say, you know, now this is my place. You know, you can't touch it. Ben4 is gonna try, but if he does, it's gonna be a real desperate play to take his Raptors. There is no way he can do it. Graves is gonna catch it out.
And isn't this what we said at the start of the game, Raz? This was a rookie going up against a world champion, a guy who has one-dimensional gameplay. I am Ben4, I go in. If that doesn't work out like we saw in the bottom lane, then Bengi, a man who can basically do everything under the textbook of the jungler, then you're going to have a bad time. And that's what we're seeing so far in this game. And while it's only 2-0, the amount of damage that Bengi has done, he's almost doubling the CS of Ben4 and has utter control. He has a 2-level advantage over Rengar.
And that's how the meta is right now, especially if you can get the Raptors control, and if you can get Krug's control, you're taking away so much. It takes so long for those camps to respawn as well. That is full autonomy you have in there. Rengar has to have this as a success. If this doesn't turn into anything, they even committed 2 control wards there. Just small points of communication.
Lots of pings going down, but Bengi is farming the Krugs, and to be honest, he's read the gank. Where else could he be? Well, he's not going to be top lane, he's not going to be mid lane. Both of those are pushing. Why would he not be in the bottom lane? He's going to recall, but how much time is really being committed? Nope, Ben4 has already recalled. He knew the gank wasn't going to happen, and Ben4 wasting so much time trying to set these ganks up.
And even though it didn't turn into anything, Bengi was there and he was able to catch it out, as you mentioned. So that's just it's the subtleties of being a jungler in competitive play that is lost to Ben4. Where, of course, he's coming in, he is a new jungler, as you mentioned. He's a rookie solo queue jungler, and it shows where he can get those plays. He's very confident when he's able to showcase a lot of the mechanics he has on Luis and on Rengar. But, you know, it's not all about mechanics. The fact that Bengi has outplayed him without ever having to meet him is ridiculous.
That's what you really expect from a man like Bengi, who's going to donate this over to his longtime mid laner. Or just carry on through his jungle. And he's so far ahead to the point where he's picked up the Warrior enchant. He's essentially one-shotting camps at this stage. And that's given freedom as well to the rest of his lanes. They know that Bengi is nearby. They know that they're not going to get ganked by a Ben4. But they are starting to turn up now, where Ben4's level 6. But as soon as he looks for a gank, he went from 100 to about 10% HP. So he's going to have to take a trip back to base or burn through all his potions. But regardless, the threat of a Rengar has all been eliminated. Yeah,
you have to watch out too, because Rise is essentially the new Twisted Fate. So if you're ever in a position where you're caught out and trying to contest for anything, you don't have any HP, you can just ulti on top of your face. So Bengi's recognized this. He's just going to come and walk in, a disrespectful push, get him out of the jungle entirely, maybe even steal a few camps, because there's nothing that can stop him, nothing that can push him out.
He can go wherever he wants. Ben4 for now, yes, he'll be able to get some of these camps, but a 0-0-0 Rengar is not what you want to see on your team at 11 minutes into the game. So if you play the farm game, you lose. If you go for a gank, you still lose. Yeah. It's not a great day for Ben4. I want to focus in again on some of these laners, though, because we're looking at Long. There is a pretty healthy CS advantage from Amazing J. It's not going to hurt Long in the long run, to give the pun, but he's going to be chased back to a tower, tactical sweep. There's no way that Rengar can kill Camille at this point. She's just got too much to stay in. And has actually been maxing out the Q there as well, along with going with a more tanky build. So it's saying, hey, Bengi's doing really well, mid lane's farming away, bot lane's crushing, just fill tank. We don't need you to blow people up at this stage of the game one.
Yeah, he's just trying to get out of the laning phase in a good spot, because he feels like with good reason, that his jungler's going to be able to back him up. Sure, Bengi's in the bottom side of the map, but if he gets towards the top side, that's a 100% secure 2v2, because Rengar is so far behind. And, you know, Rise is in a good spot too, so he's happy just being even in the lane. And once he starts to get Trinity Force, once he's at a great position for himself where he can start to pick up some damage items, he just outright outscales Amazing J. Sure, Amazing J is going to have team fight pressure, but in the split push, there's no way Renekton can match up.
And that dive threat you were mentioning as well is essentially non-existent. You can't dive, a tanky Camille's going to ult you, you're locked into that fight, and she has percent damage as well, so good luck using Dominus. Well, farming up the rest of this wave, and yes, he is falling a little further behind, but first item Sunfire Cape, so damn efficient in this current patch, he's not going to be that unhappy. Look at the bottom lane as well, where P is just running over Jin Zhao, look, turning our attention to the jungle. Nice sidestep from Ben 4, but he's still getting the worst of this trade. Collateral damage to the face, and that was a lot of damage, but Bengi having to back away, but Long is here for the save, and Road trying to back away, but the ultimatum is keeping him in place. Jin Zhao doing what he can for the support. Amazing J, again, a little too late to the punch. Road spits out Long, should be a kill in return. Amazing J finds it with the flash, but nothing to follow up the rest of the lineup from Vici, and they will get away with the robbery. 2-1 so far. Vici come out ahead.
The fact that Bengi was able to come out alive on that, was able to 1v1 Ben 4, get out, it was because the Tong rotated early. P even healed for him. And the reason why Orianna was not there is because he got 1v1 in the mid lane with EasyHoon. He didn't die, but he had no way to be able to come towards that entire engage. So I may still come out behind on that one.
And again, more gold going over to Vici. They had the first dragon, 2,000 gold advantage. They're pushing in the bottom lane. It's a matter of time before these towers start cracking. The bottom lane likely to be the first, and if Bengi comes down, which he is, and just decides to push in the wave, first tower gold over to Vici.
Yeah, this is usually a point in the game where you see a bit of a skirmish, a bit of a fight for that tower where Rengar is not going to let it go. Maybe he's going to try for an engage. Meanwhile, Bengi's like, this is a safe position for me. I'm a ranged carry. I have red buff. I'm just going to bulldoze this tower. So we'll have to see if Ben 4 has the state of mind to do that. Even if he does, he has to really look for an outplay scenario because he's far behind. His team's a bit behind. There's no way they can stop this unless they can get a great pickup.
I mean, Ben 4 and Athena are on the way, but I fear the tower's already gone. It's going to be them backing away. The tower is dead. Ben 4 jumps in onto Bengi. The jump away with collateral damage, but a great bowler will keep him in place. He's going to have to trade his life for a Road almost sticking down, but he had the great health there just in time to keep himself alive. So the one kill for the tower still advanced to Vici, and they've left the mid lane wide open.
Yeah, so that was a trade that I may wanted. They even brought in Orianna because they thought it was going to be okay, goodbye. They thought it was going to turn into a larger fight, but Vici just said, you know, we'll take some chip damage on that mid lane too. So that's a very easy focus for Vici, that they can start to send people towards that mid lane now that the bot lane tower fell. So that was just a small investment in Bengi's life.
I actually wonder what Hatong's been maxing, because it wasn't Glitter Lance, otherwise that would have killed him for certain. So it's probably held picks, actually. Yeah. Going into the top lane, Amazing J has level 11 now, so he has Dominus advantage over Long, but he's just too tanky. Like, Amazing J hasn't done any real damage just yet, and by the time that he did, Long's out.
Yeah, this is getting ridiculous. We usually don't see the start in a build. I'm not even too sure if he's going to go towards Trinity Force anymore. Why not just go straight tanky, especially if your Graves is a massive beast and looking towards your 3-man strong EasyHoon and strong P.
Yeah, I mean, he's going towards Edge of Night, actually, so he's just going pure carry. That's what we've seen so far from a lot of Graves players, is that they've just gone straight lethality. And they're just going all in, so yeah, just go tank in the top lane, to be honest.
Yeah, I wonder how far he's going to be able to go into it, because, you know, maybe even we see a few like Graves builds, some go into some lifesteal. Others, of course, try and go towards, some go straight defense, because you can go Hex Drinker, Maul, Morty, suddenly no one can kill you.
This is the pressure. Convert it mid lane. Juan P poking away. You can't even touch this Caitlyn. Well, I say that and he gets Shockwave, but he's actually fine. Abyssal Voyage from the side may just indeed be too late. Jin Zhao coming in. Chain of Corruption lands onto Bengi. Collateral damage not going to be able to save his life. Ben4 comes in and finds that kill once more, but again, is Bengi's life for a tower. He'll take that any day of the week.
Yeah, Hatong thought he could interrupt the leap coming in from Rengar with the ulti. Not going to happen, not at all. Down goes Bengi, another investment of his life for a tower. So, I mean, overall, you opened up 2 towers, even though you probably wouldn't want it to be a little cleaner. Here comes EasyHoon. You see something?
He's coming out with a long sprint, the flash as well, the lockdown with the Rune Prison and Rhodes. is at the end of his own road, because that'll be an easy kill in the mid lane, and that all just evens up the kills right there for a one-on-one trade and a mid lane tower. Vici just come out ahead straight up.
Yeah, far, far ahead. Now the focus should be towards the top side of the map. You'd have to think that P would look to back. There we go. And they'd probably send, either they're going to send Camille towards the bottom side of the map, or they're just going to send a 3-4 man strong, try and just brute force the top lane tower. That should be the focus, because man, they're burning through all of these towers, and that's the benefit you get with the Caitlyn.
Essentially just standing gold right now. It is worth mentioning that Jin Jiao is starting to hurt, so he's got his first item at this point in time. So he's starting to chunk down P, but he's never really in kill threat, because Amazing J Benful will find it very difficult to get on top of that Caitlyn, and they have bigger, more pressing things to worry about, like Bengi, who is facing down Athena right now, who will jump over the wall, and Athena's hurting.
Yeah, he thought about it a little bit. It's like, maybe I can go in for this. I don't know how pressing this is. All right, Orianna does a lot of damage. But here's the thing that, you know, P's done it. He's gone towards the Vamp Scepter really early on, and he knows, because, of course, a lot of poke coming through Varus. That's something we're seeing from AD carries a lot more. They're just going to, usually we'd see, never going to build lifesteal. The only lifesteal you get is through Warrior and Chan. Oh! There goes, you know what? Who does more poke?
Yeah, you take a trip back to this.
Yeah, you're going to have to relax. But yeah, the Vamp Scepter is going to help out. You know what else helps out? The Ocean Dragon on top of that. So the poke coming in from Jin Jiao is not going to be nearly as effective as he'd want.
And while we laughed at it, the fact that Jin Jiao had to go back to the base gives them all the pressure that Aimee had to take away this Cloud Dragon. And it's not the worst in the world. They've lost Cloud, but the next one's Mountain, and they want to try and contest that. But at the rate they are going, they are in no position to. So Vici, complete control over this game. I have to think that it did stem from jungle. The fact that Ben4 was basically non-existent, because Bang was outplaying him, as you said, early game, Raz, by not even meeting him.
Yeah, I mean, it was interesting. I think Ben4 just needs to, it comes down to experience. Because, you know, Flawless is in the support sub position, and he has a lot of experience. This is a question we have constantly, is whether when Flawless is going to come in, if Ben4 is going to look to get more experience on stage. Because this is one of those positions where him just getting counter jungled and losing based off that, that's essentially inexcusable, especially since you know what timing it's going to happen. The moment Camille crashes a massive wave in the top tower, and you have Krugs spawning there, you generally want to be able to meet it, maybe just push him out. That's but he just wasn't in position for it, didn't even think about it. Now he's really hurting from that mistake. And so I guess that's, at the very least, it's a lesson learned, maybe.
It's a lesson learned, but in reality, would he be able to change the result next time around? And my answer is probably no at this stage. Like, he just straight up got outplayed by Bengi, and that's not something that you, oh yes, I got outplayed, I'll just play better next time. You know, you can't just hashtag Korean device it. Flash, Chain of Corruption, Road following after Ben4 as well. Lots of resources committed. Hatong over the wall, uses the ultimate, but he's taken out. Ruthless Predator will lock him up for the kill. Long also being closed in. Nice long range arrow. He'll flash away to the safety of Bengi. He's got the Sanctuary of also a Caitlyn on her way. Doesn't look to be the re-engage just yet, but a nice pick by Aimee.
Yeah, even though he got outplayed, the fact that Aimee recognized their strength here and just forcing engage after engage, and it's coming out with success. It's working. They have 4 kills to the 5 kills of Vici, even though they're still behind in gold. It's not by that much. If they continue to play around Rengar ulti, if they continue to play around Tom Kench's as well, then that's going to come to success. This is a point where Vici have to recognize that they need to maybe quicken up the pace of this game. They've been stalling just a little bit for P's item set, where he does have IE. He's going to be able to get towards his next, he wants Runan's Hurricane, maybe even towards Rapid Fire Cannon, get that as well. Then you're going to have a massive Caitlyn on your hand, but you don't need to get that. Caitlyn's still really strong at that point. He just needs to go towards that top lane and take that outer turret down.
Yeah, Caitlyn's starting to ramp up fairly rapidly. I'm just looking towards the top lane because Hatong and P along with Bengi are here to close in around them. Hookshot will start this one off. The ultimatum will come down, long tanking up the tower, not really taking any damage whatsoever. Collateral damage, the auto attack. Bengi will take him out on long, not even really below half health as they take the top lane tower. And you had to know that was coming. We said it 10 minutes ago, Raz. You knew that they were going to try and crack that one, and Amazing J just stepped up too far.
Yeah, and Aimee wanted to match it. They were trying to get there. Obviously way too slow, so they get nothing for it. There was no trade possible. And so, I mean, they just lose out all in all. They're going to be able to catch the top wave, and that's it. That's just a major win for Vici.
A major win, but a very obvious play.
Yeah.
You can't take anything away from Vici. We've got a question, Aimee. Yes, they reacted, but it was at least 15 seconds too slow. Why were you not there? Why was Amazing J pushing up? And why were you not trying to look for a different objective like bottom or mid?
It comes down to a simple communication of recognizing where Caitlyn is and Hitong is on the map. They were in the mid lane for quite some time. They weren't in a position where they wanted to back, and then they just faded to black. They went into Fog of War towards the top side. And if Renekton is walking there alone, he needs someone to help him out, because that is the sole objective that Vici is looking for. There is no dragon. They were able to take that out. If they didn't recognize that, then what are they going to recognize? Here we go.
Who's looking for the lockdown. Pulling Jin down, Rune Prison, band 4 into his ultimate through of the Hunters.
Oh.
Run away, but I'm not sure if he'll get it on this one. Long finds him with a tactical sweep. Seems like enough to get the Knife Cat out for now. No kills go down. Vici searching for the kill, but they still have complete control over not only the river, but starting to encroach vision in Aimee territory.
That's what I love about new Rengar, is that he's not completely invisible anymore. If you're able to catch him really close by, then you're able to snare him down. I'm surprised the Rise Snare didn't come down. I guess he wasn't close enough, even though the stun did come through from Luong. But overall, that's just really scary from Ben4. He was about to find himself caught off guard. At least he didn't die, so that's a plus for them.
So far, Raz, in this game, I feel like Aimee have been playing to not lose. What do they need to do to start getting to the point? Well, I'll hold that thought for a second, as Amazing J's just running after Long, and this might be a first step on a long road to coming back into this one. He'll get licked to death, and Amazing J will come in with a kill. That was just straight up a nice gank, a nice opportune kill from Aimee.
Yeah, goodbye. And that actually just comes back to your last question. What does Aimee need to do? They need to just continuously force these engages. It's kind of, because you know what? That's what Tahm Kench can do. He can be from one place of the map to the other side at a second's notice. His rotation ability, he can bring someone along. He can do it on his own. Either way, that means that Luong has to watch out. He hasn't completed his training course, but even if he has, even if he's fairly strong in that 1v1, I mean, the sole 1v1 of Camille versus Renekton is going to turn in Camille's favor, but currently, especially since Aimee can just bring a second member, that's not the case. He's going to have to watch out for himself. So Aimee still have the ability to force these skirmishes with the rotation of Tahm Kench.
We asked the question whether he could go for Triforce after the Sun 5 cape. Indeed he is. He has all the components. He's very close to that, which will be a big spike for him. While Amazing J did have his own 2 items, so there was a big disparity there. Had he had the Triforce and maybe even able to pick up a kill, it's amazing actually how much that Triforce spike does for a Camille. So gotta be wary of that one, but for now Aimee are exploiting that window where he is a little bit weaker. And they are still holding strong. You look at the game, and if you've just tuned in, you're like, there's only a 1k gold advantage, but look at the control that Vici have over this area. Aimee are starting to try and contest now, which is good to see from them. And Vici,
well, they're going to be able to burn down.
They want to try and contest this, but they are only 3 members right now before the cavalry is arriving. Bengi comes in, but he will not get the steal. And Ben4 finds not only the dragon, but his counterpart in the jungle. Vici looking to turn this one around. 4 versus 5. 2 low health members from Aimee. This is still holding strong. Athena looking for the kill into Long, but only takes him down to half. Lots of on the way pings into the mid lane. You look to Vici, and they have the inside track to take down this tower.
So yeah, 2 waves are crashing into the mid lane tower. Maybe they can get it. They do have the Caitlyn here. They're going to be able to chunk it. That's just going to turn into an investment for next time. But at the end of the day, Aimee were able to take the Earth Dragon, come out of that with a lead with Bengi. So you know what? It's evening up. It's getting there to the point where Aimee's starting to contest a lot, even though Vici right here, they had control for the majority point of the game. And honestly, Caitlyn she got her Runan's Hurricane. She's going to head back to base. She's still ramping up in terms of power, so the team fight is still really strong for Vici. They just got to watch out because it seems like they're making a few mistakes here.
There's a few mistakes, just committing as 3 members over there. The fact that they had the numbers disadvantage, Aimee simply ran over them. They came in with all this engage, and one of my queries was they're committing a lot of resources, these individual picks here, Raz. But actually, if you just dog power on top of 1 member, then actually it just works out.
Yeah, I mean, Lulu is not as strong as they think they are. That's what's turning out. I mean, Vici right now, they didn't expect that, how quickly Aimee were looking to take position there. You know, the Rise was traveling from the top side of the map, and they said, oh, you know, we can commit here, but the Rengar came in really early, and so he was just holding on to it, and that's like, you know, give Aimee the opportunity to just burst it down and create that numbers advantage.
It's good to see from Aimee that they are firing back, and I guess a little unfortunate that Hatong has 3 of the 6 kills that the team has right now. So yes, he's a very big Lulu, and yes, he already has redemption, but it maybe not the position that you want your support to be in. While his 3 kills could have gone a longer way on, say, Juan P, who's still in a very good position himself. He is farming upper storm as well as mid lane. Both mid laners are putting in work when killing those minions.
Yeah,
And it's actually the Baron that we're looking towards right now, Raz.
yeah, exactly. I think Vici, even though they just reset position, so they put themselves in a pretty decent spot. Here
Oh,
we go.
it's easy. And he'll flash forwards, get the Rune Prison down onto Athena, but Hatong's also there, turning Orianna into a squirrel. Here comes the collateral damage. Not quite enough to take out the Orianna on this time around, but we'll send him back to base.
Now, that was pretty costly for Vici. They used Rise Sums, both of them. Now he's going to have a little bit of a difficulty if the next team fight does occur. Aimee has a little bit of strength going into it. I mean, sure, Athena used his as well, but he has the safety here for the rest of his team. So this is going to be interesting. I mean, Vici reset position towards the Baron, and they lost that control once again. So
Yeah, it's like which summons do you value more? Well, Rai still has his ultimate, so he can get in position to cut off Ben for Rose there with the save. Long chasing him down. The ultimatum will keep 2 in place. Hatong comes in. Juan P lining up the shot. Road dropping low. The crit's not enough to finish him off. Amazing J. He's locked down by the Rune Prison, and Easy Hoon just doesn't take damage. Athena following after, but he's simply not in range. No kills go down.
that had a lot of tension in it. And Easyhoon could have fell from making that risky ult engage. But you know what? He came out pretty quickly. At the tail end of that, Vici was able to help him out get out of that entire situation. But man, that was a late-ish TP coming in from Amazing J, but he came in just in time for his team to really come back into this. So right now they're going to be pressuring towards this mid lane tower.
Yeah, Aimee with the push into mid lane, also zoning away the small choke point. Vici did not take the right route. Juan P almost taken out there. That long range arrow inches away from sniping down Caitlyn. And Aimee, while they didn't get the tower, they did put a lot of work into it. On this next wave, they'll probably just take it. There's not enough defense mounted from Vici.
Yeah, they know that Juan P is back into base. The 3 members strong of Vici are not there, so it's going to be all on Bengi. Bengi still has ulti. He might just use it. Got body block.
Yep, not even close to being enough. Road will just eat the collateral damage. Easyhoon getting poked away as well. And this composition, you can see what it can do when it starts getting ahead. That being said, Juan P starting to hit very hard. He just crit that red buff for like 2,000 damage. So
yeah.
Aimee, they need to get on top of him. But as we saw before, they can poke him out very effectively with their tools, with Athena and with Jin Zhao.
That's the thing about Aimee's composition is that they do have range both in Varus and in Orianna. Orianna's range definitely outranges Easyhoon here. So the difficulty is, you know what? Juan P's on that Caitlyn. The range is pretty effective as well, but when can Juan P walk in? And it's a very difficult ask for him, especially since the constant poke from Jin Zhao is coming through. He has to constantly worry about where the ball is on Athena if he still has ulti, which is a definite scare with how much damage he's able to output just off of his command attack and his Descendants, I believe. So overall, I mean, Aimee, they are able to take it if Vici doesn't get a primary engage, and it looks like Aimee's looking for it.
The flash engage, Jin Zhao coming in with the chain of corruption. Hatong has to be left for dead. There's nothing that Vici can do to save him. And Aimee, they're looking to convert this.
They just keep catching them off guard when they're trying to clear out vision. Hatong was not in a good spot, didn't have his team nearby. Long tried to TP, had to cancel it. He's in the area just in case if Aimee looks towards the Baron.
Aimee still staying around the center of the board so that he can react to anything that happens. They're looking towards this Mountain Dragon.
Yeah, that's
which
going to be
would
their second
real
one.
big for them. Yeah, second Mountain Dragon. If they get another pick like that, you can definitely see them turning to around to a Baron and just burning it.
What's worrying is that Aimee doesn't have much control wards in their inventory. We have 2, or I mean, I guess only 1 that he can place in Road, but that's not going to mean too much. So the worry is that they can get the control towards Dragon, but of course Baron is still up and available and still a risk. There's a lot of damage on Vici, so they can look to threaten it. So Amazing J's just going to start it off on his own since there's no control here for Vici. That's a smart play from Aimee.
Yeah, it will take a while, but now Ben's coming up, so he'll be able to take this one away for them. Got the rest of Aimee contesting Baron, and while there's no vision over the Dragon for Vici until it actually eventually dies, which is about now.
Yeah. That was a big take. Vici tried to look towards pressuring Baron, but you know, Aimee had 3 members to be able to stop them and just threaten them. Just give them the glare. Say, hey, you know what are you doing? I see what you guys are trying to do. That Snoopy neighbor. looking over that fence over there, just saying,
Peeking through that one hole that happens to be there, and it's just like, why isn't that just filled up? Why,
Yeah, it's like-
why are you looking at me mow the lawn?
who had this house previously? Like, what happened here?
Yeah, that guy was a creeper for sure, but
Mm-hmm.
IMA, all props to them. They have taken the gold advantage just now, and Vici, these few missteps that they've been making, IMA have been capitalizing on with Ben. And while he didn't have the most stellar of early games not going to win you the entire game. We've seen time after time, and that's highlighting some of the problems we've seen from Vici overall. I thought maybe we'd seen a different Vici come to play today, but the same problems that we've seen from them seem to be coming back.
Vici's definitely surprised by how IMA's taken the vision control game, because IMA's not looking to control vision, they're looking to just take that as an opportunity to start a fight. Every time Vici's trying to take a control ward out, trying to create some vision control, saying, you know what, Hetong's trying to clear here. Oh yeah, that's just for vision, that's pretty smart. But yeah, they're trying to take control and say, you know what, they're not contesting us. Oh, they're just engaging on us. All right, that's a problem. So now they have to find a way to deal with it, and the best way to deal with it is just by traveling in it as a unit. They can't get picked off if they're all together. So this is what's the strength of Baron. If that's the main objective, suddenly Vici can just be there 4-man strong. Meanwhile, Long could just be on the opposite end trying to get Renekton's attention.
And eventually it'll get to the point where Camille will outscale Renekton in terms of a 1v1. And you can see already Amazing J is kind of preparing for that eventuality by going for the early GA to just stall for longer in the bottom lane. But it will happen. It may take a while, but he'll get to that point. Or maybe he could just find a pick onto Road as Easy Who's charging up the round wall. He'll come in. Road is still ticking down. Easy Who blows him up where he stands. There was no getting away from the ultimatum. And IMA tastes the burn poison.
Yeah, Vici recognized the TP was coming in, but they knew it was not important. That's a long TP coming in through, and they were very confident they were going to be able to take down Road. So now that Road is down, their primary tank, because whenever they look to burst down Jin Zhao, Athena, even Ben 4, Road is always there to save him. So now that he's taken out, that is a major win for Vici, because that means with the fairly long, 17 seconds that timer and the traveling cost of getting towards the Baron, that means that if another skirmish happens, Vici can actually reliably take a kill. That has just been a frustrating point in the previous fights.
And while everything you just said, Raz, was very valid, they're not capitalizing on it. Vici are not doing anything. In fact, they're just going to have Bengi get caught out here, and he'll get taken down to about 60%. But Road's back up. He's waddling his way back over to the Baron, and then we're back into the same position we had 50 seconds ago.
That is a frustrating point for Vici, because look at where Rise Easyhoon was. Easyhoon was in the top side of the map. He already cleared that wave. The wave was far, far off, so he was just sitting at his tower. He could have rotated towards where Grave was. Same with the rest of his team, I know Swanshawn P specifically. If you look towards where their friends are on the map, they're just never really on the same game plan, even though they are numbers advantage strong there. Sure, Renekton was there, which is a very big surprise, but they still have the numbers advantage regardless of whether the top laner was there or not.
Chinese Rise has some interesting voice lines. That's what I've learned today. Zhuangzhuang P is on 3 items currently, so I just want to I want to see him hit something, because I don't think he's hit a champion in quite a while. Easyhoon's done most of the heavy lifting. I guess he was waiting away against Road just now, but until you actually get into these team fights and see how much damage he can do, you can't really weigh the strength of Vici, and I feel like that might be something that's weighing on them as well, that
they don't know.
Maybe they could have gone for that fight 5 versus 4 for something, but we actually just don't know how strong we are. Are we all going to get blown up by Athena?
A lot of these constant skirmishes that I may have been putting themselves into, they recognize where they're at or what they can do. There are limits in this game. That is a fairly true point where Swanshawn P, he's on his own Rocky montage, and now he's going for the Baron. But this has to turn into a fight, especially since they don't have a tank here. They're taking quite a bit of damage. So they can't reliably do this if IMA is here and threatened.
And none of it's recoverable HP as well. They don't have a Nam, they don't have someone can heal them. They just have these shields from the tongue. So they cannot commit to this fully and actually really draw IMA into a fight.
They do have 1 Ocean Dragon, which is technically not enough. If it was a second one, they can continuously do that as a real strategy. But with one, they do have to wait a long time, maybe too long. It comes in 2 waves and you're still not full HP.
Oh, Hetong getting pinned against the wall with the Baron aggro as well. The spikes will finish him off. Athena will get the kill credit. Well played to Aime, an opportunist kill.
I mean, that Baron was just kicking up a storm. He was just like stopping and loud. I was like, what's happening behind me? And that's a death. Hetong, you know, maybe he actually had some friends with him controlling that ward and controlling that vision. But Athena does a lot of damage right now. Just looking at his items, that is 3 items, and he doesn't have any magic penetration because he doesn't need it right now.
Bengi getting chased down. They know they're under attack. They know they're under threat from Ben, who jumps in. He'll flash into the back line. Road getting slowed down. The tactical sweep will keep them in place, but it's an arrow from downtown. Jinjiao finishes off 1, and the monster crocodile is going deeper. Juan P simply cannot deal damage, along with the ultimatum, and that's a 4 for 0. Aime come up huge.
That was fantastic out of Aime. Now they're going to walk towards that Baron and going to look to take it. That was such a turn in play. They have this win. That should be a really quick Baron. Sure, yeah, it's uncontested. They have 2 Earth Dragons as well. My God.
This team is turning around in this game, Raz, from all those small mistakes, one after another. We spoke about throws yesterday. This was a game of ping pong because they were shooting so many balls towards them and they were catching them on every single throw.
Yeah, and just taking a look at this, Bengi's already really down low. Luong has to walk away, and the moment Luong flashes out, they all engage entirely onto the 3-man strong here of Vici. He has to walk away, and my God, he was almost dead. But that all started off because Lulu died earlier. There was no reason for Vici to even be up that far. They had to concede up until Lulu was coming back in, with the only hope of maybe stopping them if they went towards Baron. But that's just an issue right now with Vici. They're falling to Aime's pace, and this is going to be a Baron and Elder Dragon here for Aime.
And it goes without saying, this is a massive advantage to Aime, but I mean, you've got to put a lot of this on Vici. And what's that machine, you know, in tennis when they're training and it shoots out like a ton of tennis balls?
I never know the name of it.
Yeah, whatever that thing is, that's Vici this game, because they've been giving so many opportunities over to Aime that yes, you applaud them for being able to take it, but Vici gave those opportunities time and time again, and they're just running down mid lane. It doesn't matter that you have a Caitlyn who has this trap line set up. They're destroying these towers. They have 2 Mountain Dragons, amplified by the Elder Dragon. They just rammed down the mid lane, took out the inhib. The game didn't even know that they took it down that fast. They still think the inhib's alive. Aime are just tearing up this game.
Yeah, and I mean, I remember Rengar did get that nerf where he, you know, it won't be as long if he uses his ulti. He kind of comes down a little sooner, but even though he just popped it, that they have to respect it, especially with the Elder Drag burn coming through. So Aime, right now, nothing could stop him as long as these buffs are remaining on them. So this is a real worry for Vici. They have to concede so much. That's a lot.
It's like that tower wasn't even there. Long is pushing out the mid lane as best that he can, but it's just stalling tactics, because Ben, the fact that a Rengar can just step up and walk into these traps and go essentially unharmed, gives a redemption as well, keeping everyone healthy. Maybe looking for an engage onto Bengi. Long is doing what he can on the front lines, which is very little at this stage in the game. 2 inhibitors over to Aime. And honestly, I want to see a gold graph, because in the course of the last 7-8 minutes, Aime have flipped this game.
Yeah, that's just a 4K Baron power play there. That's ridiculous. That is just Aime taking the game by storm. If you look at the gold count here, that is pretty heavily in favor of Aime when Vici had this game for a very long time.
Yeah, they didn't have it on, say, lockdown, but they had such a big advantage that was generated by Bengi. Easyhoon was big. Zhuan P was farming. He still hasn't died, but the impact is not really being felt on him. Easyhoon and Bengi are looking to make this kill happen. They have Long in the top lane as well, but this reaction from Road. Does he have one with him? No, he does not, but amazing Jay, call him Godzilla. He's just going in on Bengi. And from having such a good start to the game, there's nothing he can do anymore. Long gets caught out in the jungle. He was also caught out. No idea why he decided to run that way into the enemy jungle. And Vici are just falling apart.
And really, it just comes down to Road. Road has been playing so fantastically this game to really be able to give them these picks. Sure, Athena's ulti to be able to get Lulu down towards Baron was fantastic as well. But even in that situation where Renekton, sure, that was a last-ditch effort coming out of Vici. He came in and stopped it. And this is Aime looking to take the win.
Easyhoon, he was such a massive threat in the mid game, but he's nothing more than paper right now as Aime tear through him. They do the same to the Nexus towers. They'll go onto the spawn pad. They want blood. They want to come back into this game. 41 minutes. Aime 14-7. Take game 1.
What a win for Aime. They haven't felt a victory in so long. Week 1 was their last one. Week 2, that's when the the loss streak started for them.
That
was fantastic.
An impressive performance, Raz, and the faces of Vici are my face right now, essentially. It's just like, what went wrong in that game? We had such a massive advantage. We're about to see the goal graph in a second, because that's what I'm hyped for, because that must have been such a big turnaround that was facilitated by Vici. Welcome back, Rusty, to the desk, and my God, we were caught up in the moment, but you got to see it as a spectator, so your thoughts on that game?
Yeah, I didn't actually get to tell you all why I went for Aime over Vici, and this is literally why. Vici are like a kid at their first school disco where there's a one arm length rule. You know, they just don't know how to close the gap. It's impossible. They don't know how to finish a damn game. And Aime are really good at late game, and that's exactly what we see happen here.
Yeah, that was a good. That's a good point. Where I make constantly, time and time again. They weren't even contesting Vision at some point. But yeah, they lost so much of the map. But there was time and time again. They recognized, Graves is going for a ward here. Lulu's going for another ward. They're just not together at all, and that's fair. But at the same time, Rengar's just gonna pop ulti. Renekton's always gonna be there because he's roaming more than actually just TPing to the play, and he's able to get the kill.
Like when we look at Vici's strength as a team composition, Bengi had an advantage. So he's able to actually push the tempo, constantly invading and trying to make big plays, but they never utilized him as effectively as they could have. They didn't actually commit to a 1-3-1 where they could force 2v2s where Bengi'd be stronger than Ben 4. They never actually utilized their one strength.
Yeah.
They just sat there and said, we'll scale, we'll team fight, and then built to lose mid-game when they were just trying to scale.
Exactly. And Rusty, it seemed like they knew what they needed to do, because they were like, Long, you don't need to build damage. You can just go Sunfire Cape first. We can leverage the strength that we have in the jungle, the advantage that's being picked up from Bengi in the early game, and then we ride it forwards. But they just couldn't do it. They knew what to do. They just couldn't do it in-game.
Yeah, they had the vision really laid out, and you even saw a lot of the moments when they went towards top side to get that objective on the tower. Sure, that was great. That should have happened earlier, but that's just the point for them. They delay a lot of the plays when it comes through, and when the next play and the next objective is visible, like for instance, RNG, when they find themselves in this position, they just hit camp after camp. As a team, they commit to the neutral camps in terms of red side jungle, blue side jungle. Vici just don't do that as a team.
Yeah, the key word there is as a team, and EasyHoon being out-rotated, potentially even by Oriana's when he's a Rise, is things that are almost inexcusable. You've got two Koreans that should be communicating effectively together, and one was never really there at the right time. If they're trying to randomly engage at the enemy blue buff, and Bengi gets a kill, like legitimately just 1v1s, and does get out with his life, look at how overcommitted the rest of the team have to then get to ensure he stays alive, opposed to being there earlier, setting up earlier, and making sure that he is actually set up for success. It felt like it was Bengi against the world. I don't actually blame him for this loss whatsoever. I blame the rest of the team. I think EasyHoon just monumentally underperformed.
Yeah, EasyHoon had a lot of moments, a lot of points. We were supposed to be talking about and hyping up EasyHoon and Bengi being like an amazing pair, an amazing
world-class duo.
Exactly. That's something we expected from off-season till that point, but they were never together. There was a point where he was just topside split pushing, or at least topside for no reason, even though the wave was completely shoved in, and Graves gets caught because he's just alone doing what's right.
We've spent the past week and a half, maybe 2 weeks of the LPL saying the jungle mid duos are fantastic. We've got RNG right now with Xiaohu and MLXG running around, QG with Clit and Duenbe running around, all of them playing Rise, all of them working with their jungler playing Rise and 3-man ganking or 4-man ganking. This was one person mid lane, one person jungle, one person top lane, never a unit.
Yeah.
My question is just, though, with jungle and mid lane never, ever, ever getting back together, then how are you meant to win a game in the first place? Because they had so many problems going into that late game, despite having that strength in the early game, Rusty.
Yeah, I mean, like, there's a simple way to fix this, and that's by picking draft, as we do have our MVP.
Our MVP will be Amazing Jay in the top lane. He contained the Camille. He locked that threat down. He had the TPs. He needed to be where he needed to be. But I think at the end of the day, it was just Aime saying, okay, we'll take this win on a silver platter.
Yeah. And again, I think it comes down to draft being much more clear-cut. I like what Vici did with their draft phase. They picked the Rise, they had a lot of mobility, they had an invading jungle that had the advantages, but Aime's team composition was just Oriana. She just holds on, she just wave clears, and for some reason she was actually fine in the side lane 1v1 with the Rise. They had the Varus, that to me just felt more effective in the mid-game and actually still scales well and outranges the rest of the team comp of what Vici were trying to throw at them. And so they just had the right tools to deal with what Vici was slowly throwing at them when Vici needed to just throw the whole damn thing.
Yeah, Vici really just needed to go in all in as a team. Even if it was just over-aggressive is better than just losing the game when you had like essentially have the entire game in your hands. So that's really unfortunate for Vici.
I guess at the core of it, it's just sad to see that we haven't seen a lot of these problems be remedied over that time. And is that something that they can now do between a game 1 and a game 2 in a series against IMA, who, as soon as it hits that 30-minute mark, they just turn online. And then we saw exactly what they just did in that game, is they annihilated Vici for their over-aggressions.
And yeah, that's a really good point, because for IMA, one of the greatest criticisms is that they don't really play towards those vision control, right? They don't play the slow game very well. But my goodness, they recognize that, and they were playing around Rengar, playing to those moments incredibly well. And I want to see them continuously go towards these comps, if that's their strength, to be able to say, you know what, let's pick up the Renekton into the Camille, let's pick up the Tahm Kench, and let's continuously look for these skirmishes.
And answer every lane, right? They match the wave clear bottom. They have an Orianna against the Ryze mid, so the wave clear's pretty neutral there, and Renekton has the advantage. So even though Bengi's invading, there's only so far that he can actually reach out. So far he can stretch into the enemy jungle without having his team. So he needed to affect the lanes more than Ben 4. It was kind of cool though to see Bengi just exploit the rookie jungler, just take literally everything that belonged to him. But it doesn't win you the game in the end.
Exactly. I mean, that's the crux of it, right? You can demolish a guy early game, but when you're going up against a late game team, then they can pick you apart in the late game, and that's what we saw from them. So exceptionally well played from IMA in the end, but we just need to see more from Vici. We'll see if they can fire back in game 2 right after this. Welcome back to week 4 of the LPL. We're gearing up for game 2 of our first matchup of the day. Hello, my name is still Richard Polscam. I haven't changed over the last 50 seconds. And we're here with my analyst once more. And we had a very interesting discussion, or rather you guys had interesting discussions inwardly about what the hell do Vici need to do coming into game 2. Because they cannot close a game whatsoever. This is a problem that is still plaguing them. And it's not something they're going to change from game 1 to game 2 if they don't do something drastic. So where do we put it? Is it going to be draft? Raz, I know you were questioning that in your head.
I was thinking, could it be draft? I mean, their draft was just fine. It just came down to how do they want to play it, because they had a massive lead like for a long time. And the problem was simply just playing as a team. And it's almost as simple as telling them to just group up together. Maybe you just say, tell Luong to play a team fight champion, but for instance, like a Maokai or something, so he has a reason to just group with the team. But even then, that's not on him. That comes towards EasyHoon to really just play towards his jungler. That's all it is.
And what you said, Rusty, was Bengi needs a Shen. And my question is then, is Long just going to get trap cards in this game? Camille gets left open and it's like, man, I just have to pick Camille.
Shen's the best champion right now. I think Shen is better than Camille. Shen's an answer to Camille. So for what it's worth, I actually just think that Vici need a Shen. Lung needs to play the champion. And the reason that Bengi needs it is because it gives him an engage tool. And not just like, he'll engage, but if he's Graves, he can't do that. When he has a Shen, he can actually E forward. He can be aggressive. A lot of the champions they picked were like half tanks. You know, Ryze can build resistances. Graves has his E to give resistances. Lulu empowers people. Like, it was a cool comp, but without that Shen, it's not the same to me. Camille does a different role to what that team composition requires. I think the coaches have two ways to attack this.
Yeah.
Draft differently, draft much more linear, or actually tell your team to just man up, buck up, and just go in.
And it would also allow them to bridge that moment in mid-game where Bengi was decimating his opposition, but then couldn't really get into the mid-game or late game. So Shen would be a bridge right there, which would be good to see from them, because they could run a very similar early game to what they did before.
Yeah, they would find themselves against any other team. That would be a very easy solution. Going up against IMA, they're a team that their top lane, they can go into a carry, like maybe even come back with that cannon. We see a few of that band even like last week. So that's one of those positions that IMA can put themselves in and say, hey, you know, this time we might not go all in on the team fighting. We'll just go towards another split pusher and just make Shen's life hell. But I guess it makes it easier for Vici to just commit as a team, because that's their only win condition at that point.
That's exactly what the Shen does though, right? Like, even looking towards the middle lane, I think that EasyHoon should play the Orianna opposed to the Ryze. They're on red side. There's a chance that he'll get that as a first, you know, draft in the 2 part of their first pick order. I mean, like, besides that, he could just go Azir as well. Like, I think Azir is perfectly fine. It can outrange certain champions. I just feel like there's a very fundamental change that Vici can actually enact through their coaching staff to improve them in the second one.
That's what we have to see. We need to see something, and it needs to be an adaptation. Even if it's not in picks and bans, we need to see it specifically after the early game. And what do they do at that point in time?
I mean, the only thing that I would change if I was to do anything away from IMA is just ban the Renekton. Like, other than that, it's just Vici changing Vici, not changing what IMA did.
You were behind them, Rusty. You said it was going to be an IMA win. Is this going to be the 2-0?
Yeah.
You that confident?
Yeah.
He said it so willy-nilly.
Yeah.
I've just got to go against it. We're going to game 3.
Okay, it's going to be a Vici win in this one. That's what Raz says. I'll hold you to that. I will call you out, and I will call up a replay of you saying that as well if you're wrong. Regardless, IMA and Vici, Game 2, Champion Select. We're getting into this. It will be a Jace as the first ban away here, along with an arm of something. Can you decipher that one for me, Raz?
It's a rumble.
It's a rumble. And on the opposite side, it's Rengar and Camille banned away. And the Shen, they were clearly listening to the English broadcast, because that one has been banned away from Vici.
All right, yeah, that's a difficult ask for Vici now. I would say Maokai is still fairly strong. It's not 7.4. He still has damage. So if you're long, I would say commit to a teamfight champion that allows you to play to a very simple win condition. Now, with that being said, I hate putting those band-aids across the... I like confrontation. Go up to EasyHoon's desk and say, what are you doing, man? Just look at Bengi in game and just walk up to him. That's all you got to do.
Look across, turn to your right. That's all you got to do, man. But at the same time, it's a Game 1 to a Game 2 adaptation. Band-aids are the best way to solve an issue.
Yeah.
A wound does not heal
Sadly.
over 20 minutes. So Graves, the final ban away there as Vici locks it in. And the first pick of Varus again, giving that to Jin Zhao. A killer last performance.
Yeah, and Varus is just a major pick. I'm surprised it went through. I mean, we saw the Rengar Camille bans coming through. LeBlanc is still up available. I'll see. I'm not too sure if Vici are the type to pick it. That's not an EasyHoon champion. Athena is fairly flexible, so that's something that they might go to. So if they go for a both Varus and LeBlanc, oh, that'd be fun.
This is all I like to see, though. Maokai locked in. Play towards a simple win condition. Get in there.
That's all you need.
We need some speed up now. Man, a Sivir would be so perfect for Vici, with the Mazahar also locked in as well. On the opposite side, IMA will lock in the Kha'Zix. That'll be the priority for Ben 4, and Nautilus for the priority in top lane. Oh, what do you say? I'm an analyst now.
There you go.
I spent 1 day on the analyst there. It's not even a full day, a half day. And boom, there's the prediction. Sivir locked in for Vici.
I mean, that's what it comes down to. That coach was like, you know what? I've lost faith in you people. You're all on team fight
Sivir
champions.
Maokai.
If you guys are not literally on top of each other 30 minutes into the game, I will just ban you from my team. So that's what's happened.
That's exactly what he said.
That was the discussion. They just
Kappa.
waited awkwardly for about 5 minutes and they went back out into the table. So That's nice.
That is nice. Orianna, also a nice ban away from Athena, while Aimee looking towards their first ban as well. They're looking towards mid lane right now and jungle. And the jungle pool is kind of pinched actually with Rengar, Graves and Kha'Zix off the table, but they're actually looking towards EasyHoon, removing the Syndra.
If I'm Vici, this is a really interesting position. You still have the mid lane and jungle to really go through. They can hold their jungle pick. If they're pinching the mid lane so hard, the Corki pick is still available. Maybe you just outright pick it. EasyHoon has picked it up before. Why not now? I mean, Orianna got banned out too, so it seems like an easier pick.
Well, I'm forever a hype man. I just want to see the Azir come into the mid lane. Whether it will actually work for a composition that's run at you when you have a very heavy disengaged pick like Azir, probably not, but it would be hype. Tam Kench picked up, or rather banned away from Aimee here by Vici. We are looking towards their final ban. Could be a jungle pick. I don't even know what Bengi's going to pick at this stage. I guess Elise.
Yeah, Bengi.
Or Olaf. Yeah,
Olaf,
that's something that they could
exactly
pick. Yeah,
right
with a
oh,
Sivir.
they got banned.
Take it away.
I was just like, Bengi, you know, there's one pick
Yeah.
that you'll go towards.
Yeah.
Honestly, we haven't seen much in terms of Ivern, but that's a pick that he's gone towards in the past. Don't troll me. I'm not even gonna give it in. I'm not gonna look at it. I'm not gonna give it a look at that. Yeah, there we go, Ivern.
No.
So makes more sense.
For sure. Allows many of these picks to get in range, a Maokai to get on those carries, Malzahar to get in range of the ultimate. So Ivern will come out once more. Did get nerf battered in 7-3, but he's still a pretty strong pick. LeBlanc, the pick that we didn't even think about in the first place, is being hovered.
No, I said LeBlanc.
All right, you said it. I
I
didn't
said
think
Athena.
about it.
Yeah, okay.
I wasn't listening, but we might see it. We still haven't really seen a standout performance in the LPL yet from a LeBlanc. We've seen what it can do on an international stage, but I just haven't really been impressed by LeBlanc players. And they're saying, we don't trust Athena, block in the Rise, bring it to EasyHoon in the mid lane.
That's the reason. The Rise is 100% the reason, because from week 1, every other region was picking up LeBlanc whenever it was left through. We saw a little bit of that with Rookie picking up when he saw it, but teams are just really comfortable with Rise into LeBlanc. When you get the Courage of the Colossus Rise, not only are you comfortable in the lane, sure, it's going to be a little bit difficult since LeBlanc can just out-push early. The problem just becomes, well, suddenly you just can't teamfight if you're LeBlanc. You get shut down completely. If he picks LeBlanc here, he's going up against a Malzahar, Maokai, even Ivern. You're getting shut down.
Yeah.
So that's too much of a risk, even though the champion has a lot of strength in the early game. So the Rise makes a lot of sense.
It's also like good luck roaming and getting anything done. Who are you going to nuke? Nautilus? No, not going to happen. Kha'Zix not going to come in there. Looks like we had a mispick here, but I think we've been doing pretty well this week, to be honest, Raz. We've been getting there for sure. So we'll have a small remake here while we'll fill a little bit of time. So if you're in Twitch chat right now saying, get to the game, it's not our fault.
Yeah.
Blame the players.
This song right here, the moment you hear it, that's when you know one of these guys goofed up. That's exactly, that's the song. Every time I'm looking at these players like, which one of you guys did this? Which one of you people?
Which person looks the most guilty?
I mean, here's the problem with that question, is that Athena is the type of man to just always have the same face. He has that poker face at all times.
Oh, that person's putting their sign in front of the other sign. That's straight rude.
That is definitely
What
rude.
about this fan etiquette coming in right here? There's got to be rules against
Not
that,
only
Raz.
is it fan etiquette, he has McDonald's on it as well. So that is
know.
definite product placement.
Get away from that shot. You hear me? Okay, over to Vici. Sponsored by... No, I'm not going to go.
No, do it. Do it.
EasyHoon still looking very concerned.
Yeah, and just to look back at the composition, even if there is a question of what the very last pick was going to be for Vici, I like what I see coming out of Vici. This is a definite, the composition is exactly what we kind of wanted from them. Ivern was a pick that we've seen a little bit. Okay. Ivern was a pick. I just kind of responded to it without having.
It's just like, don't worry, guys. Raz is just talking to the
you.
voices in his head.
Yep.
He's slowly going insane. Don't even worry about it. No, we just heard that it was a mispick and they wanted Zyra. So
Okay, there you go.
going back to your point, Raz, that's exactly
Yeah, that's the
what
pick
they were
that you
looking
want.
towards.
So Zyra and Sivir is a strong enough lane. Even though you're picking Zyra into the Misfortune, that was just a pick that 100% Aimee knew they were going into. They said, okay, let's pick up Misfortune. They're going to go Zyra. But Sivir is a good shoving lane. And then you look at the rest of the map, and they have a clear-cut strategy of just looking to team fight.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
That's a pretty close statement, Raz, but you're very correct. It's look for those team fights. We just don't trust you anymore. Just get in there. Click R. Click the R button and then go in and then try and finish up the game. Win a team fight. Go for an objective. and just finish it off, because that has been the major problem of Vici. And you said you don't like band-aids, but this is absolutely a band-aid
Yeah.
to try and get them into game 3.
This is the biggest band-aid I've ever seen in my life.
Yep.
that conversation in the backstage must not have taken that long. It's like,
Here's
what?
your comp, draft it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here you go out there. They're not going to ban Maokai. That's random. That doesn't make any sense.
When in doubt, Sivir Maokai. If you're a new team going into that flex queue and you're just like, we just don't have the team synergy, Sivir Maokai, and then put anything in there that runs at the opponent, and then you have a composition, and that's all you need to do. You can do average in your early laning phases, and Vici, let's be fair, they can have some really good laning phases, but as long as you get to the mid game on a near equal footing, you just click R and you go, and either you win or you lose. But it actually gives you a near enough a 50-50 where Vici were running at a 10-90, so it still gives them a tool to get back into the game and actually finish it off, which is the main thing.
Yeah, and the focus on Sivir here, that's a pick that's been coming up a lot globally, and it's primarily a pick into Varus, where Varus, the guy is just a madman, which is, it really is. I'm surprised it's coming up so often here, not getting banned out. But the Varus pick is strong, and so Sivir does have Spell Shield, can just kind of, at the very least, can deal with it sometimes.
Yeah.
Not going to take too much damage.
A lot of these picks have been picked for composition from Vici, so the early game will come into question, but I still have faith in them over Aimee, where these two teams are very lopsided in the type of game that they're looking for. Aimee, of course, the late game, you all saw it if you're watching game 1, what they can do with that late game, and Vici all about controlling the early game and riding in that momentum. And we're just going back into picks and bans, so it's going to be a bit of a Groundhog Day situation, folks, so bear with us, but hopefully we can lock in the Zyra this time.
Yeah, this time. I think the Zyra is interesting, where the reason why it is because it does counteract a lot of the melee champions on the opposite end of the team. So when Vici is grouping up, you see the Nautilus that came through, Kha'Zix even. So it's really hard for the team I made to find a time to engage with Zyra, with full, ulti available, E available, able to just kind of disengage entirely. That's the worry here. Thankfully, Aimee does have a bit of range on Misfortune, so if that situation ever comes across, Misfortune Varus can deal with that. But yeah, good team fight coming from Vici.
At the same time, Benfor on Kha'Zix, so he has another champion which jumps in, but this time he is an out if he actually kills his target versus a Lee Sin or a Rengar. So maybe another feather in his cap in this game, but there's the Zyra on the side of Aimee for the disengage.
And honestly, when you see Ivern come in as a counter pick to Kha'Zix, I guess we've seen it going against for UOL. That's a comfort pick that they've had into it, and it's mostly because Kha'Zix doesn't get the isolation bonus damage with Daisy constantly looming around. So that's a bit of a worry. So he's going to be able to just walk away, hopefully. The rest of the team should be able to help him out as well. So the double tree composition coming out of Vici is pretty nice. It's a massive front line coming into them.
Yeah, one's a happy little tree and the other one's quite angry.
So is a Zyra for Aimee, not okay, that's fair. Oh, why did I even think it was Vici? They had the Malzahars locked in. That's fair.
It's because it was the final pick,
Yeah.
and we heard a mispick, so
That's okay.
it makes sense. I got you, Raz. I can understand where the thought processes was, but in terms of disengage, it makes the most sense on Aimee, so they can just not get run over by this composition being run by Vici. So it's just a question of how they run with this composition, because it's not what you would attribute normally to Vici. You wouldn't say they're just going to pick Sivir Maokai and run at you, but that's the problem that they have fundamentally as a team. So I guess this is where we are now. This is what we are.
Yeah, they have to get to that point. And so with Malzahar and Sivir, that changes up quite a bit because Varus and Zyra is very oppressive. The laning phase will be difficult for them, and their one sole objective is to get out of it. Meanwhile, Aimee has a really strong top side too with Nautilus shove into Maokai. I know you have a bit of a discussion with that one, how you think there are openings for Maokai to be able to deal with that matchup, but as a general point, it's a good shoving lane. I guess the real only question is like the middle lane as well. So that's gonna be fun. It's gonna be interesting to see.
Yeah, I have that opinion, Raz, but as soon as we hit 7.4, Maokai gets blasted in every matchup. You can play Aatrox into him and he'll get destroyed. So on this one patch only, he has a little bit of a chance, but it's a very small window and we probably won't be seeing it. It's more about just getting into that mid game, and that's what they're looking for. They will never be looking for kill pressure in the top lane. Just get the Maokai to a point where he can sit on top of Jin Zhao, make sure he can't just gun us down with this Varus once more.
Yeah, I think like even hearing little like birds from like scrim discussions globally, you just don't see Maokai a lot. As you mentioned, the damage does mean so much more. And so that pick being through, I remember Rusty did have that discussion that Shen is just the pick right now in terms of tank top laners. We might even see resurgence in terms of Poppy. Nautilus is always going to be Nautilus. No changes go through that, man. So.
Yep, Nautilus is Nautilus. Shen did get banned away this game as well, which makes a whole lot of sense. That could have been a great pick for Vici, but regardless, we're into game 2 between Aime and Vici. Let's see if they can fire back in this one, because if they lose, they lose.
Yep, they lose. They lose the entire set.
That's how best of threes work.
The entire set goes downhill for them, and that's gonna feel great for Aime. They've just been losing 0-2s for about 3 weeks now. That feels bad. Vici have actually just been contesting a lot of these sets going into the full 3 games.
Yeah.
So that's something they want to do once again.
Pretty standard masteries, I would say. We're seeing a lot of Varuses go for Warlords recently over the Deathfire touch, which actually would have secured the kill into P last game had he taken it, but he values to sustain in lane, which makes sense. When he's with a support like Road, who really likes his picks, which do god-awfully in lane, so I need this to stay alive.
Yeah, you need it. That's going to help you out quite a bit.
Bengi going through his jungle. He'll place down a shrine at each one of these camps.
So yeah, that's the nerf on...
and he'll go back.
That's the nerf on Daisy right there. I think it's the regeneration nerf as well, so that's the... Was that a little earlier on? The one where she doesn't completely regenerate if she gets left alone and gets damage?
Yeah, I think that was earlier, because I remember playing Ivan the other day and it was just like, wait a minute. Daisy's still at 15% health. So yeah, it's actually a little bit difficult, because the frustrating thing about Ivan was just like Daisy comes out and she just never goes away. Like once you hit level 6, Daisy's up for the rest of the game and it turns into a 6v5. So it's actually nice that change came through. And looking at the bot lane, it's just kind of evened up. It's a Sivir lane, it's a Malzahar lane. They'll look for those few opportunities, but for the most part, it's kind of shoving in.
Yeah, it takes a few levels for Varus to really start to be the bully that we kind of expect him in the lane. His level 1 Q is not going to be that impactful here, so once he does get a few levels, that's going to be where it's at. Ben4, on the other hand, is in the area.
He is. Good luck getting the gank off, though. I think it will just be burning summoners. It depends if his grasping roots lands, but yeah, he's not really going in. It's scary to walk into Hatong on Malzahar, because while Malzahar can't be as aggressive, just like spamming the W button and just hoping that he just destroys you with these voidlings. If you're running into him, you take a lot of damage. So it's better if Ben4 just goes into the river, takes away this crab, and then goes along with the rest of his day. Bengi's just doing Bengi things. He's going for the jungle. He's basically taken every camp right now. He went to the top side, took all of those camps away. We'll take Merkles and we'll take Grump, and then probably look for a gank.
Yeah, and this is when Ben4 has to really watch out. He got out jungled in the last game up against a Graves. Ivern is actually one of the champions that can do that very consistently. So if he can take out the Krugs super fast, really just smite it away. Oh!
Here comes Ben4. Easyhoon was trending towards the bottom side of the lane. Nice root caller there from Bengi. Not something that Easyhoon necessarily wanted to click on. Amazing J's coming down from the top lane. In fact, he didn't even TP. Blast Plant will keep him alive. Ben4, he'll flash over the wall. He wants blood, or at least sap, whatever the hell that Ivan bleeds. He'll be backing away. Nice root caller once more. Flash from Amazing J. The anchor, the dredge line, the auto attack for the kill. Amazing J comes away with first blood.
That's the first tree down. Maple syrup all over the ground. That's unfortunate here. But yeah, Bengi was trying to help out Easyhoon. Easyhoon was able to flash, and to be fair to Bengi here, if he wasn't there, the flash would have came down onto Easyhoon. They would have flashed over the wall and catch him down. So that's just overall a great gank from Ben4, and it turned into... Oh, wait a minute.
Interesting trade by Amazing J, trading into like 6 billion waves of caster creeps.
Yeah. He just came back to lane, and at the very least he has corruption potions, but that's going to get burned out pretty quickly.
One stack of corruption potion, yeah. So, yeah, good luck with that one.
0. There goes that. thankfully for him, Long is going to back to base, but when he comes back, suddenly that's a massive advantage for Long, where he can just trade into that.
He felt too powerful because he had double buffs, but caster creeps do a lot of damage early game, kids. Make sure you keep track of that, because if you trade into a wave, probably dealt like 200 damage there just from caster minions. So.
Yeah, and something to constantly keep in the back of your head is that caster creeps don't take aggro from minion. It's usually the melee ones, of course.
Yeah.
So you could even have situations where 2 waves comes in, you get like 2 waves of caster creeps. You never want to actually get into a position where you're constantly skirmishing into that. So here we go.
Full coming in once more. Great dredge line. The flash away from Long. He's probably dead to right. Oh, Ben Ford does not look for the dive. Lots of damage coming in from the arcane smash and the tower shot. So they'll decide to back away from this one. Long gets away with it by the skin of his teeth.
Yeah, but that just means Amazing J is back reset in that scenario where essentially that was a really bad situation for him. But now that Long is chunked out in a lot of HP, he has to heal up through corruption potions as well. So Ben Ford could just back away, and overall that would just be a great success at equalizing the lane.
Bengi just chilling in top side. Wait out the shrine, so if Long does get dove, then he's there to react.
Long could just hold the wave. Yeah, he's just not even going to push in. Even though Ben 4 was there to help the shove into tower, Long was able to hold the wave. So he's going to have full control of it. I mean, Amazing J's going to have the long walk back to the lane without TP. But honestly, it's better this way. Especially since Ben 4 backed away pretty early.
Interesting pickup from both Long and Amazing J, just feeling that they're very safe in this game in terms of not dying, so they've both gone for the Dark Seals. I feel like there's a lot of kill threats on both sides, especially when Long is the crux of this composition. But we're looking at mid lane right now. It's Root Caller lands from Athena, but they're turning around as Ben 4 has now arrived. Both junglers level 4, but Bengi is very squishy. There's no Daisy to speak of, but Miasma will keep them away out of threat range, and Rose is on his way as well. So that aggression will fizzle out in the mid lane.
But overall, this is a big success for Bengi. He's able to set up his own jungle camps. Krugs are set up for him. Raptors were set up for him. He got the Raptors on the enemy side, and now he's going to be able to take a lot of experience to CS. So for Ben 4 to be able to pressure topside and equalize Amazing J's lane, he comes back and he doesn't have many camps to his lane. So he's going to be, maybe Kha'Zix can get his own buffs, but he's actually looking to invade. He's on a ward. Uh-oh. Get them. Smack him.
Yeah. Didn't have any of his Void friends to help him out up against big scary Kha'Zix, who will eat him. Probably won't evolve from that one, but he's level 5. Bengi just tore through his topside jungle that he'd set up, so he's at level 6 right now as Ben 4 has only just hit level 5, so a full level advantage in the jungle once again. And Daisy will be coming up, so we'll be looking for more aggression. Bengi can probably be more aggressive even within the jungle, because he'll be able to 2v1 Ben 4 in that right now, and he'll never be isolated.
Yeah, so Bengi, I mean, he got a death here, so he was first blooded earlier on, but he's just ahead of the pace simply because Ben 4 is incredibly active, and whenever he's active on the map, he's on a ward or just walking through a lane to help out top lane. That's just Bengi looking to find out, okay, how do I fully punish this guy? I'm going to go towards the bottom lane jungle. I'm going to completely clear out. Of course, he's not going to go too deep to go for the Krugs there. If he was able to do that, that'd just be far too much. And then I'd be looking to play Mai's bottom side. But overall, he's doing exactly what's needed for himself to get far ahead of Ben 4 here.
Definitely a slower early game Vici, not making huge inroads. Hetongan, Chuan P caught out there, but that was a very late chain of corruption. That Grasping Roots was down for a long time. And he was definitely in range. He just wants to carry on farming, so that's an opportunity missed in the bottom lane for Maimei.
If the communication went through, if Road is like, all right, I'm going to 100% hit this, and that turns into...
But he's going to go in once more, but this is being turned around. It's a 4 versus 2 in the bottom lane. Goodbye, Road. He's going down for sure. Chuan P with the kill credit.
That's just the bait and switch. They knew that Bengi was there. He was clearing up that ward. He was sitting there for a very long time. They just kind of played a little bit too greedily. They were like, you know what? We're pretty far ahead here, but they always forget about the Malzahar ulti. That's just sad.
Yeah, the points and click, and no one's going to have a QSS at this stage in the game, so say goodbye to that kill in the bottom lane. Double tears picked up from Aimei, one on the side of Easyhoon, so just waiting to get into that mid game, starting to wait for these power spikes more than anything. There is still a slight advantage to Aimei from that first blood, and looks like a farm advantage in pretty much every lane apart from top lane, but also that kill onto Amazing J. So it's nothing really to write home about at this stage in the game, Raz. Only 400 gold in it.
That just goes straight towards the draft, because right now, Vici, They're just looking towards the mid to late game. That's what their composition is going for. If they were able to get a lead in the early game, that's criminal. So the fact that they're able to hold the lead in the top side of the map is fantastic. That's really long overachieving there. I think you should be able to get out of this. But yeah, they're Vici, Pengi specifically, is constantly contesting certain positions. And sure, right now he's even out in CS, but he should not be. That's a position where IMA should have been able to pressure their early game advantages in both the bottom lane and the top side of the map, but it's not looking good.
Yeah, Ben4 maintaining control over the bot side as he's got Zyra there to help him. Tom will also be heading down as well, but Vici will look for the advantages that they can. They just need to play smart at this stage so they can get to that mid-game relatively unscathed. But this is not particularly smart from EasyHoon, as he'll go a little too far forwards. He does have Bengi there to flash away, but Amazing J's in from the top lane, and there's no escaping a depth charge. Long with the very late TP. They'll turn around onto Amazing J though, and he's not that tank at this stage in the game. That was a wasted flash for certain. 201p will move on to Road, chasing him down. Long looking for the auto, but 201p will get the kill right there. Bentonians one around onto Long. He'll flash away, and he's got the coverage from the brush once more. So advantage to Vici.
2 for 1 in Vici's favor, and honestly, it's because the two trees just don't fall. They can't. It's not happening. Luong and Bengi are far too tanky in that moment. They were able to burst down Amazing J. Road had to get out of there, but of course he went off to the right, was alone, so it was a very easy kill onto him as well. So overall, the TP didn't look too good for Vici, but they get a lot out of it.
We're going to see that once more. So EasyHoon going a little too far forwards, but
yeah, it just didn't. I mean, sure, he got the ulti on top of Athena, but if you see this is really tough for EasyHoon. There is no way he was going to get out of this. But here, Amazing J was really squishy at this point, so they were able to lock him down, burst him through, and just take a look at Road. Road came in a very awkward position, and Daisy just smacked him down.
Yeah, he came in spamming the on the way pings. He timed himself out there, but he was a little too late to the party. So while EasyHoon did get caught, his team was already there to react, and that's just the strength of Vici. Regardless of what composition they're running in the early game, they know where to be and where the potential aggression could be for my mate.
This is what's really worrying. Vici right now are in just a very tiny gold lead, just 200 gold, but it's it sets them up quite well. Suddenly their bottom lane is in a great position, able to get themselves 2 kills here. Top side, Maokai's doing fantastically well for him. And here's the greatest thing about Bengi, or at least the tree in Ivern, is that he's getting towards that redemption, and once he picks up redemption, that's fantastic. We even see redemptions going off for Hitan, or at least the Malzahar at times. So if we get double redemption on this composition, that's always what's really scary, because suddenly they're a team fight composition with a massive front line that just keeps getting healed up.
Hard to deal with. Vici, we're still just waiting. We're looking for these small picks that could happen, but it needs that root caller to land, you know? So it's just wandering around. If a root caller happens to hit, then we can jump in. We can make a kill happen.
Oh, a lot of pings coming down
rotating around. That is many pings coming down. Athena, he's jumping in. Round warp comes out, and actually even there was a petrifying gaze there from EasyHoon that just went completely wide. Amazing J, good sidestep from EasyHoon, but he's still under attack underneath the tower. Depth charge comes up, Daisy comes down as well, but EasyHoon is eliminated from the battlefield. That was a little too easy for Maime as they all collapse in this mid lane. 5-man dive.
Yeah, if the Daisy went down a little earlier, then you know what? Athena wouldn't have been able to put down as much DPS as he did. But EasyHoon goes down, and suddenly this mid lane tower is under threat. It should go down.
Look, barely missing Hatong as he backs away. This game is, you could just flip the tags over, and it's just like, yeah, Vici on the blue side right now as they're picking up these early game advantages. 200p will equalize the towers, however, so there won't be that big of an advantage. But it is still a mid tower for a bottom one, and mid towers are very valuable in the early game.
Yeah, and that's hands off to, I guess, hats off. Overall, that's amazing for Amazing J, because that's the second game in a row where he's just so impactful early on in the games. He keeps roaming down towards the bottom lane. He has TP, but he has no need to look to blow it. He's just coming towards, trying to get a flank off constantly. Even though the hook didn't land onto Cassiopeia, it was dodged out. He still has ulti, and he's able to get the kill for his team. Yawn it up, man.
Making me want to yawn as well. It's infectious. Well, he'll go back to base and look for another round on Daisy. Looking towards that level 11 as well, because rank 1 Daisy not quite where she used to be, but that's a redemption picked up, so just finished that pickup. Top lane going toe-to-toe. Look at this riveting action in the top lane. As Amazing J doesn't even break his Courage of the Colossus. Good times, glad we saw that. Ben 4 looking towards the dragon now, just going to annoy this so he knocks Hatong's barrier off him.
So this is a real power spike for Vici, the fact they were able to get that redemption for themselves. Maybe Athene's and Holy Grail later on, but right now, that's a good point for them to say, this is maybe we can look towards the dragon here. Izun's in a really good position, maybe he needs to back, he's been sitting on these components for a little bit now. But once they reset back onto the map, looking towards this dragon is going to be a real threat.
Yeah, though, if we do look at the top lane, there is a significant CS advantage too long as he is primarily just been staying in that lane while Amazing J has been roaming first, so he's constantly been looking for those players, and 2 of those kills has gone over to tighten up the depth, so he probably has evened up the gold anyway for himself, so not really that unhappy with it. Dragon has been up for a long time. We're 16 minutes into this game, we're still looking at the first dragon, which is Mountain. And finally, I think Vici are now looking towards it. They're going to hide it in that brush. Shouldn't be physically possible, but there we go. And Bengi will start off here with Easy Hoon. We've got the crab ready to go down. Bengi will swing back and take it away, but we have a contest by Aime.
Yeah, so TP and Freedom is towards Long. Long has shoved into the lane, and so he has the ability to come in. Vici don't want to take the risk, but honestly, this is a position, once again, where Vici should be able to do this, but they're just not really committing to it. They have the items necessary to look towards it, but no, it looks like Aime's retaking position. In fact, Vici's bottom lane needs to get out of here.
Yeah, John P, defensive ultimate, but he'll turn it around to Athena. Look at the damage from the Boiling Army. Ben 4, probably not where he really wanted to jump into. Great spell shield timing. Hatong's getting eaten alive by these plants. He will use that heal at the last moment. Props and hats off to John P. Definitely not hands off there. That was a great save by Vici.
I mean, look, Hatong just wanted the hands off of him at that point. The plants are just smacking him constantly. It looked like P had to use heal. So heal and exhaust used on Vici's side. But that was a good look from Aime. Aime now can look to regain pressure around this dragon side. And it's mostly because Vici, they're not really doing much. They have the lead, they have the pressure, but they're not really looking to commit fully onto the dragon. They are not a team that's fully going to say, you know what, this game's going to be decided by this team fight. They want the game to be decided on the pressure that they're outputting.
It's also about power spikes, right? Like, Vici have not hit their first item power spikes in a lot of their roles just yet, so they're not really like, not sure this is a fight that we can 100% win. But yes, we have a very good composition where we just hit the R button on Zhuang P, and then we all run in and just run over Aime. They're not really at that point just yet. Only now has Abyssal Scepter been finished by Easy Hoon. Essence Reaver off the back of that last engagement. Top lane doesn't even have his first item, so once we see those breakpoints, we could probably see Vici be a little more aggressive over these objectives.
Yeah, I think right now they just don't want to test their limits, because I do believe even the only power spike that they had earlier on was that redemption. Sure, it was used defensively at that point, but just being able to have the exhausts available. Bad board, get out of there. Yeah, the exhaust available, redemption available, just being able to bring in that 6th man and in Daisy, it should be enough. They have a massive front line for themselves, but I guess that is a bit of a risk that they don't want to take and put themselves in that position, so that's fair. But it just, once it gets to those item spikes, then you would really want them to really go down onto it, because otherwise, at that point, they're never going to commit to a play.
Yeah, if you don't go in, then when are you ever going to go in? I'm clearing away this control ward. They have still taken away the middle tower, so you would expect a little more pressure going over to that side. Though the bottom tower has also fallen from Vici, so it does mean they can push back a little
really awkward
in terms of vision. Yeah, I'm just watching him in the bush right now, and Athena is waiting to close in, but he hasn't missed the opportunity on that one. John P's going to hit his own ultimate. He's on the hunt for some minions. Road's going to lock up Daisy, but he'll flash over the wall. Bengi was also there, so that was a wise move from him. But with the pressure advantage gained by Vici, they may convert this into the Mountain Dragon.
Yeah, I don't think this is the time to do it, ironically enough. They're going to try and go for it anyways. They're already chunking down the HP of it. There's really a lot of tension here. Here comes the TP coming in from Maokai.
He's coming down. We've got the long march from Amazing J as well. Long's just trying to buy time at this stage, and he has the sap magic. He's not taking damage whatsoever. Ben4 also locked up. Here comes the Stranglethorns. He brings up Hatong into the fight. He'll get taken down. Depth Charge comes out there. Jin Dao with the kill credit, and Hatong is the first one dead in this fight. Road following after Bengi. He'll also fall. Long being collapsed on by the rest of Aime. There's no out for him, but maybe he picks up a kill in return. Not quite. Jin Dao will stay alive, and he'll go home swinging. 3 kills over to Aime. Vici coming home with Dragon.
Yeah, it's a triple kill for Jin Zhao. That's massive for them. They're going to be able to push up toward that mid lane. What happened, Vici? That was a Dragon, and honestly, it comes down to the positioning. I know we're going to get the replay for that one later on because that was such a massive turn in Aime's favor.
Pretty much setting us up to 1 P. He's going deep, but the exhaust was still up. That was a miscalculation right there. He assumed it had gone down in that last team fight, and he would have had a double for sure. But let's see that team fight once more.
It turns into a TP to just secure the Dragon. And then they suddenly believe, okay, you know what, Ben Ford, he should be able to go down to this. But then just take a look at where Luong's positioned. You want the 2-man strong in terms of the tanks to be able to hold Easy Hoon and Pi's hand, but he's trying to take down Ben 4. He's completely out of position and just being ignored at that point. So it turns into an area where, you know what, Bengi's completely taken down. He's not a tank. He's a tank when he has Daisy along with him because Daisy's the second man with him. But down goes Bengi, down goes Miles. It's a bad fight for them.
It was a bad fight twofold, right? Like, they start off the Dragon, but not at a good time. We're holding that thought as a round walk comes out, but no one's going to follow it through.
Yeah.
But the second problem with that was the fact that Vici, I don't think they're used to just running these types of compositions. They're not used to hitting R and just going in. They don't know what to do in that situation. It's just like, oh, where do I go? As long as it's like clicking W on someone. And it's like, oh, maybe I guess I probably should have protected my carries. I guess that's how this team fight works now. Just not used to this type of play style. Because it was complete fumble in execution. We're looking towards Bengi. That charges on top of him. Daisy will tank it up as well, but he's just not going anywhere. But we join as far as friends as he'll be gone for the next 30 seconds. Just a good catch by Aime.
Yeah, catch after catch after catch. Comes back to your point about execution. The execution coming from Vici is just not there. We talk about them being visionaries in a sense because they can see it happening. They can see the play in front of them. But they always fall flat because they never really play as a team. Amazing J, on the other hand, with Aime at all times, teamwork is not a problem for them.
Long giving the backhand to Road right now, but he's trapped in the middle of 4 people. Easy Hoon, can he turn this one around for him? He has the petrifying gaze. Amazing J leading the charge, being very respectful. You can see all of the squishies were backing away from that choke point, knowing that Easy Hoon was there.
And what they get out of that is control of the red side jungle, and at the same time, the top lane outer tower, which has been out for quite a bit. If they can take it, which they should be able to, this wave is coming in. It's a cannon creep. Athena can honestly just be the only one here, and it should be just fine. There's no one in the area. So yeah, that's a big win for Aime once again. They didn't get it. They didn't get the kills. They only got Bengi off of it. But then that's a full control of red side jungle and top side tower.
That's true. And let's talk quickly about how the items are shaping up, because you look towards Jindao. He's 5-0-1. This guy is huge. He's looking towards his edge of night. You got Jungle Ben 4, a very different scoreline from what we usually see from him. 0-0-7, license not to kill in this game. Usually he's jumping in and the scoreline will be 0-7-0, but he's done really well. Or maybe some kills in there as well. Usually he's jumped in and killed someone, but he's just been assisting people.
Yeah.
And this is actually really nice to see from Ben 4.
It is nice to see from him. He's essentially, it's a bit of a compromise where his assistance comes through those ganks, right? Just to pressure out and help his team out. And so he's helping his team, and his team is helping him when they roam toward that mid lane tower, or when they roam towards him. That's a nice thing to see coming out of this team. Yeah, Aime right now, they're looking really good. This is a really promising set for them.
Good to see from Aime. But again, still disappointing from Vici. Feel like you could just see a little more. When you look at the characteristics of the team, you see very smart team. You have the components to be a great team. You have world champions in there. But when it comes to execution, when it comes to these very glaring weaknesses, they just don't seem to have it. Whereas Aime, they've had those weeks where they've managed to turn up and they've managed to make things happen against some pretty strong opponents, but it's kind of just gone awry in recent weeks. But this could be a return to glory for them if they take this series a 2-0 up against Vici. It would be nice to see from the mid tower being shoved in. A little play there from Ben, just zoning away this mid lane, and the tower's essentially gone.
Yep. It's a big plus for Aime. So just even taking a look at this is going to be harder and harder for Vici as the game goes on, because what seemed like a very easy composition, it's getting harder and harder. Malzahar suddenly just can't go for those ultis. With that being said, here comes TP.
Athena, he's getting run down by Vici. I mean, there's no real getting away from this, but it's more of a question what the rest of his team is doing at this point in time. Long, the kill goes over to him. They were towards the bottom tower, but look at the on-the-way pings to Baron from both teams. They know they have to react to this one. Luckily, Ben4 is in the mid lane, so at the very least, they'll get a steal attempt, but the rest of the team is on their way. Baron is honestly not dying that quickly. It's down to a 4th health right now. They literally cannot see it. The brush was just in the way. Amazing J, maybe he'll get the return, but he'll go a little too deep. The rest of the team not quite there to support, and Vici, they have to disengage there from them, and that's the strength of Ivan.
That's a massive win for Vici. Honestly, Aimee didn't know what to do. When they went for that pick top side, they were like, all right, what is our answer here? What can we get across the map? They were in the bottom side thinking they can take that tower. They didn't even take it because they realized that they are so far away from Baron. Vici will 100% take it. So that was a massive misplay from Aimee to not recognize that they needed to play defensively at that point. They had a mindset of looking to trade, and that cost them.
I mean, honestly, at that point, you could have just committed. Like, we're in the bottom lane, let's just shove it. Maybe you can get an inhibitor tower, and then at the very least we get something. But they didn't have that clarity in that moment, and Ivan just stuck a brush on Baron. It's just like, well, you can't see me. I have to just figure out if this is the right time to jump in from Ben4, and he just didn't have that timing. So, well played from Vici to get that pick and translate that into a Baron, but that was definitely a fumble from Aimee.
Yeah, a big one at that. My point earlier, too, was that it's going to be harder for Vici to pick out the fights because QSSs were coming down Edge of the Night on Jin Zhao as well, so Hetong's entire existence is going to be a little bit difficult. He's going to be looking to fish for ultis during the fight rather than looking to outright engage it unless he wants to get a QSS off. But yeah, I guess that's just not an issue anymore. They have full control of waves.
Long has located Athena. Gonna slow him down with the sapling. Round warp will be cancelled out there from Long. I'm not sure what he expected to come from that one. Bengi's on his way. Danger pings out from Aimee, and Athena just says, I'm screwed, just leave me be. I'm gonna try and stall for a little bit, but maybe Long won't pick, no, just kidding. He's gonna pick up another kill.
I didn't even ask my producer for a replay, but apparently that just happened once again. What happened here?
I don't know. Honestly, Raz, I don't think it was a replay because there's no Baron on the board, so there's nothing for them to go for right now. But Athena making another big blunder.
Yeah, I guess he didn't learn the first time around. He just went back to the top side, died again, I guess.
Yep, second time's a charm. Let's go for round 3, boys.
Let's do it.
Go back into the top lane, but that was the same position as well. Like,
yeah, exactly.
It wasn't just in the top lane. It was in the same place. Surely they can't be here a second time when they have pressure over the entire map because they have Baron buff. Surely not.
He was looking at his team, guys. You guys have to get something. Ping, ping. No, it looks like the...
what, you already took Dragon and there's no towers up until Inhibitor? Well, that sucks.
Yep. The outer tower that they worked, or at least the inner tower that they worked on in the bot lane was maybe the only option, but even then their wave was just nowhere near it.
Yeah, so no one's going to get towards that.
A little difficult.
Vici have a little bit of pressure as Rise is only now respawning, but that is some dirty wave clear coming out from Jin Zhao. Even with these buffed up minions. So Vici are not really able to do anything. And the fact that they can't even crack an outer tower at 28 minutes is a little bit concerning.
Yeah, it's unfortunate to them that they actually have to force a dive, or at least force a positional play. And what I mean by that is that Athena and Jin Zhao, they're doing too much to just clear this wave. Specifically, Rise has so much wave clear. So the best way to do that is to just kind of force Athena away from the wave. And the only way you can do that is either send one person top, either EasyHoon goes bot, Luong goes top, and they can shove in, so they actually have to force 3 people rather than 4 people on the mid lane tower. Sure. And then they can dive, or they just go out and dive. I mean, they have a diving composition that they have to force something. So either way, it's going to come to a point where they cannot siege with the composition that they have, but they can look to force out with just the threat of a dive, or just a dive itself.
Yeah, this is, in general, pretty kind of sad to see from Vici. They set up the rotation into the bot lane, but it was a little too obvious. It was a little too forced. Aimee just simply wander down there, and they stopped that siege. And I don't even think a single tower went down from Vici during that entire thing.
Yeah, it's a little sad. It's one of those moments where they know what they should be able to do. They should have recognized that this play is not available. And here
Hello,
goes
counter engage from Aimee. He's gonna take the long sprint, but the flash. He just managed to keep one spell away, but I mean, there's no getting hyped about that one, Raz. It was just him just trying to run away for dear life, but he was chased down. It was like a scene from the Hunger Games.
It really was. They was running from the center point of the stage.
Axe, whatever his name was, yeah.
Oh, there we go. still need to read the second book, but that's another discussion we can have all together. I have it in my
just watched
library.
The films, man. I didn't have time. No, ain't nobody got time for that. We've got a seed coming in the mid lane now for IMA. P, the big component of wave clear, is now down for the count, which means that this is how you siege. Everyone's taking a trip to the bounty castle, but it looks like IMA is coming out ahead in this one. They are forcing the team back long. He simply cannot do it enough this time. Yes, he's peeling for his backline. They are still alive. Road dropping low. Benford, that's a lot of damage from the eventual Maelstrom. Long may have done enough here to keep the inhibitor alive. I think IMA wants away. Re-engage from Long. He's jumped onto Road. Arcane Smash and the Sapling. Hello, Sapling damage. Welcome to 7.3. You're still alive, and that secured the kill right there. So a nice kill and a defense from Vici, but they still lost that inhibitor tower.
Yeah, and that's just a win from IMA. Looking at this, guess how easy it is for them to dive. They don't even have that big of a dive composition. It is in Vici's favor. Whoa, get out of there. But yeah, it's easy for IMA because when they recognize that they have the numbers, they recognize, sure, we're not going to be able to win the fight, but we have enough pressure that we can walk in and take the tower. That's the objective for them. They just wanted to open up space, and that's what they did. Vici are going to find themselves in the same position. They're not going to do it. They're a little bit too flat-footed. They're a little bit afraid.
And the stakes are starting to ramp up as well here, Raz, because Dragon's spawning in 1 minute, so is Baron. And Vici are not really in a position to contest right now. Like, where are their power points? We just don't know what the scanner says about their power level, because every time they get into a team fight, they're on the back foot. We just don't know if they can win the fight. And then when we get there, it's like, nope, they definitely cannot win the fight. So IMA are constantly just beating them at every single corner.
Yeah, and we never know how much damage P does until we get into those later game fights, because he's usually on minion duty. And right now he has the typical 3-item power spike on the Sivir. So once he gets to the 4th, which should be Lord's Dominic Regard, then if you get to it should be an armor penetration item. Then yeah, he's going to be doing a lot of damage to the front line. Amazing Jay's going to have a lot of difficulties, and Ricochet should do a lot going into the back line as well. But we just don't know how much damage that is. It seems like IMA, they want to continuously look to dive, and Vici, they never get themselves into that position.
Yeah, and that is a fat Jin Zhao. I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean that he's 5-0-1 and has 3.5 items and destroyed that dragon. I don't even want to know how much damage. Athena, probably didn't want to take that realm war. Everyone else had bailed out from it. It was just like, yeah, no, evacuate the premises. And he was just like, yeah, let's go in, boys.
He's probably upset with his team. He was like, hey, why didn't you guys take this one?
Everyone stepped away from the circle. And this is probably as good a time as any for Vici to look for an engage. But hello, Stranglethorn. That's why we pick Zyra. Amazing Jay coming into the backline, locking down everyone. And Vici are in shambles. Hetong's the first one to fall. Easy Hoon cannot deal any more damage, and Long being left out to dry. He's still tanking up the front lines.
Get out of there!
Vici are on the back foot. Easy Hoon and Bengi almost gonna drop a single anything from IMA would kill him. And Long just stayed out there for a little bit too long. He'll fall there, and Vici 2 deaths to their name. Baron's up. Dragon will be respawning, and IMA have complete control.
Yeah, that was a lot of bouncing happening there. The Zyra damage, the Zyra CC, overall, that's the fantastic point of the pick. Vici wanted to go in. That was their one time to shine. They had that one objective. We told them, just run at them. Run at them with all full force. But you know what? Zyra just said, hold on now. That's not going to happen. And IMA is going to be able to look to get towards this Baron.
Bengi has to be the steal of the century, but he's not there in time. Road was there to zone him away. 11-6, 60,000 gold to 54k. I may have complete control now over this game, and Vici, the band-aid is worn thin. It's falling off. It's peeling off, Raz.
Yeah, that's when the core issues are coming across for Vici. It's like, even with the composition that we thought was going to be easy mode, not too easy mode. Long and easy Hoon, bop, bop, bop. They keep falling up. That just, it's like they were just not moving for about 3 seconds flat. Meanwhile, Ivern getting caught out in the bottom side of the map, so he's dead. Just like looking at the real-time play here, so this is not looking good for Vici in the replay and in real life.
And imagine if Varus had picked Grass. That was 2 kills right there.
Yeah, it was. That's the second game in a row.
I know. Gotta start picking it at some points in time, but I get it when my supporter. To be honest, in a game like this, when Road is actually playing Zyra, this is the time where you could pick their Fire Touch.
Yep.
But it doesn't really matter. I mean, that's what, 2 more kills on 12 kills and such a big advantage. Like,
KDA matters, man.
yeah, it does.
That's the
7-0
difference, the
and
MVP
2.
or
That's
not.
the MVP, especially when you're Jin Zhao. You want to start racking those up. You know, take this one away from Ben 4, because this is a man challenging for it right now. Amazing J, great roams in this game. You've got to pad your stat line.
Yep.
You've got to get in there, have that infinite KDA top lane. Look at that poke damage. I want to see this man's damage at the end of this game, because he's doing too much. Vici, this is their time to shine. This is their last chance for the Loon to come back into this. Juan P, he hit R. He told Long to go in, but they're just a little too far behind. They may have done enough to keep the tower alive for the next 20 seconds, but there's going to be another minion wave here, Raz.
Yeah, and Kha'Zix is pushing on the mid-minion wave, so right there, someone has to deal with it. Anybody, it looks like it's going to be Sivir, but with the wave coming in, you know what, it doesn't even matter at that point. They had the option, but they decided it was a bit too risky because a few of them were far too low.
But the tower is on its last legs, and if you look towards the bottom lane, that's standing gold at this point. They can easily take that one away from the team of Aime. And Vici, they're on wave clear duty once more. Juan P, very similar position to last game. He's just upgraded his sniper rifle into a boomerang. So while he's able to do that, he's not really able to deal the damage that we want to see from him. His ricochets aren't even landing onto Jin Down Road because they're so separated from the front line of Amazing J and Ben 4. They're never going to reach them. So
yeah, and
massive problem.
Here's the thing with Sean P. If you look at the stat line, he's always hitting the top with his CS per minute. He's CSing like a madman. But the problem is that's all he's doing. That's what it comes down to, because Vici, I mean, they're forcing this play, but here we go.
They have to make something happen.
Geez.
Rhodes low, he'll fall to Juan P. Good play from Hertong there to lock him up, but Juan P's low. He knows there's only one way, and it's forwards. Good spell shield. Amazing J is still on the back lines, but the piercing arrow will keep him outside of the fight. Long is locked up. Long goes down into the Guardian Angel. Bengi caught off, and he's isolated from the pack, and that's where the alien will strike. Ben 4 finds him. Ben 4 takes him out. He'll jump after Easy Hoon. What a turnaround! A great play from Ben 4. Reaction times were ready for that petrifying gaze. And he'll jump after the Miasma. He'll look for Easy Hoon. He'll send him back to base. And he'll make sure this is a clean-cut win for Aime.
Yeah, that just means that Easy Hoon's going to take a little bit longer to heal up. Sean P has to heal up too. So Aime, that's easy for them. They take game 2 on a clean 2-0 victory.
You said it yourself, Raz. The 2-0 here from Aime, crushing Vici. The Band-Aid was simply not enough. The Nexus falls.
My goodness, that feels good for Aime. They just couldn't get a single win week after week. It just wasn't happening. And they come up against Vici Gaming and get a 2-0.
It's gotta feel good. And from the side of Vici, crushed faces. Many a series have gone to 3 games. This was a straight-up 2-0.
Vici, I mean, they are going to feel really sad about this one, or angry either way. This is not going to be a good feeling, and the reason for it is because they had the games in both first and second. Second game, they had a gold lead at 12 minutes where they had a composition that was looking for those 20-minute, 30-minute victories, but they couldn't do it. There were a lot of points where they just didn't want to look to engage, but Aime, when they have that ball, they're going to go for it. They're going to go for the win.
And as Aime
hey, man,
fall over and take their bow, I know one man who will be feeling happy about that 2-0 win, and it's Rusty. Hello.
Hey. Yeah, definitely got it right. I feel like that was too easy to predict, Raz, so I'm a little bit disappointed in you. The major difference to me in this one is that it was much more predictable in the second game than the first one.
I just have faith. I mean, Vici, they were constantly taking these leads. They even did what we asked them to do to go for the team fight composition. They just realized that wasn't the problem.
Raz is a man of faith. Do not take his faith away
You're
from
allowed to
him.
have faith.
I don't think.
I just like being right.
I don't think I've actually had a single proper prediction so far. This in the week, significantly just losing these predictions.
Well, I haven't been counting Raz, and I'm sure other people haven't, but now that you've said it, people will be going back at those VODs and seeing how many predictions you got right, which unfortunately doesn't seem to be many. So you have many more chances there. We have 2 more series today, so look forward to that one, Raz. You will be on the desk with us. So I have faith in you, that you have faith in these teams, so we'll see if they can happen. But bringing it back to this game, Aime just played an Aime game. You know, the fact that they fell behind early in the first game but came back in this one essentially had control for the whole game. Like, you see at the, 15-minute mark, Vici just completely lost control.
There was a lot more positives to take from the early game for IMA in this one. Firstly, when we look at their drafts, they had push priority in the top lane.
Yep.
Amazing J being available to leave that top lane and get a roam off is actually a big proponent as to why they could slow down Bengi, because he went for a very greedy first clear. He cleared the half, set it up, and then recalled, cleared the bottom half. So the fact that they caught him actually kept Ben4 closer than it could have otherwise been by the time they wasted turning towards him. You saw the Kazakhs flash at level 3, like they needed that kill.
Well, I wanted to see what Jin Zhao's damage dealt to champions was. Not sure I wanted to see that. 30,000 damage. And actually long in the top lane, 20k over to him. He was doing work.
Yeah,
but
honestly, he was the only man who could actually enter these teams.
yeah, he was the only one in the fight.
Yeah.
So yeah, it makes a lot of sense. But Jin Zhao put in a killer performance. And Raz, I'll give you this opportunity. Who do you think is going to get the MVP? Is it going to be Jin Zhao in the bottom lane with all that damage out? Will it be Ben, who had a flawless KDA?
Yeah, Ben did incredibly well. I would say it's going to be Jin Zhao. It has to be. The reason why, I mean, it's too easy. Too easy in the sense the guy did a lot of damage. The guy has a lot of kills. I'm going for the easy win on this one. The shameless, the shameless MVP. I'm sure they're going to showcase a lot of his arrows piercing a lot of people. I was saying that's it.
And suddenly Road gets it. And that's I think, like, I definitely agree with you. I think that the AD carry should get the MVP. Jin Zhao did play fantastically. He was getting all of the kills. You saw the damage that he dealt, but there was also a lot of team play from the rest of the side that really set him up for that. So the Zyra being able to disengage, Nautilus disengage, as well as Kazakhs leveling up the W first.
Yeah.
All three things really positive signs to keep them in their team fights and get those mid-game
That's a
skirmishes.
great point. Like, talking about the team play from IMA, that's, I think, a lot of what we saw lacking from the lineup in general. We see a player like Ben4, who he's the highlight hunter. He's looking to go in, go 10-0, carry the team on his back. He played very much a team game. Went for the W with all first, set up these kills, got the isolation, and at the end, yes, he was tearing people up, but it was about the team game. And that's a constant theme we saw through both Game 1 and Game 2.
Yeah, and with other teams, when you see, like, for instance, WE, when we say they work as a team very well, they still have one very massive star, right? But then when we see IMA play, I mean, sure, a few people do it, but it feels like IMA is a tried and true team where they do succeed as a team, where they do come in team fights as a team and really win out. So it is very difficult to come out and point out an MVP. Though Zyra did have a lot of proper massive ultis.
And believe it or not, I think we actually have a replay to discuss about their team fighting prowess and how they're all able to protect the Varus and all of the damage that he's able to deal. The first thing is that Ben4 has a Hex Drinker. They seem to forget that. All of this is wasted and he just goes over the wall. But look at the Zyra zone here, able to actually allow them to do damage. Jin Zhao in this perfect position then because they're just focusing Ben4. Like, the fact that Ben4 goes for Hex Drinker, the fact that he levels W up first, and that the Zyra and the Nautilus are able to get in front of their carries means that they're set up to do all of this stuff for free.
Okay, there we go, Ben4. Wait, is that a 100%? Oh, that's probably kill participation. That's probably what that is.
Yeah, you're 0 for 1 on that prediction. It wasn't easy, apparently, Raz. So,
I mean, to be fair, that was going to be difficult.
Yeah, it was going to be a 1 in 3 chance, to be fair.
Yeah.
Ben4 definitely put in some work. And yeah, that flawless KDA and the fact that he had 100%. It can't have been 100% kill participation. He definitely missed out on one of them.
Yeah, somewhere. I'm going to have to
Rusty,
search
do you speak fluent Mandarin? Can you tell me?
100% MVPs.
There we go. I got it. Yeah.
It happened at the end of the day. We haven't.
I have no idea.
Yeah, but no, props to Ben for the fact that we saw a very different playstyle from him. We already highlighted it. The fact that he wasn't just going in and that was his only route into the game. It wasn't just a Lee Sin performance. It wasn't a Rengar performance. It was something that had different ways to come into it.
And the thing that I actually wanted to bring about when we looked at the draft from IMA and how this is actually a clever decision of them is to have that evolve first and whatnot is because look at the team they're against. Firstly, Cassiopeia, and secondly, Sivir. Varus outranges both of those.
Yeah.
Varus is going to do a lot of damage because he builds lethality in 7.3 and beyond, and that's your job as a lethality stacker is to kill carries. So by being able to recognize this firstly and then build accordingly and level up accordingly to protect this fact play around this win condition definitely set them up perfectly. Not only that, they were doing 1-3-1s. They were splitting, trying to tear apart Vici on the map whilst the 3 was still the strength, and that's where they shine. A Zyra and a Kazakhs protecting the Varus.
Yeah, the 1-3-1 is crucial, and I think in the team fight aspect, we even saw in the replay, the one massive factor with Vici and how they misplayed that team fight is that they didn't. If you look towards Maokai, if he pushed them off, the biggest point is that he did look to flash W really, really deeply. And what that did cost him in terms of the team fight was that suddenly Athena's like, okay, well, I mean, I'm completely free. Before I was completely zoned out of the fight, but now I can walk in as Ryze, which means so much. So, if they're going to play a composition like this, they need to really.
Yeah, we went pretty deep on like the micro there between the two teams, but I want to take a step back and look at what this means for Vici as a whole, because a lot of the problems that we saw from them haven't really whatsoever. They tried to put a band-aid over in game 1 to game 2, but why not? Why wasn't this something that they looked at from a week-to-week thing? Why did they just say, okay, well, we're back up against it. Let's go back to super basics. Let's pick Sivir Maokai and just try and go in. Clearly, they had problems. The team fight that you just showcased there, Rusty, was just like, Long was so focused on, I have to kill Ben 4. And it's just like, you're a Maokai. This guy's a Kazik. It's not going to happen. About the time they started getting there, 40 minutes in, the game's over. IME closed it out.
Yeah, and here's the thing about that. That was initially Maokai TP to just secure the dragon. They didn't even want the fight. It just turned into, well, I guess this is going to be a pick. And the problem with Vici is that they never want the fight. It turns into a problem with them where they're never comfortable to look for a team fight. When they do, it's very, very awkward. And now they find themselves in the bracket where they're now 2-4, right beside a newbie who's playing okay. They're playing well. Now, relatively, they're playing better than how Vici is. So they have to worry about dropping even further in the ladder in their own group. So Vici, they do need to go back into scrims. And really, the only thing they need to focus on is how comfortable they play in team fights. Everything else, they don't need to work on anything else. They're a really smart team otherwise.
Yeah, I don't actually. I think they should work on communication, because that's the biggest thing that seems like team fight synergy, sure. But that's all a proponent of communication.
Yeah, it is.
So by teleporting in and acknowledging that they're just going for the Drake, why does Long then go twice onto a Kha'Zix? Why does he then flash forwards? Why is the support flashing as a Malzahar to take down Ben 4? It's these opportunistic plays where they think they've got something that they don't, but they're not communicating if it's the right decision.
Exactly, and even if it's the wrong decision, this is what IME's best at. Even if it's the wrong decision, they go in as a unit and completely do still pick up picks. So if Maokai does it, then completely commit as a team. So that's something they should do, and team fights help with that. But overall, go into a scrim and just really that's all you have to do is communication. That's it. They're right now suffering the most out of any other team when it comes to
and
that.
To me, Vici are the team that want to play like SKT the most. They want to be the reactive team that just makes you do bad things and they react to those bad things, but then they get high feed. They've got that random Chinese aggression that comes through occasionally and actually just goes forwards, and suddenly they're going in a fight they shouldn't be taking, and that's where they lose games. That's where they get punished. They have small incremental leads that they can grow through Bengi out jungling, through Easy Hoon being able to just outlane his opponent sometimes, but they always throw that away when it matters most.
But doesn't that make sense? Because they are essentially a half-breed. They have 2 people from SKT and the rest of them are Chinese, so it makes a lot of sense that they have these problems. So if we do get that synergy, maybe you get the best of both worlds like Hovis bred, but at the moment it's just the complete opposite. We're seeing all the problems that you have from both playstyles all over the team.
Yeah, and it just comes down to how much time do they actually have to work through this, because this is an issue where they can say, we'll just grind through communication. Like, for instance, Bengi's learning Chinese. It's not going to be off of Bengi anymore, or at least it's not going to be off of Easy Hoon anymore. It's going to be off of members who are more reliable, like hiring actual staff to do that. The problem with that's going to take a lot of time, right?
We're almost halfway through the split.
Yeah,
they don't have any more time. We're looking towards a playoff run. They just simply don't have that time.
I mean, to be fair, I've never seen a Korean join a team and say this is a first split decision. Like, it's always the second split decision. You pick them up at the start of the year for Worlds. MSI is like a secondary best thing that you could get. Perhaps you win in your local leagues, but it's always that I pick up Bengi this split because Easy Hoon wants him, because we want to go to Worlds as Vici Gaming. So I'm not surprised that communication's lacking right now. They are aiming for the second split in that respect, but they're still losing games now.
Yeah, and that's what it is. It feels like summer could be a very good point for them. Summer could be a very real. They can go to playoffs. They can go far. They don't even have to sack anybody in terms of position. So we'll see how it goes for them.
We'll see how it goes. We've got plenty of weeks ahead of us, but for now we are going to gear up for our next matchup of the day, which will be WE versus IG. Stay with us. We'll be back after this.
When the nights were long and the sky was painted black, had a broken soul. Then you came along, and I'm never looking back. Made a house a home. Now every time I close my eyes, I feel like I can fly. Like a butterfly.
everyone, and welcome back to day number 3 of our first week of cross-group play here at the LPL. We are getting ready for our next match, the second one of the day, in which WE, they're no longer World Elite, are taking on Invictus Gaming. And I'm just getting a little ahead of myself in referring to them as World Elite because this is an old rivalry. You look at the sort of history of these two teams, it goes back a really long time. So I'm just sort of calling back to that old WE.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of the tried and true CLG TSM in North America, where both of these teams, they've been around for a long time. You go back to Season 2, both of the teams were at Season 2 World Championships, where WE went and had their long string of success. And guess who kicked them off that throne? It was IG. Yeah. Back at home. So they know each other very well. Obviously, they have different players here. I think the only player that remained was Kid. But either way, it's the organization that really sinks through.
That's the biggest thing. I mean, like, yes, we have this organizational rivalry, but, like, none of the players are the same. So it's like, how do they actually react and interact between each other? It's still a very hype matchup, but for different reasons, right?
Exactly. And it's sort of like the actual TSM-CLG rivalry. Like, players are swapping sides, and we've got different coaches and different organizations, but it's still like the heart of the rivalry is still here. So this is a very important match for both of these teams. And, of course, they're getting to come into this match with both of the teams off of successive 2-0 victories from Thursday.
Yeah, they did. IG, I was more impressed with, and I'll hop on the Froscurian hype train there because, I mean, she was saying this was perfect League of Legends, and I completely agree. From what we've seen so far in the 2017 season of LPL, they played a clean game, and in both terms of macro and micro. So if they play in the same way today up against WE, who are a very big test in themselves, the fact that they are so consistent and we saw them play their own game in their own set, then that will be a real big test. And if they do the same today, IG could be one of the strongest, if not the strongest in the LPL.
And here's the thing about WE is that they still have that Xiaogu set pretty much looming over them. That was their one loss that they had. Right now they're ahead in terms of the games that they've actually played against Xiaogu Reapers, so technically they're still in second place. Yeah. But looking at this, they had a very clean game up against Snake, a really weird Snake, but they were playing in their own style. 7.3, it felt like they understood it the most in how it related to them. Graves is a massive pick for them. Maokai or Nautilus, either way, 957 is playing a massive tank in the top side of the map. This is a style that they played last year to such success. So looking at it now, it's something it's very comfortable for them. So going up against IG, this is going to be a great clash.
Yeah, comfort is something that's going to be super important going into this matchup. Of course, against the sort of rivalry of this organization, the fact that it goes back for so long. And of course, getting these wins are also super important. They're both at 4 and 2 in the standings across group. Both of these teams at second place with no competitor. I think just behind IG, the next team is at 3 and 2, and for WE on the other side, I think I might have those switched. In fact, they're at like 2 and 3. So wins here for these beginning cross-group plays, so very important before they start to take on the slightly easier teams.
Yeah, I think that's an ongoing narrative, right, for like all of the teams, but I think it means more in terms of these teams' development, right? Like if we see an IG turn up today, if we see a WE turn today, or even if they both turn up, then we could see them rocket up the standings weeks from now, you know? It's not just, hey, they've got the short-term goal. This could be the start of something great.
We're starting to see some clarity, though, and that's the biggest point, is that WE, IG, they're starting to just inch away from the rest of the pack. WE still has to kind of look back at Xiaogu and worry just a little bit, but IG, being able to take down LGD, move on forward to the cross group, and start to really take on these teams going forward. So, I mean, this is a big one for these teams. WE, they still need to move forward, but I think they're really just top 4 in the league at the moment. I think they could be one of the best. But with that being said, they have to perform.
Of course. And the big thesis that we came away from with yesterday and really has been coming back up over and over again this weekend is how teamwork is greater than individual talent. These were the teams that sort of sparked that discussion on Thursday, and now they're going head-to-head against each other.
Yeah, I mean, it's perfectly even right now, Don. We came in today, and it was just like, well, both teams are 2-2. So actually, does teamwork trump individual play? We don't know until we actually see these teams play. So I can't really hand it to one team or the other. But a voice in my head named Rusty did tell me to vote for WE. So I'm going to put it over to that team today.
Okay.
Well, that feels like no one's going to go for IG, because I also think it's going to be WE. I think the composition's working really well for them, or at least how 7.3 is working. It's going to be really tough for them because obviously Kid and Rookie are working so well together, but if they can get over that mountain then they should be able to take this set.
Yeah, I mean, my eyes are definitely going to be on Kid as well. He was one of the first to really get on the Rengar hype train in Week 1 and Week 2 of the LPL at 7.1. Now 7.3, of course. Graves, it seems like he's the new hotness. Perhaps Kid can show that he's still on top of the meta. And these pick ban phases are going to be so important to make sure he gets that sort of freedom.
I think IG have the most dynamic pick ban we have seen in a very long time. That Kid is looking towards. He went towards the Nidalee last time that we saw him, and this team is not afraid to go towards assassins in the mid lane like Katarinas. They are picking up Lulu more easily now. They were the first team in the LPL to really go towards that champion because it really helped out the rest of the map for them. So this is going to be interesting straight from pick ban because now WE, they seem to have the most. You can kind of predict what they're going for. Meanwhile, you can't really predict IG's picks.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. Like, that was some real innovation we saw from the lineup, but I want to hold my tongue for a second, right? Because, like, IG, we saw this great round from this great pick and ban, but we saw the same thing from LGD when they came out of Lunar New Year. It was like, damn, this was a really inventive pick and ban. Clearly, they thought about this. You get into later weeks, and it's just like, well, the same creativity wasn't necessarily there. So was that a one-off from IG? Was this something that they'll continue? And that will be revealed in the first picks and bans today.
Yeah, definitely going to be keeping our eyes on that. Now, another concern that we have coming up a little bit for IG was last time we saw them play against IME. They did take the series against IME 2-0. However, game number 1 was a real slugfest. They really struggled to crack the base despite taking an early advantage. And we know WE's propensity to, once they fall behind, just sort of turtling up, sitting back, and waiting. Do you think this could be a potential weakness of IG?
I think it's a strength for WE. I mean, in the sense that WE, their turtle, right? Usually they think, oh, their offensive capabilities have some problems, but then they just rely on Condi because whenever it comes down to WE, it's like, okay, let's go to Baron because they're not really doing anything in their turtling. But Condi can go for those Baron steals. He does it so consistently that it suddenly has to be a discussion that it's like, yeah, this is a thing. He's called the sudden Baron because the reason is there for a reason.
Yeah. He's actually, I don't know what the son of a Baron actually is. Is it like a Duke or like a Bear Baron or something?
We're going to have to ask
like following down the actual.
I was looking towards the historian right here, and he was looking at me, and I was like, I don't know, man. Like,
I don't know the lore too well, so I feel like you got to ask someone in the lore department, and they're going to give you something.
Does that make him Rift Herald?
Oh, right.
To be honest, mate, you tell me.
Rift Herald is a scuttle crap. Anyways, getting back to the matchup, to continue on the fact, yes, WE, they're great at turtling up, they're great at defending. Invictus Gaming, we've seen them sort of struggle against teams that turtle like this. Are they going to look for just a swift, decisive end the game? Or do you think they could use this as an opportunity to expand upon that weakness?
IG's a pretty clear cut for me. Fairly recently, it seems like when they do get leads, they can clean it out pretty well in terms of how they play around Baron. Their Baron game looks pretty damn good. So that's one of the biggest worries for me because once you do take out the inner towers, you have to look towards the objective, be it Dragons, be it Elder Dragon Baron. And I think that WE will look, if they are falling behind, they will look to play towards that point. Hell, if they're even ahead of the pace, they'll slow the game down and look towards playing towards Baron and Dragon. So the team fights are going to be the biggest one for me. And if WE can hold firm in the early game, because IG has a fair amount of queue compositions that will rotate towards the bottom.
And that's pretty much it, Raz, because I remember saying the other day the exact line that WE, I don't care what they're doing for most of the game because I have faith that they're going to do the right thing. And that's coming into this game where IG need to have a backup plan. It's like, pick another pick composition, do something like that. Don't just funnel into, we have to get an advantage early game. If not, we're going to lose it because WE will hunker down. They will turtle. We've reused that theme, but that's exactly what they are. They are massive Galapagos turtles. So you need to make sure that you have a backup plan against them.
Yeah, and meanwhile, looking through the rosters, same lineup from WE, 957, Condi Xie, along with Mystic and Ben in the bottom. Still no sign of Zero after he left after that first week. Invictus Gaming on the other side. You've got Duke in the top with Kid in the jungle, Rookie in the mid, Marge and Megan once again in the bottom lane.
And even just going back to Ben, Ben is a grinder in solo queue, so he's very driven, and that's the biggest point. Sometimes when you question the support pool from WE, sometimes it's like, well, Zero doesn't really look to play a lot of solo queue. Sometimes if he's in a losing team, you're like, well, that's not a problem with WE, but you can tell that he's losing motivation. Having Ben on the sub lineup, being able to say he's going to pressure you, and now he's on the starting lineup, and you see he's just performing.
Oh yeah.
So it's a good change for WE. They can even go back to Zero if they feel like it's needed and if they need that experience.
But it's definitely about the bot lane that I think we need to focus on because Marge and Megan, they've been turning up as well. The fact that IG have been playing towards the bottom side, and even if they leave the bottom side alone, they are self-sufficient. And that's what we saw from them because they were able to deal with themselves and with their opponents. You go up against a man like Mystic, who was having a knockout performance from the other day. He was a major threat on that Jhin. So I think the bottom lane in their interactions and actually seeing A, which team gets ahead, and B, who transitions later into the game will be a massive portion of this game.
Yeah, and whenever a team goes up against IG, usually you're pulled into the whole jungle mid lane synergy. Let's see if who wins out in this battle, who can really take them down. And this time around, you're right. Marge and Megan have been playing fantastically well this week, and that, or at least just as a general point. And so looking back at them and saying, how are they doing in their own lane? Now Ashe is a big contested pick since Varus has been banned quite frequently. Not today apparently, but that's a big contested pick, and so that's right down IG's wheelhouse, and he's been playing fantastically on it.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to be keeping an eye on specifically the mid lane and the jungle and how they interact with that sort of bottom lane as well, if that's something that they do. Of course, IG could always go back to the strategies that worked for them in the past and just ignore the bottom lane, get Rookie ahead. You know you've got Duke in the top lane, so you're probably fine up there. Just sort of focus on snowballing that top side of the map.
You say that, but it feels like IG, they're a changed team. I was about to say they're a changed man.
Changed Ryan.
Yeah, they're a changed team once they got Megan onto that team.
They've seen some stuff.
But Megan really showed them the light. So really, even if they don't want to play towards bottom lane, Megan will look to just leave Marge onto an island and go towards the mid lane and really help out Rookie. So he has been a great asset to the team. So it's great to see Marge, or at least Megan, versus Ben. Now, fun fact, Ben, former IG member, and it feels like whenever we talk about a new support, it's always someone has to have played for IG, because IG did really cycle through a lot of supports, and Ben didn't really work out well for IG. In fact, when we were talking about Marge and Megan before that, it was Marge and Ben. Marge and Ben was introduced into the IG, and it didn't work out. They kicked out Ben. Now Ben has had the second opportunity to go up against IG, up against his former lane partner in Marge, and that's going to be that's going to be hype. I'm going to be ready for that.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for me here, Raz, is just how dynamic IG are and the fact that bot lane can go off, but then you're also looking towards Rookie. Like, what's he got cooking in the mid lane? What's he got ready for us in 7.3, right? Like, is the talent going to come out once more?
I hope so.
And we look towards the top lane, and Duke's just like this bubblegum chewing badass. So, like, maybe he can also turn up. Regardless, I do think it's going to be the consistent team win of WE.
Alrighty, we'll hold you to that pulse. We will go ahead and say goodbye to your analysis for now as we get ready to get into picks and bans for our first game of WE versus Invictus Gaming. Immediately, the Varus ban away from Invictus Gaming, along with Jace, LeBlanc, and Rengar banned away from Kid. That means Camille and Varus are the follow from WE, and Graves is actually going to make it through as Kha'Zix is the next ban.
Yeah, it's interesting. Graves going through. That has to be a first pick. Condi will 100% pick that. That's a priority that WE has already shown this week. So you have to believe that they go towards it, unless if there's another pick that is looming. But you know what they're going to say? Okay. Malzahar, even though the support picks are all well and available.
Yeah, they decide to prioritize the Malzahar over Graves. We just talked about it. Kid, he's on top of this. He knows what's really strong in these patches.
That's interesting because, I mean, that's one of the adaptations they made in a previous set where WE did just say, you know what, Malzahar is easier to play around. Once you do hit level 6, then you just go for fights. It doesn't matter if you lose shove in lane. Suddenly your 15 minutes roam squad that you have towards mid to bot lane, it's much easier to work around. It makes the jungle pick simpler too. You don't have to rely on a least pick to go for these these pick compositions.
As it is, however, Zyra is the first pickup from Invictus Gaming, and then Maokai for Duke right thereafter. So they're not showing too much, and Graves will in fact fall to the third round of picks, as Condi is going to be the one to scoop that one up.
It makes sense for IG to pick up Zyra in the first rotation of the pick ban, or at least first phase of it. That's just going to get banned out. Usually teams will hold the support pick for the third pick so they can look to, or at least even the second phase, so they can look to pinch out the supports to make solidify a bot lane shove. But WE are just going to go for the Jhin and Malzahar combination that we've seen quite a bit. And Mystic is a fantastic Jhin. We've seen a lot of times in which he's able to get a lot of key and core W snares. Just kind of predict people's dash time and time again.
Yeah. So mid lane is going to fall through this set of picks, and we still haven't seen a top lane quite yet out of WE. As it looks like bottom lane is the priority from these two so far. Now Rise is going to follow it up as the next ban from Invictus Gaming. WE, they can either pressure Rookie or they can pressure Kid. Looks like they're going to target the weaker of the two in Kid.
Yeah, so IG, I mean, you don't really want to look to pressure out the mid lane pick, especially since WE can look to pick it up a little later on in the second phase as well. That's both a contested pick for both teams. So IG, it makes a lot of sense that they would look to hide their jungle and mid lane pick, especially since Kid has shown the ability to look towards that Nidalee pick. So suddenly it doesn't matter if he's saying I'm comfortable being able to play as many junglers. So the Rengar is down, the Graves is not available, Kha'Zix and Elise are down, so maybe Lee Sin, but I haven't really seen Lee Sin coming out of Kid.
Yeah, there actually doesn't appear that there was a ban out of Invictus Gaming. You can see some of the folk on WE giving it a couple laughs there. Seems like they might have missed their ban. No calls to the referee just yet. 10 seconds left on the clock if WE ban this one in.
That's happened a few times. Sometimes people just, you have such a long discussion in your pick bans that you just lose a ban because, you know what, 30 seconds, it feels like it's a long time, but I mean, compared to the last year in pick ban, it used to be much longer. So it just time just kind of catches up with it.
Do you think WE made the exact same mistake?
It could just be tactical at that point. They do want to leave up some motions, but either way, even I never like to call it tactical, but at that point you can just start to ban away what you don't like to see. Like for instance, if you're WE, you know that, there we go. So it is a mistake. But
it seems like there was an error.
It had to be. So it's one of those areas where you're like, even if there isn't a key core pick, a blind pick option you don't want to ban, you can just say, hey, you know what? I don't like this guy playing Fizz. This guy's a Fizz player. I'm a ban Fizz.
The very deliberate targeted ban, the sending a message ban.
Yeah, but the target bans are always an option as well, even if it's like, for instance, for Nectin, take that pick out if you want. But of course, the top lane pick is already available. It's just the mention of saying there's always a ban you can go for, and that's a good discussion to have because there have been a lot of regions that lose out their bans, and they're not as forgiving in the LPL where they don't just remake pick ban off that.
There's always a reason to ban at least something.
Yeah.
As the team's going to have to reset and remake the lobby. We'll find out what happened and get back to you in just a moment. But for the time being, they are going to hop right back into Champion Select and run through. So from what we've seen, Invictus Gaming, once again, prioritizing that bottom lane, relatively self-sufficient with that Zyra Ashe. You've got some long engage, you've got some high damage, and you've got disengage if you get ganked as well. But WE are doing the same. They've also got some long-range poke and harass with the Jhin and Malzahar. Not so much disengage, but I'm certain they could run away from Kid once he starts leaping down there.
Yeah, so what I like to focus on for WE's pick ban is that, we see their bottom lane. That's 100% guaranteed. Jhin, Malzahar versus Ashe Zyra. Ashe Zyra is a pick that we've seen for seasons after seasons. It kind of started with C9 in the North American LCS, and it was just a pick where you have so much bullying in the lane. It's you can not only do you bully out the lane passively because you could just shove out with volley, hit them from far distances, kind of look to snare and kind of use your plans to eke an advantage. But also it just sets up a lot of priorities. Suddenly you can look for a gank in the bottom lane, and it would be very easy to set up because Ashe ulti into maybe even just the Zyra snare, and that's a fantastic pick off for yourself. So. That's the strength of Ashe Zyra. Meanwhile, Jhin and Malzahar, they're just going to cop a lot of pressure, and they're going to look for team fights, and that's what WE wants to look for.
So what can we expect out of the actual style that these teams are expecting to play, seeing that they're prioritizing their bottom lanes so early on in the draft? Is this a case of we're getting these bottom lanes because we expect them to carry, or because we are sort of ignoring them or forgetting them?
I think it just comes down to the fact that WE, they recognize what comps they need to get through. So it's once again, we have this discussion about WE being a lot more predictable, where Jhin, Malzahar, they throw it out of the way because it's not very important to them. It doesn't matter if they have shove priority. They just want to pick for composition, and Mystic has shown himself to be a great Jhin player. Malzahar has been a pick for WE that they're starting to really like, even though the nerfs came through, that suddenly, you can roam around the map, and even though you have a Graves that has no CC, you're still going to get the pick because Malzahar is level 6.
Yeah.
So that's great for them, and even if their top lane turns out to be a Nautilus, that adds to more pick pressure. So overall, I think WE, they're just trying to methodically go through what their comfort picks are, and IG is trying to be as flexible as possible because they want to hold down for the primary position for a possible mid lane pick. So they're just trying to create as good of a situation for a rookie as possible. Jungle still needs to be picked as well, so I'm still questioning what Kid has in the back of his head.
Yeah, well, he's going to have to show us something here as we're getting all the way back to the point where we were before Pick and Ban were being remade. It seems like that was an incorrect ban.
Yeah,
Not entirely certain if it was the Elise or the Rise that was targeted.
I think it was the ban of nothing. I think the fact that they realized, okay,
Yeah.
I think it's one of the empty bans. We'll have to see if it is.
So the Rise is going to follow through once again, and the Elise will follow it up. Okay, so Invictus Gaming did want to target out Xie's Orianna
Okay,
instead of letting that get through.
that makes sense. It makes sense because at this point, IG, they want the best counter pick as possible, and the Nidalee ban comes through. They're just trying to completely target out IG because, or at least Kid. Kid has a massive pool, theoretically, but if you just keep hitting him, then what is he going to go for? It's going to be the Lee Sin.
Yeah.
He's going to have to showcase if he is a Lee Sin player.
Falls back to something a lot more stable with
Stable.
that sort of pick.
I don't know if it's stable for him. I don't know if he can play the champion.
Well, I mean, if he broke out Nidalee, I feel like Nidalee is just as
But he-
intensive, if not more.
But he played it. No, the thing with Nidalee is that you can just, if you hit a spear, you jump on the person, that's fine. If you're Lee Sin, it's like, okay, I got the kick. Now I have to
You just
immediately
have
get
to land
for
the
the
Sonic
ward.
Wave.
Yeah, but you have to land the, I'm talking about the ward hop kicks.
Hey,
that's more
Practice tool is a thing now.
Okay, but has he practiced Lee Sin? I'm not going to argue
We're
with
going to find
you
out.
on this one.
We're going to find out.
But I'm saying he hasn't played it competitively, and that's an issue. And so, for Kid, you know, he got targeted out. We'll have to see if he's good at Lee Sin. But meanwhile, the mid lane pick for IG is being held, you know, nice and comfortable. They even banned out Rise and Orianna, which are the safe blind picks.
Yeah, they're setting Rookie up for something strong now that he knows he has to take it into Xie's Syndra, as Nautilus is going to be the final pickup for 957,
Yeah.
as you predicted.
Echo is probably going to be the mid lane pick. At this point, if you're IG, Rookie is a fantastic Echo player. Katarina could be it as well.
We've seen him take it into this matchup before. Rookie, one of the few mid laners to really see success on Katarina.
Yeah, either way, if you, the mobility means a lot. It's going to be the Katarina pick, so that's going to be fun to cast. Yeah, Katarina, Echo. The problem with this lane for Syndra is that you have so much mobility, you have to predict where she hops to. If you can't predict properly, you can't snare him down. And Katarina is just going to throw blades at your face. So
Yeah, I mean, we've already seen some mid laners so very effective at chucking the stun at the dagger. The moment you see that Katarina gets low, you have to sort of preactively read the Shunpo to safety, and if you can catch her with the stun on the way out, that's an easy kill. Still, one of Katarina's biggest problems, crowd control. There is an Unleashed Power, there is a Malzahar, and there is a Nautilus, not to mention significant amounts of burst damage, so Rookie's going to have to prove that he is faster than the abilities being chucked at him.
yeah, that's a worry in the mid game. That's a worry in the late game. My worry here is Graves is fantastic into Katarina simply because he can walk in and just completely auto attack her to death. The worry for Katarina is if she's constantly pressuring the lane, that is very predictable. You have to call in Kid to really help him out. So now the question is the 2v2 fine? Graves should have the advantage here to be able to help Syndra, and Syndra, even though she doesn't get the stun, she still has a bit of damage on her. So the worry is that Katarina might just get camped. So what happens if Kat gets camped? Worry is now it's all the pressure is on Kid. How's his Lee Sin gonna work out here? Is it up to snuff?
I mean, there are also the other lanes as well. I can't believe I'm saying this. In the event that Rookie does not find enormous success, and against a player of Xie's caliber, we're not expecting him to really just crush lane. There is a very strong bottom lane setup from Marge and Megan, and then you've also got Duke on Maokai as well. Maokai is still a monster, so yes, I think Kid is going to be important, but putting the entire weight of the game on Kid's shoulders?
Well, it depends. That's the style of IG. So your point is good in the sense that Ashe and Zara they have the freedom, they have the ability to shove out in the lane. So technically they can help out mid as well, or maybe even Katarina, if she's not having a good time, she can help out bot.
Yeah.
So Ashe and Zara is going to have a lot of options in what they can do. So the big question is what are they going to do as well, but also it just comes down to it. The 2v2 has always been strong in IG. That has been their major strength in the season so far.
In this season. In the past, not so much.
Well, the season matters.
Yes, yeah.
So this is what it comes down to.
Exactly, yeah. But I guess that is the comparison, the fact that we can say now that Invictus Gaming's bottom lane is in fact very strong, as they get a lot of harass.
Yeah, not much comes out of it, thankfully.
And Megan starts setting up some seedlings. So they are going to get the early recall to be filled back up to full health. But this is WE versus Invictus Gaming. Both teams at 4-2 right now, a precursor to tomorrow's match of the week, when we get to see both of the first place teams, RNG take on EDG. But here, we get to see the second place teams, WE versus IG.
Oh, the Maokai Raptor defenses. This is my favorite part of 7.3.
Is he tossing any saplings? He's still sitting on full mana. He's not actually tossing any.
Yeah, but
It's a
W is
bait.
gonna walk in.
An elaborate ruse.
Let's see if he starts W. It's hilarious.
Okay, he turns it back
Q.
around. That's the the Q. And Kid actually goes in. 957 procs the courage as Kid goes low and is forced to back away. Thunderlords is going to hit Kid and force him to walk out. Duke is exhausted. Meanwhile, on the bottom, Megan is trying to run for his life. He flashes, but he's going to go down. First blood to Mystic. Wow. Neither of the teams showing any respect to each other in the first 2 minutes.
WE, I mean, this is when IG recognized, oh wait, we have a completely inferior level 1 in the 3v3. Well, a bad plan. Let's get out of here. Not gonna work out, and we completely missed what happened in the bottom side of the map. And this is what Condi does so great. When he gets a massive advantage, we saw what he did to Mint earlier on this week when he had it. He just walks up at you. Now let's see what happens here. The stun comes through. That's a level 1 W. So Mystic recognized the shot was gonna hit, and he gets the final shot to kill out Megan. No one expects it because you think the bouncing bullet's gonna be what he maxed.
The level 1 deadly flourish.
Yeah.
Interesting. And Mystic coming out strong with that first blood, and Kid finding himself very far behind. He's trying to take his blue buff right now, but already you can see Mystic and Ben were trying to sneak forward and secure some vision. The fan vote is roughly split. 65% of fans are favoring IG, but the old guard remains strong, and WE fans are rejoicing at the first blood that they were able to acquire.
Yeah, they're going to be happy about that. And the bottom lane helped. Ooh. Oh, get out of here. But yeah, the bottom lane looking to check up on what Lee Sin was doing was a success. They saw that the blue buff was pulled into the bush, and that's all they really needed to see. They recognized that Lee Sin is in that area. So now WE, or at least it's going to be a lot easier for Condi. Condi is a man that will check the enemy jungler if he has a lead. He won't look to ever trade pressure. Oh, no. I don't want to see this.
Yeah, Rookie is just trying to trade back against Xie. His bottom lane is down a kill. His jungle is down a major buff, and his top lane had to use teleport early to get right back in. Really, the only lane that was able to get in relatively unmolested was Rookie.
Yeah, and it's the biggest point about that is that the last time we saw this massive level 1 error coming from IG, Rookie was on that Talia, and he fell. And he fell because the enemy team went straight towards a march.
Yeah, just continuing to burn down to the malefic visions. Not having a great time in that bottom lane, as it looks like Mystic and Ben are just trying to harass so much and further expand that advantage. It's not resulted in any sort of items just yet from Mystic, so despite having that additional 400 gold, it's not yielding any combat stats just yet. Kid, however, is going to invade very quickly onto Condi's side of the jungle to take those Krugs.
That's going to mean a lot in the sense that if Kid can get this and not be seen, then Graves perhaps won't go for the Krugs on the top side, but Graves is going to do it. That's what Condi's best at, especially since Nautilus has been shoving topside. So the worry is that if Condi makes the wrong decision to path towards the bottom side, then he would just lose a lot of experience because he won't have anything to farm. But no, he's answering quite well.
Yeah, Condi's already just being a big meanie. Full 2 levels ahead of Kid right now as he steals away the Raptor camp. Graves so quick at clearing it up already. And Kid, misses the Sonic Wave and sees Condi on the way out.
Now, what Condi should do right now, he should walk towards topside. He knows that Krugs is available topside. He should just challenge Kid here because Kid is going to lose a lot of HP. Here we go.
Yeah, Condi's right there, dashes over. He finds himself a Lee Sin, and still with double buff, he's going to start sneaking away this camp. And there's nothing Duke can do as the minion wave is pushed up by 957, who was able to get an early recall.
And that's the strength of WE's draft, where Nautilus is going to have the shove top. And being able to have that means that Condi, he can always walk towards the top side freely because 957 should always be there for him.
Yeah, Kandi's going to hop over. He's not even going to clear out the remnants of that camp. It's up to Duke to finish those up, which means he can't contest the minion waves. And that allows 957 to continue pushing it up. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Marge and Megan continuing to trade back and forth. Finally, Mystic was able to get a recall off, so that is a very early finish serrated Dirk boots to go with his longsword start, whereas Marge sitting on a cull, going for the long-term investment. Gotta catch himself back up.
Yeah, but he has 8 left on it, thankfully.
That is 80.
Oh no.
It doesn't show the
Oh,
digits.
that's sad.
Yeah.
I was like, wait a minute.
He bought it like 3 minutes ago.
I was surprised.
There have
I'm
not even been.
Hey, I just believed in it, okay?
Yeah.
Even though I saw the 44 CS, I was like, the close says 8. That's
Yeah.
what I was like, all right. Oh, here we go, though.
Oh, Kid's actually going to gank bottom here. That's Flash used by Megan. As Marge continues to chase, gets the slow.
Oh!
Kid sidesteps the snare. And with the experience from the dead minions in lane, is able to get level 5, but they will now spot out Kandi, who's bottom as well, and is very close to level 6.
Yeah, and that's really worrying to Kid, because if this play doesn't work out, then Kandi will come out ahead. Ooh.
They're actually collapsing on Kandi. Rookie is on his way down as well. Level 7 to level 5 with the completed Bilgewater Flash engage.
Oh
Rookie's
God.
looking for the solo kill, and he gets it. Styles upon Kandi, says, you take my jungler's farm, I take your life.
Yeah, Graves had no way to get out of that one. As you mentioned, the Bilgewater, to be able to get that, the Cutlass to be able to get that kill because he had the damage and the slow to be able to keep him in place. It's too good. Now Rookie has a kill on his name, and Graves is back at base. So that means that Lee Sin will be able to have time to just go back to his own camps. Red is up and available, so
Yeah,
he's going to be able to take that one.
Just spawned, so he's finally getting a chance to get back to it. Still not quite level 6 just yet, but with his recall, he's only going to find himself one longsword and the completed tracker's knife. So still only about 700 gold behind, which isn't that bad when you consider the start that he had to this game.
Yeah, I mean, it's getting better. That's definitely true. Big question is, once he starts to get to that level 6, or at least once Lee Sin gets to level 6, he's got it now. He has to have an impact. Impact has to come through mid, because now Rookie's actually doing quite well for himself. He was able to pressure mid earlier on. He's just even in CS, if not a little higher now. There we go. So now that Rookie's far ahead, Kid has to look to work alongside with him to impact the bottom lane, because that's still a little bit of pressure in Ashe and Zyra's favor, even though they're pretty far behind. And that should really start to get the game going in their favor.
Yeah. You can see Kid on the bottom right of your screen shot calling as best he can right now, communicating probably pretty heavily with Rookie and Megan in order to try to make something happen as Duke continues to sit on his island top lane, keeping 957 occupied. He's keeping up in CS despite that early teleport disadvantage. However, 957 at level 7 with teleport of his own, steps just out of vision. And with Ben roaming towards the mid lane, they could be looking for a play.
Yeah, there's not much WE can do in terms of looking for it. Ben is level 5, so he's not going to be able to get an outright stun unless if Chie can stun someone, then that's the play that they can go for. But otherwise, him stepping out of vision, as you mentioned, it really just comes down to him threatening if ID look for anything. So that just means that's free vision going over to WE entirely. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, instead, he's just going to sit back as Kid hops over the wall, dodges the vision, but there's nobody bottom lane.
Yeah, only Malzahar, but he won't step up because Jin will come into lane in about 10 seconds. It just comes down to how patient is Kid. Is he just going to sit there? Yes, he is.
He's able to sneak in now, trying to get behind the minion line here. Oh, they just saw him.
Sad face.
Yeah, a couple of pings down there as well.
It's that one melee minion. That's the snitch. He saw him. Told the police. Now the entire...
Yeah, Rookie's actually making his way down here as well. Invictus Gaming looks like they were going to try to force this play as Kid gets some damage on the turret. Rookie now going to sit inside of the brush.
Rookie's coming over. He definitely cut off Syndra. Syndra's not going to be able to come through her own jungle or else she'd get assassinated. So...
Oh, the arrow catches Mystic. A snare and Stranglethorn's followed up. Heal and exhaust, but he's able to flash away as Ben zones away Rookie. and he's able to keep his 80 carry alive at the cost of all summoners. Kandi's down here as well, but the slow is starting to get peppered out from the distance as Kandi tries to close the gap. Megan goes down. The snare follows up onto Kid. That's a double kill for Kandi.
That looked really good for Megan. Megan was tanking it up because he was full HP. I was like, all right, I should be able to. Wait a minute!
Rookie is looking for the play, and he has found it. Despite the silence, he gets one, turns it around, but gets knocked back. That's an exhaust. Doesn't quite have a Shun Po, and he's very far from those daggers. And finally, he's forced to back away, but that's now 4-2 in favor of WE.
Yeah, Megan tanked a lot, and so he had to. He needed to tank all of those Jin bullets, or, you know, everyone else in the area would have died. But Kandi recognized the amount of burst he was going to have as a response, and he was able to take him out. So Kandi really did net his team a lot of kills there. 4 kills to 2. Kandi's has a 3-kill advantage. Let's take it from the top. This looked great from IG because they were able to pressure W out entirely. But Mystic, even though he only had 25% HP, he was incredibly useful, able to take out Megan. Kid thought he could help. I don't know why he thought that. And so he was just another head. Yeah.
Safeguard is a shield.
Yeah. That was going to help him. Not.
It's like
not at all.
60 health shield, but it's a shield against the Graves. All right, maybe it was just not a good idea.
He had so much to live for.
But Kid, it seems like it might be he's perhaps a little desperate to try to get himself back into this game. Keep my support alive. Set up a situation where Rookie can go in. Try to make something happen. After that really slow, sort of staggered start, he finds himself behind once again. A full 23 jungle creeps down, and 3 kills behind Kandi.
Yeah, and that was just the right play for him to make overall, though. I don't think it was a desperate play more so. I think him going towards the bottom lane with Rookie was the way Rookie's advantage was going to push forward. That's the plan you want to have when you have the Katarina. The only problem was the execution. And the Duke didn't have TP at the time. Oh! Goodbye.
The Enchanted Crystal Arrow goes wide, narrowly missing, but the pressure that Rookie, Kid are able to set up inside of the jungle allows March to finish off that bottom tier 1 turret. And despite the disadvantage that Invictus Gaming are at, they take the first turret of the game and turn onto the dragon.
Yeah, they get the smallest reward possible, but even the smallest reward is really rewarding. So they get the tower, they're able to get the Cloud Dragon, they're going to reset. Enchanted Crystal Arrow has a fairly low cooldown, but I guess they're also going to get 957 as well.
Rookie's found 957. He immediately flashes away. Does not want to mess with Rookie's Katarina.
Yeah, very fair, especially since he's got a full finished up gunblade. You do want to get away from that at all costs. You don't want to be the one blamed for feeding the Katarina.
Yeah. Rookie so proactive, clearing out his lane very, very quickly, looking for kills, looking for an opportunity to get himself further ahead. Instead of just waiting for someone to get him ahead, he's on the hunt this game. This is a statement match for him.
Ooh, and WE, they're just going to respond in the same way. This is going to go in for an all-in fight. 2 TPs coming in from WE and IG.
Yeah, that's 957 completing his teleport, but Duke is following up from the try. All 10 members are here, but WE grouped up as a turtle. The Galapagos slowly backs itself away.
Yeah, they recognized that was going to be a tough fight to take. So even though 957 started that one off, they were thinking this was going to be a solid fight. Syndra was there first. But you know what? That was just too threatening. Maokai coming in, they recognized how much damage Rookie could do. They didn't have the exhaust available on Xie. They only had exhaust on Ben, so they was like, all right. I mean, if the one exhaust isn't enough, then Rookie's just gonna run wild on this team fight. Let's back away.
As it is, it's about a 20 CS for Marge. Despite being able to take that first turret, he's still probably pretty close in gold because of that first turret advantage. And in the jungle, you're seeing a huge differential now open up between Kandi and Kid. Whereas in the top, Duke still is able to demonstrate why he is a world-class top laner, a full 20 CS ahead.
Yeah, he's doing quite well for himself, consistently out-farming his enemy laners. So that's the thing with Duke. Love focusing in on him. I don't think we've ever had a point where we're saying, focusing in on specifically the Duke matchup. Mostly because, he always has that Maokai, but that's a great thing for his team, that he's going to be that communicative with his team, so he's always able to really help out. There's that one Gangplank game, so he's got that.
Yeah.
So that's fair, but he's always really to be that engaging force, instantaneous with his W's, with that being said. Rookie, okay, there we go. But that, yeah.
Yeah, still continuing to look for plays, look for opportunities to get himself further ahead and allow Invictus Gaming to really secure this matchup. But WE Despite the early advantage that they started off with in this matchup, are now barely 100 gold ahead. They're starting to set up more and more defensive vision as we get to the 15-minute mark. Invictus Gaming are starting to encroach their wards further and further forward.
Yeah, this is a power point for IG. They're going to continuously get more gold just simply because of how the lane assignments have gone through. Maokai's topside, and Katarina is challenged anyone to really deal with her in the bottom lane. No one can comfortably do that. The best one is possibly Xie, but Xie couldn't even do it mid.
Yeah.
So now you're asking him to go into a longer lane. So Kandi actually has to pass towards him. So this has to be a constant 2v2 threat rather than leaving Rookie here.
Oh, ooh, he actually hops away.
Wow, he dodges out the auto attack.
That's
hilarious.
amazing.
That's hilarious. So
I actually didn't know you could shunpo faster than the auto attack animation.
it's a fast shumpo. But yeah, I mean, now that they have to constantly pull two people into Katarina, then the gold distribution is always going to be in IG's favor, simply because you're not pathing towards farm anymore, you're just pathing towards prep.
The arrow gets launched down mid as now it's Marge and Megan trying to use some pressure onto Mystic and Ben to look for an opportunity. Kandi forced to head towards the mid lane, seeing that duo was pressing forward. That means Rookie can now shove up in bottom as Duke continues to keep 957 occupied in the top lane. So as you said, Invictus Gaming playing that pressure game that they are so good at.
Yeah, Xie keeps walking into Fog of War, but it's always a fake movement where he's just going to walk in, not to walk towards mid to help out, but just to say, you know what, you don't see where I am, so anything is possible. But you know he's just going to have to come back bot the wave. So Rookie's just doing a great job in farming up and meeting him bot. The real worry here is that if Rookie continues in that path, that he can rotate towards mid first, because that's IG's #1 priority, is in that mid lane tower. How they end up looking for it, it's entirely up to them. But the easiest way to do that is just in Marge's ulti. Now his Enchanted Crystal arrow isn't up, but once it gets up, he has to look to set up for it.
Yeah, you can see Marge is going for the blue Ashe build with the Essence Reaper first. So wants to get that cooldown reduction, start lancing those arrows forward. The WE potentially trying to bait Invictus Gaming into this as they're hiding just outside of vision. But Invictus Gaming aren't taking the bait.
Yeah,
you can see Marge is sitting so far back. He's like, I don't want anything to do with this.
Oh, here we go. I was just waiting for. Okay, he threw the his hawk shot a little far off to the right.
Yeah.
But overall, I mean, using your Jhin as a carrot to kind of get some, just to get someone to bite onto it, it's an interesting strategy. Not going to work out here.
The carrot or the stick. WE are saying, why not both? As they are continuing to try to bait IG into this. We're getting closer to the 20-minute mark. Next Drake is up in 30 seconds, and Invictus Gaming have got so much vision set up around that side of the map. They are ready for when that dragon's going to spawn. However, WE might have an opportunity to contest. 957 is getting a fresh recall. He's got his teleport ready, and Duke just got a fresh recall of his own.
Yeah, and so here's the thing. Not unless he's going to be walking towards it. He has TP, but he's not going to look to use it. But one of these guys have to face check the bush.
Ooh, Sonic Wave into the Voidling.
Looks
Ben.
like, yeah, there we go. Value Voidling right there. Looks like the Voidling was the one who face checked it.
Stun fired blindly into the darkness of River as Invictus Gaming start off the dragon. Kid's going to pull it out, but here comes the rest of WE.
WE can fight for this. They have the full 5 member of their team. 957 roamed there. The TP has to come through.
The arrow actually hits Kandi. He's going to take some damage here from that dragon. As Knockup is going to find Rookie and stalls him out. Kandi secures it. They're turning now onto Duke, who teleported in. Marge is going to die to the huge collateral damage of Kandi as Rookie finds an opening and then leaves immediately thereafter. Megan over the wall forced to flash as Duke follows him up. And Invictus Gaming were not able to take this fight. They were not able to take the dragon, and they were not able to walk away with their lives, as that's both Marge and Megan dead.
Down and out. So now this mid lane turret is definitely going to fall. Red buff on Kandi. You have to think that he's going to go in further. So look at Katarina's position. There's not much he can do. Usually you'd have to rely on at least one member to wave clear, but you have an assassin in the mid lane. That's not going to be an option here. 2 towers down in WE's favor.
Yeah, cleanly and cohesively, WE move as a collective unit, and the turtle strikes back. Here's that play again.
Look at 957. So he was just there first, so Duke had to do something. Look at Kandi able to get the dragon. Oh, That was fantastic, and it was just because just look at Kandi's positioning and the Jin ulti. It was able to completely zone out Lee Sin to the right, also just able to kill out Ashe altogether. Now this is beautiful. That one just, for most times you're like, oh, that just doesn't make sense. That is a small hitbox, but it still got Zyra at the end. But no, you know what, at this point, Jin has been out for a very long time, folks. You have to recognize that. Larger than the hitbox actually shows.
As a result of this fight, with some fresh recalls, we've got the completed Yomus from Kandi. Morel and Omicron finished as well, as Xie is now working towards that Abyssal Scepter to give him some survivability against Rookie. But WE aren't done just yet. They found Duke in the river, and they're going to try to force the fight. Kandi flashes the wall to get over the arrow, but Kid will pursue. Rookie tries to get in and gets a lot of damage, but will not get the reset. Kid follows up and gets one. Make that two, as he's going to do what his team could not. Dies to the depth charge of Nautilus, as 957 will get revenge for his fallen comrade.
That was a much needed set of kills for Kid, because Rookie went in for it. He got someone really far low. It was Kandi. He couldn't get the kill. That's very tilting. But at the end of the day, Kid gets the double kill. So that's a 2 for 2. So that just evened out fairly cleanly. Oh, get out of there, Mark.
Instant QSS, but the first bullet hits. It's just going to take one more. Heals to get himself behind Megan as the fourth one goes wide. And Mystic, despite being low health, still demonstrating he is a force to be reckoned with on these skill shot champions. He is doing so much work with those flourishes.
Yeah, he is a great team player. He showcased it last time around, that he's able to get, it looks like it's a click-on ability. That's what it looks like. It looks like it's not even a skill shot, but I guess that's how your Ezreal mechanics translate.
Skill shots forever. As despite the advantage that Duke was able to get in the laning phase, you can see 957 with his completed recall. Now definitely even, 15 CS behind, which is almost exactly 1 kill, so the two are fairly similar in gold. Rookie, meanwhile, in the mid lane, down about 14 CS behind Xie, but he does have those 2 kills, and is now working towards that Zhonya's hourglass. 957 uncontested, takes the bottom tier 1 as the rest of Invictus Gaming starts setting up across the other sides of the map. Knowing that past the 20-minute mark, Baron is the name of the game.
The thing about the build path coming in from Rookie, it's very defensive. We haven't seen that much of a defensive build coming through. The QSS makes sense because he's going up against a lot of CC coming in from WE. The Zhonya's is interesting. That just means that he's not going to be doing that much damage, or at least as much damage as he could be. But he's going to be able to cause a lot of pressure. So the moment an exhaust comes down, the moment he's being able to cause havoc in a team fight, he instantly exhausts, and maybe Marge Kid turns into the primary DPS for that one. So this is going to be interesting to see how he plays out that team fight.
WE now, as 5 members, quickly swing top and finish off this remaining tier 1 turret. There is no response from Invictus Gaming. They see the play coming, but with Duke bottom and Marge catching minions in the mid lane, there's not enough people to contest. And it goes down with little pomp or circumstance.
Yeah, WE is just far into the lead right now. And it looks like IG just have to make that play to really get back into it. So 1 minute and 30 seconds into the next Infernal Dragon, that's going to be the big one, especially since WE already have 1 Infernal Dragon. If that's doubled, then IG are going to be in a real tough spot. So it looks like they're just looking to clear up vision around Baron, so that becomes the next priority over Dragon, but that's just not going to be the case. Mystic's playing a little too far back. He's an afraid man.
Safe, yeah. I mean,
he's afraid.
When there's Lee Sin who can pop on you, plus Ashe Arrow and Katarina and Lee Sin, there are a lot of things that could go wrong.
Exactly. I guess he just waited. He wanted the Edge of Night. He's
yeah.
like, Edge of Night, and then I can walk in.
Yeah. Very strong cooldown that he needs. But 50 seconds before that Infernal Break respawns, the last fight exploded the game in favor of WE, and they've now been able to expand that advantage into a large amount of turrets, taking all 3 tier 1s and that mid-tier 2 in the short time in between. And now Invictus Gaming find themselves a bit of a loss. This is not the perfect game of League of Legends that they demonstrated just 2 days ago.
Yeah, that's true. But IG right now, they have to go up against tough competition going forward. So that's the problem, is that they're a great team, but they have to play as a team. Like, so Rookie, Duke, Marge and Megan. Oh, here we go. As I make the point.
Flash engage, but quick reaction from
Oh.
Marge to get himself out, and
See
Megan
that?
flashes
Oh.
away, sidesteps. There he goes. Chie tries to follow up.
At that point, accept your death and save your exhaust. But whatever. WE are able to take the fight. Great kill onto Megan, and now with the dragon, it's a perfect timing. And they're able to just get, that's great for them. So going back to the point, WE, this is a great meta for them because of the picks coming through. Condi's just been playing Graves after Graves game. You have to ban it away from him at this point. And they just keep getting better. They've been leveling up. Meanwhile, IG, they haven't had that competition just yet. They went up against RNG and then they fell to RNG. And so that's an issue with IG. You have to see real growth into them going forward to see if they, yeah, sure, they're a top team, but are they the best team at the moment? Not yet.
Certainly on their way, though. I mean, it's one thing to beat teams that are equal to or worse than you, especially if you can smash them with perfect League of Legends. But if you fight some tougher competition, you start struggling, maybe it's time to look into a bit of a different strategy. As Chie is continuing to farm these minions along with Mystic, Marge, catching whatever he can as it's slowly but surely making its way down the mid lane.
Yeah, I think the only real thing I can take away from the pick ban, or at least the negative point in terms of IG, is just comfort pick for jungle. They got everything they wanted in terms of mid, top, bottom lane even. But man, they got pinched in the jungle position. And unless Kid can show me right now, he is a Lee Sin god.
Like right now?
Right now.
Right now. All right, Kid. All eyes on you. Even the cameraman knows. Excuse me, Observer.
Yeah.
He's getting in.
Observer's
Duke is actually making his way into the mid lane. And Kid, he got that Sonic Wave. I make him a Lee Sin demigod.
There we go. He's proving my point.
But WE collapses. Arrow is going to be tossed out. Find only 957 in front. Luckily, that Nautilus hitbox is enormous. Duke eats a snare as 957 finds Megan. Rookie eats a depth charge and is forced to disengage. But this could be the opening he's looking for. That's Nether Grasp and depth charge used. Duke is trying to kite it out as best he can. They're still all grouped up. Rookie's looking for it. Goes in. Gets a quick Zhonya's, but does not get a kill. So that's no reset. He's going to follow up over the side. Finds Condi. Cleanses, but does not have the kill. Desperately wants the reset, but desperation is not going to give it to him.
Yeah, that was a massive desperation play from IG. Randomly thought they can get into an engaged point onto 957. That was a four-man strong team of WE. The full five members were going to be there for the team fight. WE just says, we'll pick the fight. 100% will be able to at least assassinate one person at the very beginning, because Jin bullets are just hitting, and then Kandi is going to follow up with his ulti.
Megan is playing whack-a-mole as he dodges all of these skill shots, but WE are able to finish off that inhibitor and clean up the mid lane. Here's that fight again.
So just to take a look at it, the full five members, like, Syndra is on her way. And I think they weren't really recognizing that fact. I think they thought that Syndra was still towards that top side of the map. But they were instantly able to kill Megan, and Syndra gets in for the rest of the fight. So Duke doesn't have much life to him right now. Rookie, I mean, for the rest of IG, they thought they could continue this fight at the least. Maybe they can get a pick off or two. So Rookie just hyper commits to getting Kandi, but even with the tower shot hitting him, not gonna happen.
You can see some satisfaction there as WE getting closer and closer to victory, just waiting for Invictus Gaming to make mistakes. And amazingly, they are. WE are able to handle each of the plays that IG are tossing out with almost ease.
Yeah, with a lot of ease. And so WE, they're a really well thought out team in terms of whenever they're pressing forward, even in a defensive position, they've thought out the exact points in which IG can really take out the next fight. So for instance, if they recognize that Rookie is going to be their star player, you need to save exhaust specifically for that man, then they'll do just that. So it's been a really tough time for Rookie ever since he got out of the 1-3-1. If he can't look to split in side waves, oh no.
Ooh, that's a tragedy.
That's just, yeah, like he 8, 2, and 3 graves. That man is a beast right now.
Yeah, you can see in the bottom right, that is an unhappy man. He just wanted vision. He wanted to keep his team safe.
Yeah. I feel like he traded out his shotgun for a golden gun. That man just is a one-shot kill at every time.
Oh boy, Duke. You don't want to face check this. Chucks out a sapling. He's able to pop the Void Shift on Ben. Flash engage on the Kid, plus a snare to follow it up. Arrow's going to find Ben as Kid makes his way out. Fourth bullet.
No! You
Oh, almost costs Marge his life. That's the
he's not
death
dead.
charge. Now he's dead. Oof, what a
Rookie
way to
just
go.
left the man for dead. He just threw him off the bus.
Yeah.
All right. You know what?
As it is, WE are going to take the advantage of a dead AD carry and a freshly respawned support to mean no vision for IG. They turn onto the Baron and clean it up very quickly.
Yeah, WE is able to get Baron off of this. Is very easy for them. This is an easy comp because of how well Mystic is playing right now. Every skill shot is hitting, and if you make him low enough, 100% Kandi's able to get the kill. So he's racking up a lot of kills, not a lot of assists. Meanwhile, Jin is 2-0 and 10 because he's just setting this man up. That's a lot of alley-oops he's throwing up.
Yeah. I mean, WE are just playing so exceptional right now. 15-4. They've died 4 times, and both of those deaths are on both Kandi and Ben, the engage members of this team. Well, the non-tanky engage members.
Yeah, I
of this team.
guess Kandi is definitely playing the face first
Graves.
member. Yeah, that's definitely the play
He's playing C hero, kill hero.
Yeah.
It kind of reminds me of, did you ever see when Keen used to play the mid lane Graves?
Oh, yeah, I love that.
Sterix Gage.
I love that, Graves.
Hex Drinker into Maul of Malmortius. And then I think it was Death's Dance.
Yeah, and you'd get, what was the mastery again? It was the Lifesteal Warriors enchant? It was the Warriors mastery. Yeah, Warriors
Warlords.
Bloodlust. Oh, Warlords Bloodlust.
Yeah.
So that was the worst Graves. That
And you
was
could
the
just
worst meta.
1v3. I feel like
Yeah.
Kandi is playing that style
He's
right now.
definitely playing that. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes right now and gets a Phantom Dancer.
Just got to get in there.
Yep.
Got to do more. You can see some of the stats now comparing Xie and Rookie. And, I mean, just looking at the raw stat lines themselves right now, they speak for themselves. Despite Rookie's early influence and his struggling lanes and jungle, it's Xie who is 2-0-5, significantly more global gold because of his team's successes rather than individual focus. And he is, in fact, a full level ahead. Xie is just enabling his team with these picks and following up with Syndra, whereas Rookie is playing for him right now.
Well, I mean, that's just how the composition is really lined up. If Katarina isn't going off, then this team isn't going off. The team fight's just not really working out well for themselves. So Syndra is definitely a supportive champion right now in the sense that it's all Mystic and Kandi. And here he goes, so open it up.
Yeah,
Jin ulti.
firing a few shots. Kandi's going to eat the arrow at long range to keep Mystic protected. Stranglethorns knocks up only 957 as Duke eats a snare in the front.
Oh.
And Kid is clearing a ward behind them.
But once again, WE have their flanks warded. That's just happening time and time again. Every single time WE set up for these sieges against Lee Sin players, they're just ready for it. There's no chance in which you can do it.
Yeah, and now they just continue to chase forward, knocking down the second inhibitor of the game.
He's
Kid
coming through now.
finally completing the flank, but he's got a Banshee's Veil. Not a lot of good it's going to do him.
Mystic-
WE continue to move as a unit.
Mystic was able to catch him out too with his E, so it's really just getting difficult for Lee Sin to do this without being envisioned. WE will always see him when they're going for this, so they're just going to go for the inhibitor. IG need to go in now.
To go through. 957 is being chunked low. Marge is getting a lot of damage. Redemption is not enough. Rookie follows up for 1 kill. And Flash Engage onto Ben. He tries to cleanse but goes down. That's another kill for Rookie. He follows up. Zanya's. He's going to get the reset on Shunpo. And actually dodges, continues to chase onto Kandi with amazing reflexes. The arrow goes wide from Mystic as he's able to sidestep. And Kid pins Kandi against the wall. Rookie follows up but will die. To the double kill of Kandi from beyond the grave. Stun onto Duke.
This is a 2v3.
Tossed out by Xie. And Xie is doing some damage here. Exhaust. And Kid
Whoa,
goes in.
Mystic.
He flashes to kite it out. But Mystic is doing work. He follows up and WE win the fight.
Give that man his close-up. That was ridiculous. Ashe had so much HP, and it was gone like that. Mystic, I'm just going to clap for him. I may have my notebook in hand, but let's go for that right now. That was ridiculous.
Continues to walk forwards now. 20 seconds before Rookie gets back up. Megan is up in 5. He's still got enough to finish off 1 inhib. Will he have enough to finish off 2? Xie's helping him out. Megan is racing forward. There's even a minion wave on that top lane. Mystic lands the snare. That's not nice. Oh, wow. Megan's able to get one, and Mystic is going to finish off that final inhibitor as Megan walks it back. Ooh, on top of the trap.
All right, so this is just how it starts off. Lee Sin's going to be coming in, but Lee Sin's not really a factor in this because of how much damage 957 is taking. It's all on Rookie. He's getting reset after reset after reset off his blades, and so he just keeps walking forward, Condi thinks he can get it, but you know, the Zhonya's come through and he just keeps chasing it up. And so that's pretty much the story right here. I'm glad that Mystic was able to dodge that one out, because when Condi was taken down, it looked like hope was all but lost. But he was able to somehow take down 2 people, so it just turned into a 2v3. You know, Mystic and CA thought they could take it through, and to be fair, they're right. They were able to annihilate Maokai, which was really important, because if he had his W cooldown up, that's 1 member dead, and that really could have turned the fight. So the fact that CA and Mystic were able to take that. That being said, I guess she is still dead from when Zyra took him down.
It is pretty late in the game at this point.
Yeah, 35 minutes.
As we're still seeing on Invictus Gaming, despite the fact that they're at a deficit, find fights that work for them as they set themselves up. And WE are relentless in fighting back. Sonic Wave from Kid is not going to be enough to secure his own red buff, as that's stolen away by WE. So I believe that was the end of the line and collateral damage stacked on top of each other.
Yep.
Just 2 abilities.
Yeah,
from
exactly.
Condi.
That was it. It was not. You couldn't really see the Q simply because he was really close to a lot of.
He also animation canceled the second half of end of line with his collateral damage.
Okay.
I mean, he died, but
Yeah.
he got 2 kills.
Exactly. That's what happened.
Amazing play from Condi to still have that presence of mind as Mystic sets up a perfect line. Megan can't even hide against the wall.
My
That's
God.
an 1800 crit. Duke gets into the back line, lands a snare, but the rest of WE collapse. Kid tries to get in. Mystic actually gets kicked against the wall as Rookie is separated from his team. He dies to Shie, and that's going to be both Duke and Kid. No, Kid is the only one alive.
Yeah.
He walks away, but it is too little too late. The inhib goes down, the 3rd of the game, and WE are going to close out match number 1 against Invictus Gaming.
Yeah, that was it. You only have Kid up and available, and it just looks like these team fights are just so easy to commit to with WE. They're able to take game 1. Fantastic play overall.
That's WE, just another day in the office. You can see Shii looking very pleased with himself after that performance. And Duke, he's not chewing bubblegum right now. He is all out of bubblegum. Now, joining us once again on the desk to help break down that match is going to be Richard Paul Scam.
Hi, mate.
How are you?
I'm good, yeah. I was having a chill time backstage, just watching the game just unravel. And WE, it was a smooth game from them. It was watertight, and that was the big problem for IG, because they were running an opportunistic composition where we want to get the cat rolling, we want to hard engage with the Maokai, the Ashe, but if you're not given any opportunities because WE are so watertight, then how's your composition ever going to work?
Yeah, I really did bank on some mistakes happening very early on. But WE, they copped a lot of pressure. In fact, there was some times where Lee Sin was going in for a gank in the bottom lane through the bushes, but they caught him on that one. Katarina tried to roam out. They just backed away entirely. So sure, IG got a tower, IG got a Cloud Dragon, but they wanted more.
Yeah. That early game advantage that IG opened up, they just, as you said, they wanted more, they couldn't get it. Sort of one of those situations where you wish that your air mattress was as tight as WE, because you know all air mattresses deflate over time, but WE that game, they were just pristine the entire game.
They're pretty.
Yeah, I mean, that's still a question for the future, right? Is will they eventually deflate over future weeks? But for now, I mean, you know, you just bought it from the department store, so there's no issues with it. So it's good. You don't have to return the product.
There's no warranty.
Yeah, exactly. So no worries. But for now, it was just a clean game from WE, and it was a little hamstrung from IG because they had a composition which has a cat. And when you have a cat, it's like you either go off, you go hard, or you go home. And this was one of those situations where you go home because they didn't have those opportunities. And the biggest thing coming in here was exactly going back to that point of how watertight WE were. And I have a replay here to demonstrate it. I brought you gentlemen a very good example of the problems that IG had. It's like they look for an opportunity, but WE are already plugging the holes that didn't even exist. Oh, Duke, you want to check this brush wall? You're going to have to back away. And now the rest of the team walks up, and WE will punish you. They pop out of the turtle shell, and they lash out. And they get 1 kill, they turn it into an objective. And this was very late into the game where all these problems had persisted, but it was this 10 times over.
Yeah, it was. There were a lot of opportunities in which that pretty much happened. how's it going?
Yeah,
but yeah,
I mean-
there were a lot of points in which that happened time and time again. Jhin ulti turned into a Graves ulti, and that's going to happen. That's going to be able to 100% kill Megan every time. Zyra is far too squishy. If it's not going to be Megan, then it's going to be Marge. If it's not going to be then maybe Katarina, because Katarina at least had Zhonya's, but that's going to last only a little bit.
And to continue on with that sort of theme of like Mystic, he was huge that game, a significant majority of his team's damage. And it seemed like every time he fired up the curtain call, it was in the perfect spot. Like I just recall so cleanly in my head where he lined himself against the wall in the top lane, opened the curtain call at an angle, so there was nowhere to run. You couldn't go to the wall because he had it covered perfectly, like no like pixels or anything overlapping, and he could open all the way across towards almost the mid lane turret.
Yeah, and it also is worth mentioning too that Syndra was there to be able to take the Ashe ulti, even though he already had Edge of Night. So they just play well as a team to always catch him when he's just holding that ulti up. So that's great. We don't see that a lot from other teams.
I'm glad we talk about Mystic because for me, he is my MVP of this game. And he has been denied MVP too long. Today is his day. He has had exceptional performances overall on this Jhin. And it is Mystic. Yes, got it in one. So yeah, kill participation, everything. The man didn't die. He cleans up in the last team fight. He does everything right. And while a lot of people will look at the game and be like, why is the enemy bot lane 0 and 10? And you've got that one guy in solo queue who's just like, that's just bot lane. But it wasn't all their fault, you know?
Yeah.
Mystic was, yes, he was dumping on them, but he had the assistance from his team, and it was a team game. You constantly get into these team fights, it doesn't go well, and that's because you have a cat composition. So props to Mystic, but he was against a hamstrung lineup.
And to even mention it, he was like 2-0 and 8 for the majority of the game. He was just catching assist after assist after assist because he was just setting up the rest of his team, setting up Graves specifically. Condi was going off, and it was mostly because of Mystic's setup.
And on top of that, he was sort of getting these advantages from minute 2. Got first blood by starting with a deadly flourish start, hiding in the brush, and then catching Zyra before she could flash for first blood, and just continuing to sort of snowball this advantage. It's really going to be challenging for IG to really come back in game number 2.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, but they're going to have to go for it. Maybe even a different composition so it's not all on in.
Yeah, we're certainly going to find out if they can. Of course, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to week number 4, our first week of cross-group play. We're in day number 3, about to get into game number 2 between WE and Invictus Gaming, and we just saw a very commanding win from a very airtight-looking WE. This team is looking crisp.
Yeah.
Yes, they are.
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly. They definitely are.
Well then, moving forward, very clearly, because we can talk about them being crisp or airtight as much as we want. How do we look for them to continue to expand on this advantage? Obviously, they had a very strong 2-0 on Thursday in which they demonstrated exceptional team play. They've done it once again here in game number 1 against Invictus Gaming, the game that was supposed to be their rivals, the other second-place team. How do they crush them even further?
I mean, pick ban should remain the same. They found comfort in this style. It should remain. I mean, the Graves cannot be given away. Jin, maybe, perhaps, but I think teams are going to be okay as long as they get Varus into that. And then overall, team play was fine. So just keep doing exact same play.
I completely agree with Raz. The game plan from here on out from WE is to do nothing. They don't need to improve anything. They just need to wait for their opponents to come to them. And that's the WE style, right? It's just like, as I said, I don't mind what they're doing for 50 minutes into the game. I know they're going to make the right decisions consistently throughout the game. They're never going to have that misstep. If they do have one, it will be a small one that they can recover on. So they just need to wait for IG to come to them. I think the topic is definitely, what do IG need to do coming into this game? And you mentioned it before we went to break, Raz, and its composition. They have more in the wheelhouse. We've seen it when we had that near perfect series coming in from them before. It was because they ran an inventive poke composition. Let's go back to that. Stop with the highlight reels. Go back to something that works consistently.
Yeah, and usually when they go for this composition, it's usually when they have that one game barrier. So this was game 1. If they had won this game, yeah, sure, they would have tried this again. But now this means a lot because it's, game 2. They don't want to get 2-0'd by WE, so they have to play a much more standard composition.
Yeah, we're definitely going to have to keep an eye on that pick ban. Obviously, prioritizing the bottom lane didn't quite work out for them so much because they did give up that first blood, and Mystic also was a huge Titan. So I guess it's one of those situations. Do you continue to prioritize bottom lane so that they don't get bullied by Mystic?
I mean, they just gave themselves what was comfortable. It was just a pure blind pick. It's up to Jin and Malzahar. They just... WE picked a bad bottom lane. Well, bad in the sense that they're going to get a lot pressured in a lot because that's what they want to do. So IG are just going to continuously get shoving lanes because that's what they're being gifted. So not much is going to change there.
In a perfect world, you can gracefully lose the lane, and I think that's something that the Koreans have mastered, right? Like, you pick a losing matchup, but you lose gracefully. You go down 2 ways of CS, you're fine in the mid game, you make the composition work. But as we keep going back to, it was a composition that was doomed to fail if your opponent doesn't make mistakes. And a team like WE is a team who will do that. So you go back to a lineup where I just want to see IG fight fire with fire, consistency with consistency. Go back to something that works, that when they have a small edge, then they can push it with their composition. And even if in a theoretical world where neither team makes a mistake, then the poke composition still comes out ahead because you need to open up an opportunity if you're on the defending lineup. So that's what WE would need to look to do, and a very reactive team.
Yeah, that's going to be the real test of patience for Invictus Gaming. Obviously, we've seen they brought in Duke, they showed great communication, great synergy with him, and they have been playing very well. But if you can play a very patient and slow game out of your wheelhouse, out of your style, that's going to take a lot of communication to make that happen.
Yeah, but IG has it, and I think that just looking at it, especially since Duke has been a really surprising point, even though he is a fresh Korean into the team, he is a Korean that has been able to communicate or at least synergize with the team very well. It might not even be communication. He might still not know a lick of the language, but he is still always on the same page, and that's great for that team. So we'll have to see what composition they run. It doesn't really matter as long as it's a stable one where if they find themselves resetting pressure, they're not having to put in extra work to get the lead, as you mentioned.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think when we talk about communication, often it's a cop-out. It doesn't come down to communication because League of Legends, for a large portion of this game, is a universal language. We've seen teams like Starhorn really excel just with smart pings, and we know more than anyone else and better than anyone else that the LPL loves their pings. So we know that the teams are communicating, but if you're both looking originally for something different, then that split second of indecision and not knowing that what you're both going for is what causes the root issues. So regardless of what happens in game, I'm sure a team like WE or let's say EDG would be on the same page even if you muted them all. If they didn't have team comms, they would still be on the same page.
Yeah.
Can we expect Invictus Gaming to not show this indecision or hesitation? Very clearly, Rookie isn't hesitating at all, as he's just flashing into the back line.
I think they just had a bad time with the composition, I'm not going to lie, because they had a lot of pressure early on. They got exactly what they wanted, in the sense that they were able to get Tower and Dragon. Sure, they wanted more, sure, right? But the problem was that after that point, they just had a Gambit composition, so I think if they had an easier composition to execute with, then it would have been better for them.
We're going to find out in just a few moments if that is going to be the case as we get ready for Pick and Ban. But Pulse, final prediction for this series.
2-0 unless IG pulls something massive out of their pocket, but it has to be a compositional change.
You can't say if. All right,
2-0.
There you go.
Yeah, there he goes. We'll see if that is going to be the 2-0 as we have now entered into picks and bans for game number 2 between WE and Invictus Gaming. Very clearly, the Malzahar and Graves are adapted out of game number 1 and removed from WE's wheelhouse, as Jason LeBlanc still targeted away from Invictus Gaming.
Graves is a big one. I mean, Malzahar for Ben come hand in hand, so that's great. For Graves, yeah, you don't want to give away the champion, and it seems like Kid doesn't want to necessarily first pick it, so does question what IG is looking to get their hands on in first pick. It could just be the Varus here. It is left and available.
Yeah, but that Rengar is also available as well, and we know how much Kid loves that champion.
That's true. Even though he is flexible, if he does get his hands on Rengar, he usually just goes straight for it.
Yeah, that is going to be the first pickup from Invictus Gaming. Kid taking that once again in the jungle. And with Kha'Zix banned away by WE, that somewhat limits the pool for Kandi, though we know he's got plenty of other backups.
Yeah, Kandi couldn't even just go back to the Elise. That's just a pick that not only does it work up against the Rengar, but it also just comes kind of back to his wheelbarrow. With that being said, that kind of changes up the composition a lot for WE if they do go for an Elise. That means a lot because suddenly they don't want to go towards that late game composition. So that'll be a fun change to see. They do have a 1-game barrier, so if they go towards it once again, that'll be a good experimentation.
Yeah, this time Varus is the first pick for Mystic, the skill shot master. Going to be doing a lot of damage with that lethality Varus. And Maokai picked away from Duke, despite the fact that he was forced to use his teleport very early in lane. He was still able to open up a large advantage against 957, but this time he's going to have to play against it, as Invictus Gaming answer with an 80 carry and looks to be a support of their own in that Jhin and Karma.
There we go. But yeah, the Varus and the Maokai, that's a great team fight set up already for WE. It's going to be the lethality Varus, though we have seen the attack speed Varus at times, but not going to happen here. All I know that for WE, you might even just see, I would say, if I'm to look at the jungle position, maybe even a Rek'Sai. That's been a Kandi pick, though we haven't seen very much of it. I know with the newer patches, of course, Forever is a big thing, but we still see Xiaoyu picking it up. That's not too bad overall. So I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, he's just going to hold it up to the second phase ban.
Lulu is going to be picked up for Ben to match up with that Varus, as Shen is going to follow up as another ban towards Duke. You cannot ban away the champion Ocean that Rookie has, so instead they're going to try to get rid of favorable matchups for Duke that could enable the rest of his team, as he has done so successfully in the past. However, Invictus Gaming take a different approach. They want to continue to enable Rookie by trying to target away Xie's champ pool.
Yeah, it's interesting that the Rise ban went through. It's interesting because theoretically IG, since they're on blue side, they have to get the blind pick going for them. So they should want to have some blind picks available. I suppose Rise is the exception because Rise and Maokai are a great combination. The combination we've seen time and time again. It just allows for a free Maokai flank, and you never want that.
Unless you're the team with the Maokai.
That's true.
In which case, you want as many flanks as possible, preferably out of vision. Orianna's going to be the final ban towards Xie. Synergizes so well with Maokai sort of getting in there. And of course, the jungle that Kandi will end up taking. Perhaps Lee Sin, perhaps Rek'Sai, perhaps even Elise. As Gragas is currently being hovered by WE. Could this in fact be jungle Gragas?
That's a jungle Gragas, all right. I would have been looking for a Rumble, but Gragas is interesting because the change did impact him. I mean, look at him. It's, for whatever reason, it's showing a 30% win ratio on that champion. He's been primarily...
Of the 3 times that he's been picked.
Yeah, exactly.
He has won once.
He's been picked in the top lane primarily. I guess the let me win was his one time. So I guess we're going to see a jungle pick. The one time I did see him picked in the jungle was a while back. I believe Dardoch picked him. It was a while back before IM World Championship categories. And it had some success. You needed a lot of setup. Ashe Gragas combination is really nice. But yeah, so Gragas just can't really set himself up. He has to wait for other people to do that.
So running through the next picks now, Syndra is the pickup for Rookie, and Gangplank being taken for Duke in the top lane. Who needs tanks when you have got oodles and oodles of damage? And WE says, you guys need tanks, or I'm going to play Zed. And now he's picked Zed into a team with no tanks.
Yep, that'll be interesting. I mean, we saw Zed get played by Scout, and he took control of the game. Meanwhile, Gangplank into the Maokai matchup is very good for Gangplank. The big thing about this is Duke has played this before, and he recognizes that, you know, Kandi and 957 could very well look to just dive him topside. It's going to be very hard since they're both tanks, which is a major issue. Double tank could just be really hard in terms of bullying topside in all stages of the game.
To follow up on the discussion that we had in the pregame for this match, the big call for Invictus Gaming is they need to look at their composition. They need to get something that is less opportunistic to try to pry open the turtle shell of WE. Does this composition fit the bill?
Good question. This is definitely, I would say so, 100%. It's because it kind of harkens back to an old composition that they had when Duke was on the GP. We saw this is the second time he's picked up that GP. First time was beautiful as well. I like to see that coming out of him. So this is a nice comp that they have. Sure, they don't have a tank, but they're going to be comfortable with this nonetheless.
We'll have to keep an eye on whether or not they will find success, or if WE will continue to be the best air mattress you have ever seen in the history of air mattresses.
Man, you're selling this air mattress so much, and I just can't buy it.
Have you ever slept on a bad air mattress?
I mean,
one that just slowly leaks air over the course of the night. When you wake up, you're in what's more of a nest than an air mattress.
I'll tell you this. You're asking the wrong person, because I can sleep on the floor, and it'd be fine. I actually have slept on the floor numerous. It's a strategy. If I need to wake up in 2 to 3 hours, I can do it with the floor.
That sounds awful. That's really.
I've been through some rough sleeping patterns.
You spend a third of your life asleep. Shouldn't you have like a pleasant experience, like a nice mattress, good sheets, nice pillow?
Yeah, but even then,
a third of your life.
I don't even care.
Of all of the things you do in your life, that is like easily 33%. That is like the most as one cohesive. Anyways, alrighty. Okay. Let's bring it back. I'm just really excited about air mattresses, guys.
I can understand that.
But WE looking to take this series 2-0 over Invictus Gaming. They have got a very strong composition, sticking with what works. Very strong top laner and a lot of secondary engage to follow up with it. Plus Mystic on a huge high damage skill shot champion, whereas IG showing us something new. They don't have a tank, but they have got a lot better scaling, a lot more opportunity in the late game if they are able to make it that far.
Yeah, that's a big point. I want to look into the top side of the map, because Duke on that GP, he was able to open up the map so well for the team. Last time we saw him on GP, but man, he came out with slivers of HP whenever he got dive topside. And you have to believe that if Gragas and Maokai come, or at least Maokai's going to stick top, but if Gragas comes topside with Zed, 100% he's dead. And Zed, I mean, we've seen if Zed goes into a 1-3-1 on side lane, who's going to answer him? There's nobody who can do that. Syndra theoretically, but even that one's going to be really hard.
Yeah. Tragically, no amount of potassium or vitamin C is going to get rid of a death mark.
Yep.
As Kandi, trying to bait WE forward here, or excuse me, Invictus Gaming Kid. He's not falling for it just yet.
He's got to dance a little longer.
He's still got another minute or so before he has to risk it for the biscuit. As the cask is going to push him out of the bush.
He also showcased that he got cask first, which is fair. That means that he's looking for the AoE, which means that, you know, Raptors is definitely a threat. That's just going to happen.
Yeah, taking a look at Summoners, triple Thunderlords, along with double Thunderlords, out of WE and Invictus Gaming, whereas everything else is standard. Windspeaker on both supports, along with DFT and Warlord's Fervor on Mystic.
That's hilarious that Thunderlords is on the...
Bloodlust.
Yeah, it's hilarious that the Thunderlords is on Gragas, because he's going to go for the skirmishes whenever possible.
Yeah.
You can... I remember there was a time which you can go Courage of the Colossus on Gragas, because when you get your body slam, That's a shield. And so you have to do what you want. But I guess it doesn't matter for him. He's just going to go in for the smacking. Smack him with the barrel.
Smackdown. The WE Smackdown.
Oh, yeah, that's great, actually. I love that joke already.
Well,
Ooh.
the ring has been set up as once again, Mystic and Ben are trading back and forth with Marge and Megan. Easy, excited and ready to sort of vindicate the difficulties that they had in game number 1, giving up that first blood.
It's going to take some time for Mystic and Ben to really take control of this lane, but it should be easy, and it's going to start level 1!
Yeah, that's an exhaust used onto Marge. He's got a 4th bullet crit ready. Megan soul flares onto a minion. That's the mantra Q down for another 30 or 40 seconds or so. Deadly Flourish is tossed out late for Marge, and Ben easily sidesteps it as the Inner Flame. It's going to go wide as well.
That was so ambitious. He put down that exhaust and was like, we're getting this fight right now. No matter what. It didn't happen. So I guess Jin and Megan gonna be looking fairly good right now. Condi needs to get out. Oh, he's so dead.
Oh, Kid actually gets the leap, misses a follow-up bola, flash engage! First blood for Kid. Ooh.
Yeah, it starts. It's happening. The man is gonna have a tough time in the jungle. I mean, here's the thing about Gragas in the... Oh, gee. You know what?
Mystic forced to use heal right away. Marge is still holding onto his own, but he uses it late. Flashes, but Ben
Lulu.
follows up. Oh, man, that Pix kill. One of the slowest. Glitter Lance onto Megan. He tries to speed himself up, but Pix is going to get some more auto attacks there. The Glitter Lance is ready for another slow. Mystic tries to fire the auto attack. Arrow is enough, and he gets it. 2 kills WE in the bottom lane.
Ben right now is a madman. He's wearing the cutest skin as well, but he's chasing them for the kill.
Yeah, that is a bloodthirsty Lulu.
Oh, you just don't see it coming. It comes from the smallest of people.
Already, Rookie has gotten Xie to burn through all 3 of his potions in lane, and without enough energy for a Shadow, he's forced to back away as both the Bola and the Scatter the Weak stun go wide.
Yeah, at the very least, this just denied him from CS, even though they couldn't get a lockdown, and he has 14 CS to the 30 of Rookie. That is a bit much.
Yeah.
And at the very least, you would say, okay, you know, jungle's coming in, maybe he can actually do something about it, but he's just holding the wave for when Zed is going back to base. Kid recognizes that, and he's going to push Condi in, so there's no way for Condi to completely hold the wave. Yeah, so it's going to have to crash into the tower, which is really bad for Xie.
Yeah, Ben's up there as well, which means Xie is going to be missing out on a lot of experience here. Rookie is going to complete his own first recall, as Duke starting to set up some barrels and farm up in the top lane. Meanwhile, Marge and Megan make their way back to the bottom. It's Boots to follow up for Marge, and Megan gets a refillable potion. Ben, already with the completed Sightstone from that kill and assist, starting to set up some deep vision to try to keep an eye on that terrifying Rengar with that first blood. And he's found him!
Whew. You can't do much about him. He's a bit strong. But yeah, here's the thing about refillable potion, which is fun to see, because it seems like whenever the leading team comes in, they just massively purchase refill pots. Every laner for the most part, and we even see it from Rengar right now. It's mostly because, man, pots cost so much gold, especially since you want to start to invest into control wards. Control wards cost just about, oh, there we go. Yeah, but it costs 25 gold more than it does to the pots. So you definitely don't want to just completely continue to purchase pots. Because if you're purchasing 3 or it's 2 every time you go back to the lane, that's a lot of gold.
Really big gold sink. And as it is, Megan and Marge get right back into lane and return to shoving. Mystic got a bit of solo experience, plus he's got the experience advantage from that kill as well. That's a large minion wave pushing back in, however, so Ben and Mystic are going to get to put out some harass onto Marge. He's going to try to catch these up, and Condi is on this side of the map as well.
Yeah, this is really dangerous for IG's bottom lane. They want to push in, but if they ever look for it,
whoa, Rookie solo kills. He's got that math down pat.
Yeah, he was like, what are you doing, son? Get out of here. That was too rough. And so now you're looking at this matchup, and it's so hard now. How does Xie come back into this? It's only getting worse. Wave after wave crashing into this tower. He's level 5 to Rookie's level 6. You have to think that it's on Condi now to bring it in and help him out. Condi's far behind too. Oh.
Yeah, That arrow catches Megan. You're already starting to see some of the damage that Mystic can do with those piercing arrows, but yeah, as you said, it's going to take a lot to try to get Xie back into this lane. Perhaps he might not be able to show us the same performance Scout did yesterday on that same Zed. And with Kid hunting from the sides.
Here we go.
Oh, they're going to try to force a fight down bottom. Mystic caught a snare and doesn't have his flash just yet. That's Megan getting the kill as Kid finds Ben. He still doesn't have his flash, and Kid gets that one as well. That's 2 quick kills to IG, and Condi gonna do a bit of dance to try to make up for it.
2 very easy kills, and it's off the back of Duke on that one. What's fun is that whenever you see Marge, or at least a Jin with a Misfortune's Make It Rain kind of sets it up. Oh, as I say that, Megan's dead.
Oh!
That's why he got the Thunder Lord.
Yeah,
for that exact
damage.
moment. Oof. But yeah, going back to Misfortune has the Make It Rain. Can, you know, screw Misfortune. Rookie's about to die as well.
Yeah, that's flash from 957 to get on top of Rookie. He scatters the weak, but it's only his body parts that are going to be scattered as Xie and 957 chuck him across mid lane.
Yep, there we go. That's going to help him out just a tiny bit. He's going to take up the wave, push in, and hopefully just get a proper back timing. He's looking for a Hex Drinker. That's going to help him out just a little bit, but he's going to need more continuous help going forward.
He's going to take quite a lot of effort. It's 957 who burns his first flash, and Xie without Deathmark can't threaten Kid too much here.
This is a little greedy from Mystic. I mean, CA. CA wants to push in the next wave. He has about 80% HP, which going up against Rookie, who does have his ulti slot, he's just trying to get a back timing, but he wanted the next wave to do so. He's going to back, that's fair, but Rookie is going to be able to take this wave coming in, and he's going to have a little bit of priority. So that's a bit greedy because he's just trying to take the wave. I don't blame the man, but now Syndra's going to have a little bit more time to do what she wants here.
Yeah, it looks like Rookie's going to use that time to get an early blue buff for himself as it respawns.
Oh, no.
Runs out of patience very quickly.
This is when you just throw the blue buff across the map.
Yeah.
That's when you're like, all right, you know what, I'm taking you for a walk.
Ooh, level 6 means Chains of Corruption. That's a lot of damage on the Marge. He's forced to flash back. And that's the curtain call. They're at really low health here. Ben eats 1, 2.
No.
Fourth bullet is going to do a lot of work to Ben. Megan, does he have the Inner Flame? Does he have the Soul Flare? No, he does not.
This is when you have to back. You really do. I mean, the question is why, but Gangplank's about to have ulti.
You mentioned they need to try to get Rookie back into this game. Condi's trying to do just that, as he now will try to gank mid, but Rookie playing very safe, sees him with a ward, and just backs up nice and safely. You can already see some defensive wards as Invictus Gaming well aware of that power point. We're going to try to keep him strong.
This is just, for me, looking at WE's bottom lane trying to stick around, they're playing as safe as possible. But Gangplank Duke has ulti, so at this point they do have to play safely and recognize that enemy jungler could be at any place, at any point. Rengar's starting to walk towards bottom lane. So W, they're taking, this is a bit of a gambit. They have Gragas across nearby, so you know, let's see if it pays off.
Yeah, Duke continuing to farm in the top lane. We've really been ignoring it so far, as the only interaction we've seen is 957 ganking, and Duke using his ultimate once. They both have teleport, and they both have their ultimates up once again. So there could be an opportunity for something to happen, but I'm sure Duke is quite satisfied with the fact that he's keeping 957 in lane, and he can just continue to farm up these minions and get that bonus gold.
He's getting pretty close to that Trinity Force. I'm pretty sure he's going to get to it fairly soon. But the Sheen Phage should very much help him out in the lane. Maokai has a lot of base damages, but now that you can just combo off your barrels to be able to smack him aside, even if he hits up the barrels, which is really difficult to do, because if you do walk in to try and auto it, because you're melee, that's what makes it so difficult. You're just going to proc barrels before you get the last hit.
Now Mountain Dragon still on the map from its initial spawn. You can see WE are setting up a lot of vision around it, and Invictus Gaming, well aware of that, are starting to creep forward with some vision of their own to try to match that sort of ward line across the river.
GP's trying to play as safe as possible on the top side so he can farm, but at the same time still be available if necessary. I think he's faking a back, so he's just trying to hide up until Maokai to completely shove in the wave.
Yeah, they see him now.
Yeah.
As Kid is actually spotted heading
there we go.
bottom. There goes the ultimate. Mystic is going to be the one to eat a snare with a teleport from 957. Condi's down there as well. And it's actually going to be a canceled teleport. Kid goes right back in. Eats a lot of damage and gets tossed back. And Ben, despite being sub 100 health, he's going to walk away with his life.
That was really well played. Condi was going in for a counter gank, but realized they needed his help because that was going to be a long-range engage overall. And so he did a great job. He was able to, you know, stick around with his team, able to help him out through, and guess what? Got the Gragas ulti off, and it kills Kid. That's all you need, though IG are still really healthy here in the bottom lane, so they're going to try and chip down the business.
Yeah, they're going to do some damage here, but Mystic still very high health and mana. Will be able to defend it quite handily. Marge gets a few extra shots in. Meanwhile, Duke, eating some bad pressure from 957, forced to recall, completes his Triforce and will teleport back up top. That Gangplank is going to do some hurts as WE continue to play towards that bottom lane. They don't have teleport, but they will have it sooner than Duke. And so they're starting to set up some vision in IG's bottom side of the jungle. Could look for a numbers advantage later on.
Later on, that's a good point. I'm trying to figure out what build Duke is going to go towards, because he is going to be a massive asset towards the bottom side fight.
Crit plank? Bank plank?
I'm thinking
Tank
towards...
plank?
Oh, no, not the tank plank. I don't want to see the tank plank.
Have you ever seen that actually in a game? Iceborne, Gauntlet, Deadman's, and then
I haven't, no, actually.
Spirit Visage?
I've only seen videos of it.
It's pretty disgusting. Because he chases after you. You can't slow him. He heals so much. I mean, it doesn't do damage. He doesn't kill people, but he just permanently slows somebody.
It should just be
He's like
lethality.
discount Nunu.
Discount. I feel like Nunu's already discount Nunu. Now we're giving a discount
Where he is, yeah. He's on sale twice. Oh, 957 actually dodged that barrel explosion, so he's able to sidestep some of the damage.
There you go. But yeah, I think he's going to go straight into lethality. Maybe even get a magic penetration boots, because then it works really well off of your ulti. Just off the base, and here we go.
Oh, Xie immediately exhausted.
Oh.
Flashes to get away from the arrow of Mystic, and Rookie gets out with his life. But WE collapsing on the mid lane as 4 have got some push priority onto this tier 1 turret.
Yeah, Xie probably didn't expect for him to take the kill. All he really wanted was to shove Rookie out. Rookie still eating some pots, so he's actually in a good position. So that mid lane push not going to work out for WE.
As a result, the turret is still standing, so the minor pressure that WE were able to find, they were not quite able to convert into an advantage as Rookie is handed over. Blue buff, Condi waiting in the river, will secure that Scuttle Crab just to keep an eye on Kid in the event that he decides to ult. So far, Kid seems to be having a little bit of difficulty after that initial gank, trying to make something happen.
2 mini-maps.
The vision comparison of the two teams.
Okay.
But you see the top side of the map is relatively empty of vision from WE. And same thing out of IG. All of the vision priority seems to be around that dragon pit.
And that's like for IG at this portion of the game, even though they're just a little bit behind 100 gold, that doesn't really mean anything. They still have a lot of pressure just because of Kid on Rengar. Rookie has a lot of innate pressure.
Ooh,
that Duke?
Using teleport on his own, or excuse me, Cannon Barrage in his own lane, forces the flash out of 957 as Condi goes mid to try to deal with the pressure that Rookie is putting out. And Invictus Gaming as one, turn up the heat. Kid is going to find Xie and Condi with the exhaust. He's going to be right on top of that Jhin, however, but he will die. The arrow finds Megan and Xie hops over the wall. These shots being fired from Marge are taking too long to get there. Teleport from 957 is he actually recalled, and Invictus Gaming are trying to run for their lives in this. Marge has left them for dead and went back down to the bottom, but they're almost caught up to Duke in the top lane. That's death mark onto Kid. He goes down, and Xie is going to get a lot of bonus AD from that one as the arrow catches Rookie, but not the Rift Herald. So Rookie is able to walk away, and 957 is going to try to chase as best he can.
Okay, they expected that. But yeah, that's a massive lead for WE, just a little bit. And it worked really well for them because what ended up happening is just the nature of how Jhin works. Even though he was able to contribute to that entire affair, he wasn't going to be able to bring it in and really do much after his ulti. Yes. So WE now not only able to take the fight, but might even able to take that mid lane tower.
Yeah, they are very content to trade with this. Marge is looking for the bullet. Oh, he doesn't have enough to take them. He's on some way. Did he just flash in? No, I'm not entirely sure what just happened.
What
but
a man!
He committed for the turret. Tragically, that is not first turret, however. You can see Marge rolling his eyes in dissatisfaction. First turret did go to WE in the mid lane.
Yeah, he recognized he was going to die in that one. he probably didn't know that Kandi's ulti was down, but even still, he was gonna chase him down. That was a pretty long lane to go through. So he was like, all right, you know what? I guess I'm gonna flash him for that.
He tried.
I shouldn't have walked away. Gonna pay
I mean,
for
his
my
flash is
way.
off the cooldown. I'm not entirely sure what happened.
Yeah, I'm just gonna believe it. Just gonna believe it was that. They're right, actually. I don't know what happened. The game's playing tricks on us.
I've never seen a Jin do that before.
New ability.
Yeah.
You didn't see it. 7.3. You see it on the map. That's what happens.
Yep. WE, however, are going to use that pressure advantage and the opportunity of Jin just now respawning to get some focus onto this Earth Dragon. Teleport is up for both Duke, and 957 has got to walk his way down, but WE already at the pit. They're going to start working on it. Megan is going to eat the initial damage from Xie.
Oh, couldn't get the Q.
Yeah, Ignite's going to burn it down, but the long-range Razor Shuriken is going to complete it. Duke actually teleports in and gets some damage onto Kandi as Kid. Silence can't quite follow up. That's going to be 1-2 hits onto... Oh, there goes another! The barrel does a lot of damage as Mystic is forced to walk away. Xie zoning over the wall with his shadow. Is going to keep IG back, but with the jungler of WE dead, that means IG can take the dragon.
Yeah, WE have to back away entirely. They didn't really juggle Jin bullets very well. In fact, Mystic and Kandi both got hit by it. Kandi shouldn't have gotten hit by it, obviously, because Maokai and Lulu were in the area. But then Mystic, there was no reason for Mystic to get hit by it because he had the entire team there. So they just need to be able to communicate who needs to pace back to take the bullet. And it should be Maokai. So.
That would make sense.
Yeah, so they definitely made mistakes on that front.
It turns out WE are not the perfectly airtight air mattress.
Yeah, that mattress is starting to have some problems.
Yeah. Either that or Invictus Gaming found out that the secret to deflating any air mattress is just sleep on it a whole bunch of times.
Are you saying that they're sleeping on them?
Duke in the top lane, taking some harass as Kid actually heads back up there along with Marge and Megan making their way up there. Looks like the lane swap is going to match WE. As they do have a bit of an easier time getting to this turret just a little bit first. Duke heads to the bottom. He's going to be the one who will have to answer to Xie, but no amount of oranges are going to keep him safe from a death mark.
And that's the thing. WE are in a great position right now off of those few skirmishes, even though the last one kind of didn't work so well for Gragas. This is what we wanted to see from Xie. His bad laning phase turned into, he got a few kills, assists off that. Now he's able to really get into this phase. Now, the problem is if he takes too much damage from barrels, that's all he has to watch out for. But you know what? He definitely has 1v1 potential on Duke right here. So Duke just has to stick to his tower at all costs.
Yeah, and you can see how Duke is building so far. Going for the armor penetration first, the full damage reduction and penetration onto Kandi and 957 instead of the lethality. So he wants to make sure that should a fight break out, he's going to do damage regardless. With Mystic landing poke down on that mid lane of Marge, or excuse me, top lane of Marge and Megan, and a flank from both Kandi and Ben, they're able to get some pressure onto this top tier 1 turret and take it down.
Yeah, just to secure it. Duke, on the other hand, is just trying to bait the man. A little bit too far forward, but what is he looking for? Oh, with that being said, regardless of Xie's position there, yeah, that was just a great play from WE to be able to secure top lane tower. There was no way Marge and Megan were able to save that out because there's just far too many members there just for the team fight. So that was just a smart decision from IG to completely sack the top lane tower, but just a smart decision from WE to recognize that that's theirs.
We're going to continue looking for advantages, however. The only tier 1 remaining is that bottom tier 1, and Invictus
Lulu's
Gaming
gonna get it.
more than set up. Oh no! Rookie shows himself, but Ben, still very far forward, will get demolished by IG.
That's the side of life of the support. You shouldn't. I mean, last game, he was in the same scenario, but he had Malzahar, and so Malzahar Voidlings was able to tank it. This time, you can't do that. Pix is not going to be able to tank anything for you.
Yeah, no way Wild Growth is going to do that much. 957 is flanking on the mid lane. There are 4 members of WE here, and 5 of IG as Rookie leads the charge. Somehow threads the needle on Mystic. Oh, sorry, he had the Edge of Night shield. So despite the pick and the pressure, Invictus Gaming are not able to convert it into a turret. This is still WE with a slight tempo advantage here.
Yeah, they're just honestly what's happening here is they're trying to catch each other's pressure to see what they can get. Now IG have a lot of pick. They were able to get Ben off of that. They're not going to be able to get mid lane tower because Varus is just going to be able to wave clear for days. Zed's not going to be mid, and that's the right decision for WE to keep him bottom lane. And the same is true for IG. They don't even have a tower in the mid lane. So for them, they're in a great position that they're trying to look for vision control for the next strat. And so that's where a lot of the pressure is going to go towards. Is WE, or at least IG, are looking entirely for what they can do towards this next dragon. And WE, they're trying to see if they can get a pick on Duke, but Duke is playing pretty disciplined in the bottom lane. So they're also, it looks like it's just going to come to a head into this dragon.
Yeah, that vision game seems like it is pretty tenuous right now. You can see some aggressive and defensive wards from both sides with the sort of back and forth in the mid lane. No one is really sure where that neutral line is, where the advantage ends and the disadvantage begins. As a result of this, Rookie, has found a pick on the Ben once again. Even using the cannon barrages, Rookie with the very early defensive Zanyas. He's going to get away as Kandi eats another bullet. That's a lot of ultimates used.
Pacing back and
Kid
forth.
is continuing to chase.
That was primarily for vision because they're not going to be able to get Gragas. But overall, that was a great pick from Rookie and Marge to be able to get Ben down.
I love that interaction.
I'm sure it tilts a lot of regular
He's
players.
just playing ping pong with himself. But once again, IG find a pick onto Ben, and they go right back towards the mid lane. Mystic and Kandi are going to do a lot to clear out these minions. But the turret is still standing.
Yeah, and that's the problem. Varus, and on top of that, Gragas can do a lot to be able to take that down. So even though they were able to get one kill, it's not going to amount to much. Ben was never really going to be the one that saved that
Invictus
tower.
Gaming aren't following up on this. Shie is actually heading towards the bottom, and Rookie's on his way to try to defend this as Duke has swapped up to try catching up with 957 to try to get some damage on this top tier 1 turret. But Shie might be able to take down the tier 1 before Rookie can get there.
It's a definite worry, but he shouldn't look to auto-attack it. He still doesn't know where the enemy team is, but he's going to risk it.
There he goes. Now he sees Rookie.
Okay.
And he is going to walk away as his shadow comes off of cooldown. So despite the fact that they find a pick and they swap up their strategies, they don't end up paying too much afterwards, as Dragon has respawned.
It's going to be W that starts up on it.
Down to 3,000 health already. Rookie tosses his stun over the wall, but a quick smite from Kandi is going to pick it up. WE's first Dragon of the game here. In this game, much slower, much more even paced.
And that kind of it sucks for IG because the early game was pretty good. It was they got a few leads in the mid lane and the bottom lane. It was looking really hot for them, and on top of that, Duke was farming up quite well for himself. But time and time again, WE are able to make the proper decisions to get themselves into this point where now not only do they have a gold lead, but they're able to pace towards Dragon and pick them up when it feels tough, and IG were there for a long time to be able to get vision and pressure. So even though IG invested a lot in that area, it's still WE that picks it up. Yeah,
That turret is barely standing.
And it's
6 health.
Exactly. It's all towards the Zed too. Zed has been such a thorn to IG's side this game. Even though the laning phase was rough for him, it's this.
Oh, that Scout of the Week is on cooldown, and Rookie has got so much regret now. Cannon Barrage is going to buy some time as 957 gets in. He does indeed. That's Death Mark being used on Kid, in fact, but Rookie now left behind is going to flash over. Here comes Kandi. They're investing so much in killing Rookie that they left Ben all alone. Shie tries to dodge it back in as Mystic has joined in on this fight. Marge is making his way up from the river as well as Kid tries to clean up Shie, but does not have enough. Marge, can he finish up these kills? He's doing a bunch of damage. Megan flashes forward with Marge, and they get revenge. 957.
Oh, they can't kill this man.
Going 1 versus 2 right now.
You can't kill the tree.
He's going to have to kill this Maokai. He's going to have to kill this Jin on the opposite side.
Run!
And 957 will not be stopped. He's going to continue chasing until the ends of the earth if he can.
Oh, they're going to try
Crowd control from Marge. They're running on relatively low mana. This is a
for it.
big crit. And he dodges the crit. 957 dashes just
beast.
underneath it. That's going to be a slow 1. 2 is not going to be enough, and 957 finally walks away. But that is 4 for 3, favoring IG.
You see the Maokai mechanics on that man. He was able to just dodge out that 4th bullet, but it starts here. Now, they didn't want to go all in because this man has Zonias and he was holding a minion. It was looking pretty tough. He gets it down. IG is starting to rotate towards the play. IG is looking fairly strong in this entire play. Just look at Condi. He gets exhausted and he doesn't really know where to go from this point. Kid is just blowing them up. That was a great cast, but then just focus on Marge, who's coming into a lot of low health. Oh, ooh, that was a great bouncing grenade. That looked fantastic. He was able to flash in for Varus as well. I'm glad Observer cut out of that one because we're going straight into another play here.
Yeah, just trading some bullets there. Looking for a hopeful pick onto Ben once again. Poor guy just wants to play a Lulu. But he will be protected by his team. Rookie still dead. Seems like they might have caught him on the respawn, and WE are using that opportunity to pressure up in the mid lane. Finally taking down that mid tier 1 turret and using some pressure to get some damage onto the tier 2 following. Without the wave clear of Rookie, Marge can't get close enough to the minions, and the turret goes down.
This Nauka is too big. He's gotten to a point where it doesn't really, I mean, since Rookie is down, there's no reason for them to walk away from tanking that tower, or at least the people who are trying to bounce him away from it. So at this point right now, WE, they're at a great position for themselves, very comfortable. They might be looking for this.
Yeah, they could be setting a pick at the Baron, knowing that that would be the first place IG have got to check. But instead, IG drop a few wards and play it safe.
I love how they're using I love how they're using Mystic to be able to just speed him up, get in there so he can get the Varus ulti off.
Get those chains of corruption.
Yeah.
As it is, we're getting closer and closer to the 30-minute mark. IG once again set up in the mid lane, trying to take down that mid tier 1 turret. But they cannot get through the wave clear of Mystic and Condi, struggling with the same issue that took them to nearly 60 minutes against IMA. However, this is a much more volatile composition they've got to deal with out of WE on that Zed and Varus.
Yeah, and I mean, WE are really just a tight-knit a team where they're constantly going to be there to recognize that that tower is going to need saving. Varus is always in the lane. That's the lane assignment they've given themselves, where Zed is constantly going to be looking to pressure on the side wave. So that while they have to answer to Zed, so they're always in a time limit, that means the small openings that they have to looking towards mid is never going to turn into anything unless if they look to dive with the Jhin. So now they're bringing Jhin towards the mid lane. Maybe that's going to be the answer, where they're going to set up with Rengar, maybe with Syndra once she pushes up the top lane. There's a lot of opportunities in doing that, but they need to now recognize it's a dive or it's nothing.
This was the exact problem that plagued them in the last week of LPL play 2 weeks ago against IMA. And WE seemed to be quite handily preying on IG's weakness to do or die in these more tense macro situations. They are now clearing out vision around that Baron, while Mystic continues to hold minions in the mid lane and keep that turret safe. With all their ultimates and all their cooldowns ready, Invictus Gaming looks set to force a fight here. The Cannon Barrage is going to do a bit of preliminary damage as these bullets hit up on the 957. He's very tanky. His stun finds Condi, but Rookie in the front has got to back out. He's on his early. Kid's going to buy some time here. Xie flanking down from the top is ready to collapse and pick up some few kills. Doesn't take the shadow as the Guardian Angel pops. Xie goes in, gets the death mark onto Rookie. He's going to be able to get the kill with the delayed Razor Shuriken, and Xie will trade his life for Rookies. It's the mid laners late to join the fight, but late the first to go down.
Yeah, IG recognized how much time that they had for that play. Zed was in the top side of the map. It looked like it was going to be an incredible opportunity for them. They just went for it, and it just turned into a trade. It was just a very hard fight for them to pick off, and they used a lot of resources for that.
957 teleported bottom. He's collapsing on
what a
IG
flank.
along with the rest of WE. Marge and Kid don't stand a chance unless they are able to zone away the rest of WE, which is exactly what they do. Invictus Gaming collapse in 957. As much as you want to, you cannot have that tasty Jhin for dinner. He has to settle instead for Duke with that armor penetration, and he's starting to take some big hits here as the arrow from Mystic, finally able to catch up, zones away IG.
All right, there's the reinforcement. That looked like a great flank, but remember, I guess Condi and 957 both tanks right here. So if they can't get the perfect combination, then they're just not getting anything done. I mean, I know Maokai does some damage, but not enough. And there you get into a pause.
We thought it was, in fact, the tanks who had collapsed and separated WE, but it was, in fact, WE who had set up the flank.
There we go.
It was an elaborate ruse all along. But with that quick pause, let's go ahead and take stock of where the game is at. Obviously, game number 1, we got to see very, very tight play out of WE that allowed them to take a very commanding game number 1. But here in game number 2, Invictus Gaming, taking a much less opportunistic composition, have managed to find success in dealing with WE's attempts to push forward, and they are taking much more successful team fights compared to the previous one.
Yeah, and it's just taking a really slow time for IG at this point. They had the early game, now they lost the gold lead, and they're trying to find those team fights set up by Syndra, set up by GP. They're trying to set it up very well, and if they lose their ult cooldowns, if it doesn't really pan out for them, then that's really scary for them because of how the enemy team can follow up. So WE, it's scary because of it's the Z factor. It really is. If he comes into the team fight on time, able to burst out that one carry, he died so quickly, but he took Jhin with him.
Yeah, he was able to take down Rookie on that Syndra because he used his Zhonya's Hourglass early and was able to get the very delayed Razor Shuriken. As you can see by the stats on the board, very even game. 200 gold separating the teams, even in kills. Definitely not even in turrets, however, as Invictus Gaming have got 3 to catch up, so effectively 3,000 gold still on the map for them to take if they get the opportunity to.
So the longer this game goes on, the awkward it's going to get for WE. I mean, sure, they're in a gold advantage, but what's terrible for them is the Zed. So the Zed is going to have a bit of a problem as he goes on. He can't really find an ulting target. Jhin seems like the easiest one. That's probably fair, but if he's never in the fight to start, if he's looking for a long-range ulti, then that's a problem. And then you have Azonia's on Syndra, who's constantly looking for picks. So the longer this game goes on too, Gangplank, we talk about him a lot. He's has the opportunity to go towards a much more aggressive build. He's got some defenses, so maybe he's trying to just jump right in there. But that BF sword could even turn into an IE.
The Sterix Gauge is going to do a lot to keep him alive. That BF sword, you said it could be an IE, perhaps even a Bloodthirster.
Yeah.
You get one big parlay to heal yourself right back up. Oh no, Zed is killing me. Full health. Because it is that Gangplank style of like, oh, I'm dying. Just kidding.
Yeah.
I'm not locked in here with you. You're locked in here with me.
Oh, he could even go towards a Duskbladed drop.
You're right, yeah. He does have the longsword as well. So we're going to see. We've actually got a replay for you of that last fight that we saw in this matchup.
Just to pick it up, this was interesting because look where Zed was coming from. He was all the way on the top side of the map, so this was just 957 really just getting chunked down time and time again. Sure, Kid was fairly low off that entire engage, but he was just zoning the entirety of the enemy team off. Same with Rookie, so sure, GAs gets popped, and this is when WE feels like they should really be able to come back into this, so it turns into a 1-for-1. So when you look at that team fight, you're like, okay, the result didn't really turn into anything. But this showcases what the later on team fight could for this team, right? Where you look at Zed, sure, if he comes into the team fight a lot earlier, maybe he can be more impactful. But the problem is just how easily he can get popped by the enemy team. He doesn't have many openings, so that's a worry for me. And of course, Maokai, he did lose his GA. You can tell that it is off of him. That's going to be another problem for the team. So if they can focus him once again.
I mean, we're also seeing Zed go for the Hex Drinker and only now building towards that Edge of Night as a, 3.5 item?
Yeah.
Very, very delayed, but I mean, that is giving him a lot of damage in these fights when he does get the opportunity to get in.
Yeah, well, that's true. This one gives him a lot of survivability too, because you do get the HP from the Black Cleaver. The big thing is once he does get to Edge of Night, as you mentioned, maybe at that point, not only does he have the survivability, but he also just has the free ticket of, any CC that comes my way, I can just negate it.
Yeah.
And then if a Baron comes through and they're going back on that 1-3-1, that is fantastic for the team. So they really are on an edge, like a knife's edge, and being able to take this win. But the team fights are really hard, and so we'll have to see if WE can take it forward, even though they have such a small gold lead. There we go.
And WE are going to take the third dragon of this game, the Infernal Drake, our final elemental before Elder is going to spawn. at about the 37.5-minute mark. With Baron still on the map, not having been taken by either team, this is a very volatile matchup. Lots of damage on both teams. The question is, will they get the opportunity? Will they get the execution to set themselves up to use that damage?
Yeah, it's going to be very hard for either team to really set up on Baron. You have the poke on WE's side, and then you have the AoE on Syndra and Gangplank on the IG side. So it's pretty much suicide if you ever want to start it up, and the full 5-man roster of the other team is just sitting there.
I mean, Invictus Gaming can't even take down this mid-tier 1 turret.
Yeah.
How can they possibly be expected to get far enough into the jungle of WE to get enough vision to prepare for a Baron?
Yeah, and that's a little troubling. I mean, they should definitely have had the opportunity to dive that mid lane tower a little earlier on. There were moments where it was just Varus and Gragas just sitting there, and there were backtimers coming off for the rest of the team. But it's just, I guess it's too risky for them, and they didn't want to go for that route, especially at the time since they had a lead in the gold department.
Despite that, however, the two teams now find themselves in the mid lane once again. 5 versus 5, and wards on wards on wards being stacked up. Megan needs a huge amount of damage from the piercing arrow.
Yeah. That's going to hurt. Marge does have Edge of Night, though, so he's going to hide underneath that. Cower in the Edge of Night.
Yeah, gets that spell shield ready and starts backing away. Rookie actually shows himself in the top lane, split up from the rest of his team as Kid is now in the jungle. WE still grouped as 5. They've got an opportunity to make something happen here.
This is a good opportunity for WE simply because, you know, the poke's coming across, and if they do, they can really regain pressure here. Sure, Scuttle Crab just died too, so that's actually a great point for them, where they can regain pressure and continue to just set it up. I mean, Mystic right now is hitting all the skill shots. Boom.
Yeah, just landing arrow after arrow. Mystic, the skill shot man himself, the Ezreal god. But they're going to try to force a fight onto him. He flashes over the wall. That's one bullet. Chain of Corruption spots Kid out in advance. He gets onto the Redemption and is healed right back up. So Mystic is able to walk away.
That's what they needed.
Finally, they take down the mid-tier 1. You just had to wait for the reload.
But yeah, I mean, that's what they needed. They needed the kill to come. I mean, even if they can't get the kill, sure, you're able to put Mystic back at base, and now that he is gone and done with, no one else can really hold that lane. They got the turret, and so finally they can set up around Baron, and it would be much easier now that that outer mid lane turret is down at the 33-minute mark.
Now they're starting to set up some vision as Xie is actually split pushing on the bottom side of the map. Nope, heading back towards the mid as 957 is up there as well. So they're not going to try to risk anything with that Baron on the map. Well aware of the fact that IG now have got some vision. And the games continue to stall out. Neither of these teams taking any chances.
Yeah, and so the wave in the bottom lane is in WE's favor. It's starting to shove in pretty heavily. That's why Xie is with the team rather than away. He's going towards the top side, but that's just fine because 957 is with him. So this is a great opportunity for WE. They're just going to hold on to this control and see if they can get a pick off of it.
Yeah, they're playing the side lane game right now.
That's a massive wave in the bottom.
Yeah, Cannon Barrage still on cooldown for Duke. As a quick recall from Marge is going to finish off his own Edge of Night along with even more damage with another BF sword. He's racing back up the mid lane, finally catches up. Cannon Barrage just a few seconds before it's ready, but if he uses that to clear out the minion wave, WE will have an ultimate advantage for the Baron.
What's worrying here is that neither of them can go bottom lane. Gangplank is just about to get ulti. Sure, he has TP, but he doesn't have ulti, so he can use his Cannon Barrage for this play. Now that he does, maybe he can move down bot, but he's needed here, so WE's looking for this.
He's still holding on to it, and
There's
Megan
no
tries
blue
to sneak
trinkets.
forward. There goes Kid. Now he's going to spot out the fact that they're trying to do this Baron. That's the Cannon Barrage. That's what he wants to use it for. All 4 of those bullets, 3 of those bullets are going to hit 957, so WE are still very high health.
Yeah, it's wasted. That's perfect because now IG's entire setup and engage, save for Rookie's ulti, is gone. And another wave is stacking up in the bottom lane. If nothing is done about this, eventually that tower will go down. So WE has all the reason to just go right back to it. Still no blue trinkets are up.
Yeah, that's a lot of cooldown left on that blue trinket for Duke and Marge. WE, as you said, they're going right back into it as the wave is starting to crash. They turn right back onto the Baron. Kid doesn't have his on the hunt, or his thrill of the hunt, excuse me. So he's going to have to go in the old-fashioned way. He's trying to race around. They're going to clear out this ward. Explosive Cask is going to
They should know now.
Chain of Corruption, he finally sees it coming. Baron is at 1,000 health. It's going to be burned down. And his Rookie goes in and gets some damage, but Xie hops out over the wall. Exhaust goes down. Rookie is locked down in the pit. He's able to get one and get some burst damage in answer, but Xie is meanwhile cleaning up the fight along with 957 and Sven. It's 3 versus 3. Snare onto Xie. He tries to take the shadow. Auto attack follows up, and it is not enough. Flash.
Wait a minute.
Duke is so fast,
Shoot
though.
that man.
Will he get the cooldown? He will indeed. Finally, the shutdown. The only person who has Baron buff is 957 as IG take and win the fight.
That is a massive win for IG, and so you can see the Baron power play is not looking good. I mean, it's 200, but that's definitely going to turn negative very soon. And so, yeah, that hurts. Thankfully, 957 still has Baron, so even though IG are definitely going to look for the inhib here, 130 seconds goes by, and WE are back up. They can maybe look to make use of the Baron here.
Yeah, this inhib goes down, but it might be a little bit more than they can chew as 957.
The tree stopping it.
He's turning out to be quite the jawbreaker and preventing them from taking anything else. They cannot crack the base.
So just to take a look at this was a perfect move from WE in the sense that they had control of this, and there was no way for IG to come in. So there we go. He couldn't get the smite. That was ulti from Kid coming right back up. And just take a look at Mystic. He had no HP down. Condi as well. Syndra was able to just chunk every single man down. And so if you look at the only real damage dealer up and available for WE, it was Xie. And there is no way for him to win this fight from this point forward.
Duke saying, speed me up, speed me up. Yeah. The long range parlay is enough to secure that one, but they've still got side lane control, and the middle inhibitor is still standing. WE returned back to the game that gave them so much success. They're now setting up around the Elder Dragon, but a lot of cooldowns are refreshed, and Rookie has got his blue buff. Xie is going to try to defend in mid lane, so the rest of WE secure some vision around the Elder Dragon.
Yeah, before they even looked towards even entertaining the thought of Elder Dragon, the wave was way too close to inhib, so if they ever found themselves fully committing to that, IG should have just, or at least could have, just walked it down mid. So it was a good decision, and my god, that's a lot of damage the Gangplank's doing. He did buy the IE. So, wow.
And then another BF sword afterwards, so he still might go Duskblade.
So that's definitely crit.
Even more just like on-hit burst damage.
Yeah, so it could be a mix. But for now, it's pretty crit. It's pretty crit to me. That looks like crit plank if I've ever seen one.
Just a bit of armor penetration to round out the build. He actually shoves the minion wave top and still doesn't finish off that top tier 1 turret, but Invictus Gaming now present themselves mid. WE hiding in vision once again instead of taking the Elder Dragon are going to get some harass onto Invictus Gaming.
Yeah, they're just
try to force them to blind check the river.
They're just on the doorstep here. They're taking full control of mid lane, and what this means is that the wave is going to be moving towards closer and closer to the inhib. But WE is going to go for it.
Yeah, they're trying to get through the health of this Elder Dragon. It's down to about 9,000. Even tankier than the Baron. This is going to take a while as Redemption talks IG up. Down to 6,000 health. Slowly it gets closer and closer. Kid level 17 to Condi's level 17. Will Son of Baron have this success with Elder Dragon?
If they can use Marge, he doesn't have his 4th bullet, but if they could, that's a combination they can use here.
Xie is flanking on the side as Mystic is forced to flash back, but now Marge sets himself up and Xie with the flank. Cask is going to separate the fight. Kid leaps forward onto 957. He flashes into the back line. Xie dives onto Marge. He's getting a lot of damage. That is a dead Marge. Despite the heals trying to keep him alive, Rookie has long since died, and WE take the fight quite handily. The Elder Dragon team does it again.
That was fantastic from Xie. He was able to take about a lot of them, and it all started with that Gragas Cask coming in from Condi to be able to just stop the Jhin ulti altogether, and so it really set the fight up.
Kid's trying to backdoor right now on the inhibitor. 1 versus 5 is not going to be very fast on that Rengar, especially because he is such low health. He will be able to get the inhib, but he's going to have to get back to base if he wants to try to trade this.
He has a wave, so he's probably going to look for this, but he needs to back away.
Yeah, he's going to recall right now.
This is definitely a game if he doesn't stop.
Yeah, the inhib goes down. 957 leads the charge with the rest of WE. They're going to take down the first Nexus turret before the recall is even finished for Kid. And WE have done it. Despite losing a few fights, they're finally able to take the match and turn on to the Nexus, winning game number 2 and the match against Invictus Gaming.
That was pure resilience because the first 10 minutes was not very good for WE. In fact, I was close to writing them off. Mid lane was so far behind. Jungle was doing so terribly because Kid was running rampant, but they stay firm and they take team fight after team fight.
And joining us once again on the desk is going to be Richard Pulse Camp.
What up?
Not much.
Just WE taking the quick 2-0, that's all. Yeah, we got to call it like it was. That was a good old classic Clown Fiesta. What we saw for a large portion of that game. Because the start of it, yes, IG took firm control, but then WE, they fired back. But the way of firing back was finding these constant team fights and playing it better. So we had this constant back and forth where both teams felt very lost. And I think some of that goes back to the start of the game. You look at the picks and bans. What's the Z doing there? What's going on right there? We have the insurance policy of the gangplank in the top lane. Great. Doesn't really do anything else with the rest of the composition. So we had all these things firing off in the late game, but in a different way to like how the rest of the team wants to play it out. So that's why we saw all of these kind of clowny team fights.
Yeah, WE looking very happy after that win. Despite the chaos of that game, they were finally able to find the fight at Elder Dragon. It really seems like a continuing theme. Yes, they are the Elder Dragon team, not because they like to play around Elder Dragon, but it always seems like at the 35-minute mark, that's when you get to see the true core of WE. That's when you get to see them really succeed.
Yeah, they play around team fights incredibly well. And just take a look at that graph.
Oof, that is spiky.
That's a ride I don't want to go on Six Flags. That's just, you don't want to see that.
Yeah, no, you go on that roller coaster, you're throwing up by the end of it. That's not anything that anyone wants to sign up for. This was just not a clean game from either team. I don't think either team goes away from that and is just like, yes, we played that out perfectly. That was clean. No, that was not. And WE, yes, well done to actually pick up the win in the end, but honestly, it was a 50-50. And applause to IG for bringing it to a 50-50 in the first place, because that's the best odds they're going to get. But they just lost the flip of the coin, unfortunately.
Yeah. The team fights for WE ended up being strong enough. And I think the fact that we were talking a little bit earlier about, we still want to see WE show growth. Obviously, they had a bit of a rocky start to the split, and we know that they have the potential to break free from this plateau and do amazing things. But over the course of the early and the mid game, they just kind of sat at that plateau and waited for that team fight at the end of the game.
I mean, that's just the right way to play for the most part. I mean, when your mid and jungle lose out a lot, especially if it's a Gragas jungle going up against Rengar jungle, there's no way for you to even make, I guess, a comeback in a lot of ways. Yeah. So you kind of have to play a little patiently and wait for your lanes to just kind of bring you back into the game. So they were farming up quite well. Zed even had a lot of great opportunities in the mid lane when his team he even got himself, I guess, an assist or a kill. And then he got himself in a side lane, and that's pretty much how that one went.
Yeah, they were hamstrung by the fact that they had this random Zed pick who didn't have TP. So it's like this GP's just sitting in bot lane, and it's like, well, who's going to go? We can't send literally anyone because he's going to kill the Maokai. And if we send Zed, then we're going to get engaged on by this pick engage composition. So we can't do anything there either. So yes, they were hamstrung there, but you're completely right. WE, let's be clear, they played it well and as well as they could have done with the tools they had available to them. So again, props to WE for playing out the game. It was just looked messy and was messy because of what they picked.
Yeah, and I guess the best play for WE at that moment was just when they prepped the bottom wave, and it was such a massive wave. Someone needed to take care of it. No one on IG did, and they just made the best use out of it.
MVP this game is going over to Condi. I have to assume for engaging in that final fight, getting the huge cask that separated IG and allowed them to pick them off.
Yeah, I mean, his team fighting was great throughout the end point of the game. That was pretty much it. His early game was pretty bad, but that's just how it is. I mean, especially if you're able to come back from that, I guess that's a feat in and of itself. So, congrats to him.
Yeah, if you're a WE player, it's just like Russian roulette on who's going to pick up the MVP because it's such a team game that they try and play. Then it's just like it's not an individual. Everyone turns up at some point during the game. So well played to Konzi for that engage. But you're absolutely right, Dom. It probably was because of that engage, not because he was the standout player on that team necessarily throughout the entire game.
So then, looking forward, WE. As you said, they took the win. They took the 2-0. But this can't exactly be a set that they walk away feeling like, great, we played exceptional. We took the win against the other second-place team. Eventually, we're going to have to play against EDG once again, and, of course, RNG on the other side. How do we prepare for playing against even higher caliber teams?
Look, this is when I'm going to have to hard disagree in the sense of how they feel. Because, I mean, A win is a win at the end of the
Sure,
day.
sure.
You take the
They-
win over.
They looked happy. Of course, they were able to take the 2-0 and
Yeah.
take the win.
Especially since they're at a point where they're really stuck close to Chaogu in their own group, and they need to be able to take those wins, the difficult ones especially. And I talked about how IG were really kind of moving away from LGD. They were really coming into a true second place team.
Yeah.
That wasn't the case for WE. Now that they have, now they just really want to focus on EDG in their own group. So now this is a great win for them in the sense that every place matters in the group and how it goes into playoffs.
Of course.
Especially since they want to be the best team. So a 2-0 on IG sounds pretty good.
Yeah, I'm going to give that opinion the quick upvote there because I completely agree. It's, just one up on that one. Because WE, it was more about how did they play out this series, and the same thing for IG, right? Do we see a replication in the performance they put up the other day, or do we see them kind of sink back down?
Yeah.
And that's kind of what we saw from IG. We're setting up for games to come, from weeks to come, you know, and getting those points now is great, but how do they set themselves up for success in the future weeks? And I think that's what WE has showcased today. Yes, you come out of game 2 being like, it was a bit messy, it was a bit clowny, but you look at how the series went in the whole, like a holistic view in game 1, that was a good game from WE, and they showcased all of the strengths that makes up Team WE.
Yeah.
So then going back to the other side of the coin, Invictus Gaming, they don't get to feel the satisfaction of taking a win. Though that game was much closer and much more even throughout the course of the match, they still ended up losing 0-2. And despite playing quote-unquote perfect League of Legends just 2 days ago, they have now dropped this 0-2 series against WE. What do they look for going forward?
Well, level of competition always matters. So it comes down to even WE had that same problem where they went up to Snake and Trey was a bit scrappy. But it comes down to now you have to face a team that is up to par with your level of play. Going up against IG, IG was great in the early game in game 2, right? And then game 1 they played that rando composition. So that's a little bit tough to lose that game. And now there is no second chance at that one. But yeah, I mean, for IG, you look at that and they should just look to how they play team fights. Because if you're going up against WE, really the best lesson you can get away from it is how do we improve our team fighting in the future, because that's really the next step for IG. If they can set up properly, then if they can take those team fights better, especially if it's in their favor and they still find a way to lose those team fights or come out even, that's something they come
I
out
honestly
with.
wish we'd seen another game from this series. They say we didn't see game 1 where you, as you said, had this rando draft that's just like pretty much lost them the game from minute 1. Whereas you look at like a game 3 from here, what's the next adaptation? Do they go back to a poke composition? Do they try and play smarter? Because what they did here was not fight fire with fire, consistency with consistency. Like I was talking about pre-game, they fought fire with fire of just going in and let's turn this into a 50-50 and take the odds, and can we get that coin flip? If not, okay, I guess that sucks. We'll go on to the next series. I wanted to see them actually play an IG game from what we saw from them last time, where they actually had a consistent game plan and actually executed on it. And I thought going into this matchup, this was the real test up against WE. That's what I wanted to see, but it's not what we got at the end of the day.
I guess that's always what it comes down when it comes to IG. I feel like that's every set, even in playoff games, it is come down to that one coin toss game. I mean, Rookie, he's a fantastic player, but he does love his assassins. That includes Fizz, and so if he plays that Fizz, if he plays that Katarina, even in Echo, well, guess what? Exhaust is going to be your greatest enemy. And so if you ever find yourself in that position where suddenly you just can't play team fights anymore because you just fell that far behind, then that's going to come with being an IG member.
I mean, even the way that he used the exhaust on this Syndra game into his Zed, he used it offensively in lane. And then whenever he would get in team fights, he would exhaust someone to slow them to follow up with a stun. So Rookie's the kind of guy who's, I'm going to kill you. You're not going to kill me. I'm going to kill you. And that ended up getting him caught out when he would trade 1-for-1 with Xie in these fights. Whereas if he would survive, perhaps they could have sieged mid 10 minutes sooner.
Yeah, overall, the point is that having assassins for team fights, it's difficult when you have double exhaust going up against you. So that's just an issue.
And now moving forward, of course, taking a look at some of the lanes specifically, the fact that we're seeing Margin Megan continue to struggle in this bottom lane. They've had some moments where they've really popped off. We've seen IG start playing to the bottom lane for the first time in what seems like years. The rotating door has finally stopped in this bottom lane. They see success, and now they've seen a bit of trouble as well. What do they do to try to get back to this form of success.
Yeah, I don't think we rag on them too hard for this series. I think at the end of the day, I think we had bigger issues, which was the draft and how they approached the game in general and the game plan that they came into Game 2. It wasn't a Band-Aid. It was a different style of play that we were looking for them,
Yeah.
Dom. So I don't think we look towards the bottom lane when we say, these guys screwed up. We need to completely swap out the bottom lane. DEFCON 5, get these guys out of here. Like, that's not what we're looking towards. We've seen such growth from this bottom lane in general that I say this series sucked for them and they were kind of left out to dry. So I say that we go into the next series and we see how they do.
In fact, I was a little impressed because there would be times where they would be going up against, and here's the thing, W would always kind of loop in their top laner as well if a bot lane position always either comes through. So they would play defensively when they needed to. It came down to them having to play defensively constantly because that would come up against them.
Some very competitive play. We'll have to see if they can continue to show growth over time. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break while we get ready for our final match of the evening. Xiaogu versus OMG. Hello everyone and welcome to our final match of the evening of day number 3 of our first week of cross-group play. We've got Xiaogu taking on OMG in just a few minutes, and it looks to be a pretty spicy match. Xiaogu have been playing up a lot, showing that, hey, with the heart and soul of Doinby, we really are the old Xiaogu Reapers reborn as the new Xiaogu Reapers. Their opponents, OMG, on the other hand, having a little bit more difficulty sort of finding that core identity, however.
I think that's fair. That's true. I think Chaogu Reapers, as you mentioned, like sure, there's some interesting points where they're team fighting constantly. They're pulling their bottom lane a lot because they're going all in, even though they're really copping pressure, like with the Bard and Thresh. This time around, they're running Ali, so maybe they're gonna go towards more, I guess, just lane focus and lane pressure. Meanwhile, OMG, it's interesting because I feel like they're starting to resolve those problems of just those identity issues. Bringing in World 6, it's starting to look a lot better from them, and while they're on the climb. We just saw, I guess, Vici really fall in their own side of the group. But, I mean, Snake. While Snake is falling and IMA is having some difficulties, it's really getting competitive on that side of Group A because it's looking like OMG is on the upside.
I think this series is just kind of a flip-flop. It's just like we need to see what type of team turns up on the day because like a good QG is going to blast them out of the water, but also an OMG from the performances we've seen from them previously, maybe they can do something. Like if Icon pops off, then he'll 1v9 the game.
That's true.
So it's really just what type of team do we see on the day?
Yeah, and we're definitely going to have to keep an eye on some of those individual matchups. Of course, Icon isn't playing against just Doinby. He's playing against Doinby and Clid, and Alone whenever he roams up as well, and Kabe whenever he flanks mid lane. Like, the fact that Chaogu consistently play as a unit.
That's what's difficult about this, because when I look at this, I want to focus on the 2v2, Clid, Doinby, World 6, Icon. That looks like a marquee matchup, but then this Chaogu just keeps bringing in people.
Yeah.
Everyone from the bottom lane coming in. Kabe with Maokai. I mean, he has an obsession with Maokai, but he brings it in too, so it feels like Chaogu are definitely in it for the early game team fights when you feel like OMG is looking for maybe teams are always when they go up against them. This is how they WE lost out against them because you would constantly get caught out by these massive team fight pools. And so WE, they think, oh, maybe 3v3. No, it's a 3v5. Oh, maybe this time it's a 4v5, 4v4. No, 4v5. It's like,
and the fact that Chaogu are always like a step ahead. They've already got their wards set up. They know they want to bring people. Just really confident play.
Yeah.
OMG, on the other hand, seems like they have a little bit of difficulty sort of matching this, unless it's something that is, I'm trying to think of like an elegant phrase of like just sort of hammering their way in.
Yeah, I think the key phrase there that you mentioned there, Dom, was matching QG. Because you look at QG and it's just like they have Kabe in the top lane, they have a Doinby in the mid lane, they have Clid in the jungle. Like, they have so many different ways to come into this game and for someone to do well. You look at OMG and it's just like, well, what's Icon going to do today? You know, it's just like there's not the same star power that I think consistently will actually bring something out here. Because I'm always looking at Kabe. I know I'm a top lane fanboy, but like Kabe constantly does well. And you talked about him being this Maokai picker. Well, we've seen games from him where we'll go 4-0, and he's a player who will take that Maokai to the bank and run over your entire team with this pick. So they still have ways to come into this, even if they run a team fight comp.
Yeah, and so this is what big question for me, because Chaogu, they will go towards like strong team fight heavy compositions, but will lose out in terms of laning phase because for a while they've been running Cloud in the supporting role, so he will go towards Thresh and I guess Bard as well, so they do tend to cop a lot of pressure and lose passively in the laning phase. This time around, since they're bringing in Ali and Alone, maybe that's a different shift towards the team. Maybe they play towards the laning phase and play a little bit more clean towards the mid game. That's going to be a big focus to me because I want to see how Chaogu evolve. Because we just saw how WE took the last set. Now I want to see if Chaogu can match this.
Of course, a lot of this is going to be going towards the pick priority during pick and ban. Will they focus on that bottom lane? And again, save Doinby for last, as Chaogu almost always does. Or do they just pick Karma first and flex it mid support?
Yeah, I guess you never know. I mean, I guess we had that question with IG before, but this time around, this team is legitimately. They will try to be creative at all points of the game.
Yeah, I think if we're looking at ban specifically, I want to go towards mid lane of Icon because I think this meta 7.3 really suits him as a player. Like we're seeing picks like Ahri are definitely something that you can pick up. And yes, we were having that discussion about like double exhaust. You just pick exhaust into him and you shut him down. But Icon will still beat you in lane, and that's something that you have to play towards. Yes, they have kind of a stopgap in the form of Doinby, so maybe he'll just straight up be able to face down Icon in the mid lane. At which point, OMG have bigger problems than just that. But I think that Icon could really be a big player here, so some focus in picks and bans would warrant that.
We'll have to see if Chaogu take that to heart. Of course, their opponents, OMG, going to have to do the same. We've mentioned World 6 now coming in for the jungle, filling in for, I believe it's Shui Shui, and doing a lot of work since he joined in with the team. He's been showing up.
Yeah, World 6 has put in a lot of, I would say, direction to the team, and it would be a lot more towards these neutral camps and jungles, which is great because Raptors is big and Krugs is the same. So if he's looking towards that, that makes it a lot easier for the rest of the team to help him out. And on top of that, that guy has just fantastic mechanics. So I feel like Lee Sin's just a pick that he constantly goes towards. So maybe ban it out. Clid plays it as well. This is probably the first set I've seen here in LPL, and I'm like, hey, there's a Lee Sin priority. Because there's a lot of other champions that are good, but no.
Like an actual Lee Sin priority.
Yeah.
When you've got Graves and Rengar and Kha'Zix and Elise, but Lee Sin.
Yeah.
Not the fallback, but the go-to.
Yeah.
So interesting to see how those sort of playmakers are going to be super important. And I think the reason that we look towards this playmaker coming out of the jungle is because of how volatile these lanes can be. We can see what happens when Doinby gets like just a kill or even just a CS advantage. He starts bleeding into the jungle. He starts bleeding into the side lanes. Kabe does the same thing with that Maokai, as we've already mentioned.
I think it comes down to identity of teams as well, because we come into this matchup and I think we've had some really defined teams today. You look at WE, who's like slow, concise.
Yeah.
We're looking like a turtle. You look at other teams like Vici. Yes, they had problems closing, but you know they're a very smart team. You look at these two teams and I think they're finding their identities, but we're not quite there yet. And we can see that from their roster rotations exacerbating that issue.
Yeah.
So we're going to see much more of a, well, we either see a very fast game like in typical LPL fashion, or we see a very slow one where neither team knows exactly what to do.
Yeah, and I think what's interesting between this, even though I guess it's the player identity that really does shine through. You mentioned Icon, this is a fantastic patch for him, but DoinB is the type that he's a very much, I guess, it's fun to say like a counter assassin in a lot of ways. He'll always have weird counter picks to go up against maybe the Ahri pick that
As the anti-mage.
Yeah. So he's the counter assassin. I just made that. There we go.
That's great, actually.
You know, I got you. Yeah. He is an anti-mage in a lot of ways. So it's fun to see the differences, and I want to see how they clash.
Yeah, running through the rosters right now from Xiaogu, you can see Kabe, Clid, and Doinby. This time it's Alone and Ali instead of Candy7 and Cloud out of Xiaogu's lineup. Their opponents on the opposite side going to be OMG. Xiyoung, World 6 returning. Icon again in the mid lane along with SMLZ and 5.
It makes a lot of sense that Alone and Ali is coming right back in because they found a lot of success with them in the LSPL. They got in because of that, so it's fun to see them come back in. Full 5 members to see how they work out together.
Yeah, that's cool. I also think that Ali has the same hair game as Cloud as well, so that's also something that like is maintaining through the roster. So that's also cool to see.
That's always awesome.
As someone with exceptional hair yourself, you're keeping
yeah, I'm
track.
kind of lagging today, to be honest. But
yeah,
you know.
I mean, it's you've still got like a good coiff.
Yeah,
on
there
the
you
top
go.
up there.
Yeah, it's kind of looking a bit sad, to be honest.
So another point that I wanted to talk about was OMG. When they see success, more often than not, they're playing selfishly. They are empowering their individual players, empowering their individual lanes. Is that a strategy that they can get away with against a team like Xiaogu?
Yeah, I would say so. I think OMG, if they continue to play like this, I think, I mean, it depends, obviously, because we haven't seen much of World 6 play with them to see if that's the style they'll continue with and really find to be their key identity. Remember, even since this team has really remained the same except for jungle, looking back to last year, SMLZ and 5 used to be a great laning duo, and then near the end of the split, they were rotating a lot towards one side to the next.
Yeah, I think that's a really good question because it can go literally either way, honestly. Like, it just depends. Again, going back to the start of the discussion, is which team turns up on the day? What type of team do we see on the day? Because while we've seen teams going further and further into their identities, I don't think we're fully there yet. And I think QG was closer to that at the start of the season and split, actually. But OMG is still finding that. So whoever gets there first and reaches that end goal first will be the team that wins.
I mean, looks like Doinby was given a nice, good, hearty stretch, so perhaps the sleepy Xiaogu today? Maybe not the Xiaogu Reapers, but the Xiaogu Sleepers.
That's good, actually. That's yeah, we'll call that at the end of game 1 if they end up losing. But I think in terms of just track records, I would still give it to QG. But it's really just if OMG find their groove today, we could see a very different game.
Yeah, I think it's going to be probably decided in some hectic team fights.
Yeah,
OMG, they do look towards it. Xiaogu that seems to be their clear identity here. And so if they can get towards it, it's going to be, in OMG sense, I feel like it's going to be all about the mechanics on their end. SMLZ and Icon should be looking to pick it up, maybe World 6 setups. Meanwhile, Xiaogu, I feel like they look to play it slow. It depends on what Kabe is looking for in the top lane. If he still continues to get Maokai, if that's still a priority to him.
The fact that he keeps getting it time and time again, like, sure, Xiaogu are going to be blue side, but do you think that OMG really give that up to him?
It's really interesting with top laners right now because you look like a Gimgoon and it's just like, do we take away his Kled? Do we take away his Jace? It's just like, well, we don't really either have the resources to commit to that, or at the same time, do we want to go up there because he might not even pick it on the day?
Yeah.
Because Maokai is one of those picks right now that you can ban away, but it's just like, well, you may not have even picked it, you know? So unless you're running a specific comp for it, it's difficult to say. But at the same time, it's such a versatile pick in this current patch because you can first pick it and be pretty happy if you're looking to run a binary composition with, say, a Sivir, a Malzahar. So it's hard to say if we will, but I wouldn't be shocked if we saw a ban.
Yeah, and I think it's if they go for a first pick on that, it just comes down to whether or not they're willing to counterpick every lane at that point. Because if you're giving up a lot of power picks in that sense, like for instance, Klid and Duanbi, they'll be fine in terms of counterpicking. In fact, Klid has just counterpicked so often in LSPL and in LPL in a lot of senses, and that's if he gets the Lee Sin. So if they're really comfortable, they want to know what the enemy team can pick up, then they just can go for that binary Maokai relay.
Yeah.
We'll have to see if that's what they end up going for, or if Xiaogu have got something creative to show us. Of course, they were the first team to bring out the new lane swap. What was it, the 6-minute lane swap that they broke out, I think, 2 or 3 weeks ago against, oh, I forget which team it was.
Yeah, just being able to rotate your lineup, that's something that even LGD has done. It's a global point where if you feel like you have tempo in your own lane, if you ever get the shove off and you think the enemy team is either going to freeze, or if you think that if they're just not fast enough even.
Yeah, pretty much. It's rare, but I think any team is equipped to do it. I think just the situation in which that arises is rare.
Yep.
As it is, though, we have entered in picks and bans for game number 1 between Xiaogu and OMG. We're going to go ahead and say goodbye to Pulse. Do you have any predictions for how this is going to go?
Oh, I think I'm breaking up. I'm out. Sorry.
Hey, you punk!
Nope.
Come back
apparently
with
not.
us.
Okay.
No, that's cool. I understand. I'd be safe here, and I wouldn't put my dime on this game.
Okay. Well then, as it is, looks like Malzahar and Maokai are going to be banned out along with that Zyra. Meanwhile, Karma banned away from Doinbi. So it is, in fact, going to be Xiaogu who ban away the Maokai.
It's smart that the Karma comes through, because not only is it for Doinbi, but it's also for Ali. Ali loves to pick up that Karma pick as well, because Alone and Ali are usually the type of laners that they want to play as safely as possible. Like an Azrael Karma lane is something that was standard for them a while back. So it makes sense that it's a flex pick. You want to make it not a flex pick, so take it away.
Instead, it is going to be the Shen priority from Xiaogu. So already setting up with some long-range global map play, some teamfight strength as well. Kabe once again returning to a tank.
That's good, because the Maokai went through, as a ban. So Shen coming through means that it's up to Xiang to find out if he wants to pick the Nautilus. It would be a bad trade into Shen. And at the end of the day, he might just go GP. He's done it before, and it's a good matchup into Shen.
We'll see if that's what Xiang decides to take. As Lee Sin prioritized by World 6. Somebody was listening into the broadcast.
Yeah, this was like, no, Kha'Zix is available. No, it's not going to happen. Graves is available. No, it's World 6 and it's Klid, so it's going to be Lee Sin. So that's it's hilarious to see that they have so much confidence in these laners that it doesn't matter how many patches come through. The playmaking ability of the Lee Sin is what matters at the end of the day.
We certainly know that the ability is there, but is the execution as well. Rai going to be the next follow-up for Icon in the mid lane. Very strong pick, as Varus is going to make it through as well for Alone.
Yeah, we didn't even mention the Varus going through, which is a big one. What it comes down to is OMG. SMLZ is very much so a Jhin player. It happens a lot. In fact, I don't remember the last time he did pick up the Varus. He's the type that wants to go towards the strongest lane possible in terms of skirmishing power, and it's usually Jhin, Jhin, Malzahar, Jhin, Zyra. Both of them are banned out, so he's just going to go for the pick.
Yeah, with the Graves matched up with that Varus, it is Jhin picked up for SMLZ. So just like that, we've got mid, jungle, and AD carry for OMG. Meanwhile, it is jungle, AD carry, and top. So Xiaogu holding on to that mid and support.
And let me tell you how disastrous this is for OMG. Yeah, mostly because in the laning phase, Varus is going to have a good time in the bottom lane, depending on what his support looks to be. So support pinching might be a big point here, but Graves is fantastic into Lee Sin if the Lee Sin kick doesn't come through, and then Shen is a fantastic top lane. So unless if Xiang has the GP or really anything else, if he tries to match that Shen with another tank top laner because it's Xiang, then it looks like a lot of their early lanes will get pushed in.
As it is, however, OMG are in fact going to pressure Doinby's pool, taking away his LeBlanc, one of the few mid laners in the LPL to try taking it time and time again, despite the fact that it hasn't seen a lot of success in this region. However, Xiaogu follow up with a ban towards 5, taking away that Thresh to keep that Jhin safe, and then a Nautilus take away from Xiang.
So yeah, the Nautilus was the only one I was thinking of, maybe the Poppy, but even then, of course, Shen would still have another priority, so I would still think Gangplank is the pick to go for Xiang. He's gone to it before. That's nice, cute Lulu.
Yeah, once again, the Lulu picked up. They already know what the top lane is, so this isn't a counter pick here. Nami is going to be the pickup for Ali and Orianna. So once again, Xiaogu playing a lot of utility, but also a very high amount of damage.
Yeah, I generally, as a general point, it looks like it might be a rumble, but as a general point, I don't like Nami. Nami does not have much shove pressure at all, unless if you count the bubble that does no damage. So she's there for just sustain, heal, maybe engage off ulti, but overall, for the lane, I guess she's banking on the fact that she has Varus there to really get the shove going. But Jhin Lulu is pretty damn good, so I think Jhin Lulu has a shot into this lane and just being able to counter the shove.
Yeah, we'll certainly have to keep an eye on that bottom lane to see how it works out, as the final pick is going to be Rumble for Xiang into Kabe's Shen. So hopefully he'll be able to get some damage. Spit and Flame instead of going for the auto attacks onto Shen, which we all know isn't great.
Yeah, it's fun because it's nice to see Xiang actually look towards the Rumble here. He usually does go towards the Gangplank, but Rumble is just as good.
You just really want to see Xiang play Gangplank.
See it, man. I want to see it. I can't hide it anymore. But yeah, Rumble is great. It helps with the composition as well, since Jhin is there as well, and you have a lot of AoE AP with Rise.
You can set that up from a really long range. Once you start peppering with the curtain call, get a few slows from Lulu in there as well. Just drop the equalizer on top of the running team.
So it looks good. And they have a lot of the playmaking potential from Lee Sin as well. So they're looking for plays. That's what I'm seeing from OMG. The plays, team fights might be a thing that they're going for. Meanwhile, Xiaogu has some great lanes here. Yeah, the Graves as well is going to be a big focus, where I think that Clid should be able to just handily invade.
Yeah, we'll definitely keep an eye on Clid. On that Graves to see if he's able to get himself off to a very confident start once again, as we've already seen him absolutely pop off. This time, though, seems like OMG are ready to fight Xiaogu's fire with fire. They've got a lot of team fight. They've got a lot of damage. They just might try to match Xiaogu at their own game.
Yeah, it's going to be so fun to watch. These teams have really made a name for themselves in terms of looking for those impactful fights. OMG goes for those high mechanical skirmishes. And then, you know what, Xiaogu, they just bring in numbers. So that might be something that OMG has to watch out for, bring in numbers themselves, because if they try to go for, you know, that hot Lee Sin kick coming in, comboed up with Icon or SMLZ there, and if 5 is not really paying attention, not in the area of Xiang isn't as well, then that's something that can go up against them, and that's something they'll have to watch out for.
Yeah, it certainly is. But Xiaogu, certainly well aware of this, are going to have to prepare themselves as we've loaded onto the Rift for game number 1 between Xiaogu and OMG.
I'm trying to figure out what champion that was.
I actually have no idea. Varus, maybe?
Oh, the fans are going crazy here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could be Varus.
You can hear them calling out as Icon. We mentioned how important it would be for him to show up this game. Well, he's on a very high skill cap champion, very high playmaking champion.
Yeah.
He's got. We're going to find out very shortly.
Yeah, and I think the biggest point between Orianna, because the Orianna was picked into this, is the Orianna does have range into this. Even the Icon, once he does go back for tier, he's going to come back into lane, and he's going to be able to shove in pretty heavily. Nothing really of note in terms of the picks here.
Yeah, he's even taken the Storm Raider Surge. Interestingly enough, so too is Doinby. Looking for the mechanical plays on
that's
that
hilarious,
Orianna
actually.
instead of the burst.
Yeah, I would expect him to go Thunderlords. And a big point of that is that he does have the range advantage. So that's always a constant worry for Rise, is that you know, once a lot of AP comes down onto Doinby, he's going to be able to just QW every time to be able to chunk you down. And then, of course, one of the big points of setup in the mid lane is setup ball, able to just use your ulti, set up icon for, you know, Clit to be able to come in and gank. And
Oh, but World 6, very cheesy. Shows up in level 2 in lane. Heal instantly used by Doinby. He's not even going to burn his flash to walk out of this, but that is a lot of lane pressure that Doinby's got to sack.
Yeah, that's incredibly cheesy for that level 2 gank to come through, and it was because Orianna was going to have shove here, and it helps Icon out so much, and World 6 was just in transition to his next buff. He didn't take the Raptor camp, because he can't easily send. It's going to be very difficult. He didn't take Wolf camp. He just went buff to buff.
Yeah, he took the scenic route.
Yeah, definitely a scenic.
And stop by, check that Doinby in the mid lane. Are you paying attention? Yeah, you're paying attention. All
You
right.
awake now?
Yeah, exactly. Doinby, he's awake now.
Yeah, now he's had a sip of coffee, and you know what? I guess it's probably better than coffee.
Those yawns that we saw earlier.
Yeah, he saw that yawn.
Yeah. Hopefully he's wide awake at this point as Icon with the wave bouncing right back. It's huge priority. A lot of OMG fans in the house. 84% of people think that it is OMG going to take this set.
Yeah, the iconic all-Chinese organization
I
that's
see
come
what
through.
you did there.
Ha! I mean, to be fair, when I started off that point, it was not on purpose. I didn't do it on purpose. But yeah, they've stuck around for a very long time, and the fact that they're on that upsurge is really bringing back the fans.
Whew. Yeah, they're going to have to demonstrate that they deserve these fans, though. Because Xiaogu's not going to roll over easy and let them take this.
This is going to be a big point, because Lee Sin into Graves is really tough.
Oh,
Thank God. Yeah,
the smite. But he had his smite as well.
Yeah, but World 6 has to watch out for that, because his pathing in the first clear was very limited, just so he can get to the scuttle crab below. Oh, that actually hit him!
Double catches 5. One auto attack is all it takes, but they know he's got healed. That's going to be 1, and Ali actually gets first blood by Flash, Ebb, and Flow.
I can't believe that bubble hit him.
Check out Icon, though, with his push priority in mid lane. He's making his way bottom into a minion wave.
That's a little ambitious. I mean, the guy has to go right back mid. Just trying to scare him, I see. But yeah, that was ridiculous. I actually did not expect Nami to be able to get that. If Nami can get those picks, then 100% that's fantastic, and that makes it that much easier. Xiang has to watch out here.
Oh, whoa!
Oh!
Instant reaction. Xie is awake. Xiang's awake.
Yeah, he was recognizing that. It's like, all right, any moment, any time, I just gotta make it look flashy.
Yeah.
I feel like Kabe even missed that too. I don't know. I'm gonna give him benefit of the doubt.
It was pretty close. The Shen hitbox is pretty fat.
Yeah.
Like, there are times when you get caught by the Shadow Dash and you're like, I was already on the other side of lane.
To be true, it used to be worse. It used to be really big, and now
it's smaller.
Yeah.
Oh, but Xiaogu looking to get some revenge as SMLZ baits in Ali and alone. That's going to be a quick slow. Ali holding on to everything he can as he used to slash aggressively. Teleport used by Kabe to get there first. Remember, Xiang doesn't have any teleport. They turn on to 5, and they get the kill before trying to leave alone. Eats a lot, but Clit is going to take these hits. Xiang still has got enough, and Kabe taking the long route around. Has got to take some damage on his way out. Icon even ghosts to get down here as well, and Doinby is here too. Are they going to dive this at 5 minutes into the game? They've got a minion wave.
Nah, this is too risky. Nah, they're
Doinby's waiting just outside of vision. He's going to have to walk through many members of OMG, however. Yeah, decides to head back towards the mid lane, and OMG call it quits.
But that's what we were talking about. Xiaogu, with such an early TP coming in from Kabe, was able to get that, and OMG was prepared. It was just that one-on-one trade, and it worked so well for OMG. That was scary. I mean, sure, OMG would have rather gotten the kill on Ali. Alone played it really well to body block for Ali, because Ali could have very easily died.
Yeah.
But it didn't work that way, because
it was Alone who died.
Yeah.
I'll save you, Mr. President. No, I'm dead.
Oh.
I mean, that is the point of a bodyguard, but when the bodyguard's the president, then that takes a different turn. 5 very aggressively invading with Icon and World 6 again. They're on top of a ward, though.
That is the most
They all get hopped over while Ali is right there. Clit is going to get some damage. Now suddenly OMG have got to get out of here.
Yeah,
Ali, can he get the big bubble?
Yeah, they're good.
He's there as well. Clit can't get in range for the slow, and OMG are investing so much time down here.
Yeah, that was the most valuable ward that caught the 3 of them on rotation. And so, you know what? Now they got to go back.
Yeah, wards save lives.
I remember, whenever I see those wards, it's like Ah, the possibilities. If that ward wasn't there, that could have turned into such a like an awful play.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you know what? Yeah, you mentioned it. Wards save lives. Just 75 gold, everybody out there. So invest.
Doinby plays himself a jaunty tune as he continues to clear out these minions. Xiang with lane pressure and an early haunting guys invades the blue buff. Clid showing himself on the opposite side of the map isn't there to contest. And Doinby is going to feel a little disappointed when he uses all his mana this time.
He's going to be pretty sad. He better relax in the mid lane right now until Clid confirms that the blue buff indeed is not there.
Clid's actually pathing down towards the bottom side as well. So it seems like... Oh no, he was just cheating bottom to clear out the wolf camp. Never mind. There they go.
Here we go. Let's test it out, boys. Now look. Wait a second. What's happening?
That's a sad life. At least he still has a significant majority of his mana.
Yeah, so he didn't try and overuse it when the mid lane before just to test it out. So
OMG are going hard this game. World 6 now going to invade the red buff as it spawns.
Does he know? He definitely. Yeah, okay.
That was the defensive ping out of OMG.
Yeah.
So I don't think they saw him, but instead he's just going to play it safe. Doesn't quite have vision of that Graves just yet.
I was wondering if World 6 knew the ward was there still. I think that was the same ward that cut him out last time.
Oh yeah, the super valuable one. Oh no, he didn't want to invade the red buff. Icon was just like, I need blue now.
Ah, yeah.
The commanding mid laner.
Come back. Don't take that red buff.
Yeah, Clid now going to be able to secure that red buff. Refreshes the ward that was so cost efficient earlier. Just in case.
Yeah, and it's such a good ward. I mean, people don't talk about that a lot because that ward does cover the blast cone that comes out there. So being able to catch that, because that's the primary place where junglers, mostly mid laners, are able to try and get a flank going for their team. Just getting that ward out there means so much.
You can already see a lot of defensive vision from Xiaogu on that side of the map, plus 2 control wards top side in the river to keep an eye on any sort of movements out of OMG. They are well aware of whatever OMG is going to do well before they do it. And with an Infernal Dragon as the first Drake, that's certainly going to be important to maintain that vision on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, so it turns into a question of which pressure is stronger here in the mid and bottom lane. Doinby, sure, he doesn't have blue buff, and that's probably going to be the most costly point. Theoretically, Orianna should be great in terms of just forcing the shove right now, but Icon can probably just spam E for days, and it would be okay for him. And then in the bottom lane, you got Varus and Nami, and Varus should just be fine at this point, especially now he has double long swords, got quite a few levels into Q.
Yeah, he's starting to lance out some shots against SMLZ, but the very early tier and not a serrated Dirk is going to make it a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, and he's really far behind in terms of CS, so Jin and Lulu are able to really take their number a little bit.
The early pressure and then the follow-up kill onto Alone is just yielding a few rewards here.
Yeah.
Able to make up for that deficit that SMLZ found himself in.
And it just doesn't make it easier. Sure, Nami was able to net them the first kill, but it's definitely difficult to contest the shove. Man, that ward.
Yeah, OMG are looking for kills so desperately, so greedy. They're hunting for these. Yet Xiaogu, they've still got vision. Doinby knows that they're there.
There we go.
Ghost. Flash Snare is going to be enough. Doinby didn't see that coming, even if he saw them in the river. He's going to try to kite this out, however, as Kabe gets there. Lanceton onto Icon. Doinby eats the auto attack from Icon, who, empowered by Pix, is enough to take the kill.
Xian's in there.
Yo, that was a huge kick from World 6, getting very greedy.
No.
Knocked out of the Realm Warp, in fact, as even Xiang roamed down. Now OMG turned to the Infernal Drake.
That entire play was seen by OMG, but unfortunately Doinby thought he was playing cute around it. Still didn't do much about it. Dies, Sombrero, so he couldn't actually get them going, move him away from him, so he dies to the play. Shen tries to do something to save him, obviously couldn't do it, so then he just turned into snowballed. Sure, he didn't die, but overall that just turns into a free dragon.
Ooh, Icon eats a few hits, trying to stop the recall out of Clid, but Doinby completes his own. Going for the Fiendish Codex and boots first. He's not going to fall for that same mistake twice. Gets more movement speed to escape, and he sort of chases. But with the Infernal Drake for OMG, they get a brief respite before they will return to hunting for more picks on OMG's side.
Yeah, and while Graves has been at a good point of just clearing out his own jungle pretty quickly, now that Lee Sin's able to get his Tiamat, now he's actually able to just match him. So now he's even, and now he's just kind of just battling through it. So it's good to see him on the Tiamat. He might just sit on it for now. We've seen a while back, oh goodness, we saw some Titanic Hydra Lee Sin, which is hilarious to see in solo queue.
I think that was about the same time people were going for the Titanic Hydra Rek'Sai as well.
Yeah.
Back when Titanic used to have the same amount of attack damage and health. So very strong. But yeah, as you said, mostly Sins like to sit on that Tiamat for quite some time. Looks like he is going for the Warriors enchant first as Xiaogu are going to collapse onto Xiang. He's got his flash, but is not going to waste it. Quick movements from Clid and Doinby.
So the difference between OMG and Xiaogu here is, you know, OMG, the wards were doing I mean, Xiaogu's wards to bottom lane saved them out. OMG didn't have any wards to the top side. Now OMG are going to try to answer to this. They're sending 2 men to the bottom lane.
They've only got 1 minion, though. Varus is clearing out that wave so quickly. First turret goes down in favor of Xiaogu, and despite the fact that World 6 is here trying to catch the minion wave, they've got Stand United in just a short while. Teleport's already ready from Kabe. 4 members of OMG are going to be a bit desperate for this play, but nobody's escorting the minions forward. Alone is just going to start clearing them out.
They just need to go in.
Yeah, there they go. They're forcing the engage. That's silence onto Alone. He's caught by the snare, trying to stay alive, but World 6 follows up and gets the kill. Kabe teleports in too late as Ali is knocked up. Kabe has joined, but so too has Xiang. That's going to be the curtain call as well. They're blowing everything and the kitchen sink to get this kill. The kitten sink.
Nah, that'd be great.
Kittens in a sink are adorable, but that kill was anything but.
But yeah, they just need to go in because you can tell that Alone and Ali were constantly clearing out the wave. They just needed to all in, hard engage. They did. It was at the cost of 5 life. But you know what? Xiaogu recognized that entire play. They're going to get the top lane inner tower.
Yeah, top tier 2 traded back over for that bottom tier 1 and a handful of kills, bringing it right back to dead, even, and gold. World 6 on the invade will take away that red buff on the way out, as OMG will also get the chance to set up some wards. But more importantly, they have unlocked their bottom lane. 5 is going to get the chance to roam around with World 6 now. And we've already seen what happens when Icon starts popping off. At 2-0 and 2, the clock is ticking.
Yeah, thankfully for Xiaogu, he's on Rise, which is not that mobile. He can't dash around like Ari.
Yeah, well, he does have the Realm Orb.
That's true.
And he's almost level 11.
That's the incredible dash, cross-map dash.
Yeah.
Yeah, if he does that, then that's going to be great. I mean, we've seen some incredible Rise plays happen.
Yeah.
So Rise is just turning into such a massive priority lately in the LPL because teams have looked towards IEM, saw the plays you can make, especially if you have baroned up minion waves. You can just kind of do the hot swap.
Yeah. The old switcheroo.
Yeah, and so that's always fun to see.
It's like a magic trick. It's like follow the minions, follow the minions. They're here, they're gone.
You see us, you don't.
Yeah, now we're here, now we're not. But as it resets, OMG do initiate the lane swap, sending SMLZ and 5 into the mid lane, along with Icon towards the bottom so we can get solo experience working towards that level 11. Doinby going to shove up with Alone and start peppering some harass onto this tier 1 turret. If they can break it down, that would be huge.
Yeah, Xiaogu, they don't have any. I mean, Xiaogu, this should be a free tower if this remains the same. Like, Rise is moving now. This is great. He should have moved a lot earlier because OMG don't have any wave clear here. Their wave clear essentially is going to be in the Rise because SMLZ is not going to be able to do that. 5 is not AP Lulu, so he doesn't have much damage in himself. So if Xiaogu constantly look towards these sieges, OMG just need to hard engage, just threaten the flank. They need to do whatever they can to break it.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we saw from Icon. He's level 11 now, so he could have ganked mid, and it would have taken Kabe Stand United to keep up with him. But of course, he is still holding on to that as Doinby catches minions on that top side of the map. Things take a quick breather. We get some buys and some resets, as it looks like Yomu's is now finished for Alone. World 6 sitting deep inside the jungle of Xiaogu.
This is World 6, man. He's always fishing for a play. This is a moment where he recognizes that Rise is in the bottom lane dealing with that Shen. Sure, Shen is not a fast kill, but maybe it's something that they can look into.
Yeah. Speaking of fishing, it might be a mermaid that they catch as Ali looping around. Oh, he has no idea that they're there.
Get him!
Gets right around. The kick is going to find Clid as well. They immediately turn targets for the Cigar Man, but they don't quite have enough. It is going to be Ali who dies as Clid manages to survive the onslaught of Xiang, who overextends and trades his life 1-for-1.
Yeah, Xiang was just trying to keep in range so he can get his ulti off, but he found himself to be the result in that, just the kill. Looks like Icon.
Oh, that's a very greedy recall, Clid.
Icon just wanted to interrupt that. That's hilarious.
But Ocean Drake is up in 15 seconds, and the Fishermen's Hunt provides fruits. Though it is a 1-for-1 trade, they do still have priority on that bottom side of the map. OMG are setting up a bunch of wards. They've got the mobility for Ryze to do the triangle play, rotating bot, mid, dragon. Xiaogu are going to try to reset this. They're shoving mid and looking for this tier 1 turret, but they just can't do it.
Here's the thing, Xiaogu, they should have priority towards mid lane turret. Mostly because this is so hard for SMLZ and 5 to remain here. That's why it's on OMG to constantly look for the plays like they did the last time and execute on it. Because that last play, it would have been a lot better if Lee Sin hit Q. That was a problem there. It's unfortunately he couldn't get that on stun targets. This time around, they need to just constantly look to push him through because it's actually Xiaogu that have pressure on Dragon because they're on mid.
Yeah, despite the vision setup, despite the pick, and despite the fight, it's Xiaogu who end up moving more cohesively as a unit when the Dragon spawns. They're going to take that. So, the age-old question, fire versus water, we're going to find out.
Yeah, and I think that, like, when I look at Xiaogu here, they just have so much pressure towards mid lane. Usually it's like, if you're like last time, like the last series we saw, it's like, oh, IG can't really look to get onto that tower because the wave clear is constant. There's no wave clear here for OMG. They are they're at the whims of Xiaogu's pressure here. So.
Yeah, that wave clear is all the way down in the bottom lane, currently finishing off his Manamune, Archangel staff.
Yeah.
Not Manamune, that's the one that we're going to see alone build.
Yep, that's true. We've seen so many double tiers. I mean, I guess, yeah, we've seen so many double tiers lately. These comps, not in this game.
Yeah.
But I guess.
Whenever we see the Varus and the Ryze together, or the Cassiopeia.
Yeah.
Pretty much just like Varus, Ezreal, Ryze, Cassiopeia, those four.
Guess you get a lot of practice in terms of, is this Manamune? Is that, oh, yeah, this one? Yeah. I have that problem.
But we're now getting closer and closer to the 20-minute mark. 90 seconds left on that Rift Herald and OMG. They swing Icon back towards the mid lane after he pushes a wave up before sending him bottom. And it seems like right now, Xiaogu, they're setting a 4-1, whereas OMG are using a 1-3-1. So Xiang and Icon continue to alternate pushes. We saw Kabe try to teleport top to defend, but... Oh, did he get the red buff? Wow!
That man.
Clid with the collateral damage. There we go. Doinby finally heads top to answer the minion wave that Xiang shoved in.
He just knew how much damage that Lee Sin did going into it, and he saw Lulu using damage on that, so he kind of just predicted based on essentially how much damage A, M plus B would do. So like, that was great.
I like to think he had it perfectly calculated.
Yep.
He knew how much damage that the red buff would have at 19 minutes into the game, or how much health. He knew how much damage Tiamat Lee Sin's going to do with Warrior and Jen. Counted the abilities, counted the seconds.
Yeah.
I'm making Doinby out to be some sort of like...
The mastermind.
Exactly, like a genius.
So just looking at... here's the problem with Xiaogu versus OMG. Right now, 19 minutes into the game. OMG, even though they're really trying hard to just not get poked out in the mid lane, they're setting a lot of sideline pressure. Rumble's on top side, or at least was on top side, because he's now rotating towards the bot side. That's going to be interesting to see why he's doing that. Meanwhile, Rumble has been constantly shoving out through bot. So the longer this goes, OMG's winning out, but if Xiaogu can quickly output this pressure, this should be their tower.
Yeah, Alone's finally able to get a few more hits onto the turret. Doinby gets in. Shockwave flings World 6 back. Chains of Corruption just a bit late, Alone.
Yeah, they should be able to get it on the next wave, but Graves, he's just clearing out wards here. He should just be with them.
Xiang has teleport and the equalizer. The minion wave is getting there, but Xiang is already halfway there. Icon forces the fight. Flash snaring onto Doinby.
What was that?
Here comes Xiang from the side. Stand United is ready for Kabe as collateral damage continues to harass OMG down. And Xiang, now he's having some second thoughts.
Yeah, he's going to have to come in to protect. He still has his ulti, so he could use it defensively on the next wave. They just want to be able to stall this one out.
Yeah, and Xiaogu actually find themselves with sideline pressure in the top lane. Icon has to answer that. There's the defensive equalizer, as you said.
Yeah, but they're still going to be able to get this one.
Oh, Clid eats a lot of damage, perhaps too much, as he's knocked back, and Doinby and Clid are going to demolish World 6 as the bullets don't do anywhere near enough damage out of SMLZ.
So there we go. Xiaogu finally gets that mid lane tower. It was a long time coming on that one. And Clid does a lot of damage. So World 6 finds out the hard way. That was a little, rough to see.
He prioritized the Lee Sin. He knew. He had to have known.
Yeah.
We hope he knows. Maybe he just doesn't know.
No, he knows. He just hoped.
Yeah.
Prayed.
Well, hope can only get you so far against in the LPL. We've seen hope help some teams and betray others, but this time it's OMG who are looking very hopeful as they now find themselves down about 1,200 gold We've got Dragon now up in 2 minutes, and with that mid-tier 1 finally cracked down, Xiaogu have got their sights set on bottom. Doinby, Ali roaming down to that bottom side. Xiang well aware, already backing away. So good macro sense from OMG to know that could be the next pressure point, but nobody's defending top.
Yeah, being able to take down that mid lane turret means a lot to Xiaogoose because now that extra wave shoved in means that Jin is not going to be there for the play. He's still clearing out the wave coming in there, so you have to completely sack that turret now, and that's just going to be outer turret after outer turret after outer turret. That's going to be the final one here. OMG's not going to have much to stand on, but it's still going to be fine for OMG in the sense that they do still have a lot of playmaking potential that they can work off of. Rumble still now has his 3-item power spike with the Leandries, like the double magic penetration here. So if he does look for that play where he can get a perfect ulti, then that's going to be great for them, especially with Lee Sin kind of just fishing for a play on his ulti. So that's a possibility.
As a follow-up to that turret trade, it ends up being a total of 2-for-1 turrets when it's all said and done, but Xiaogu still coming up big. 50 seconds left on that Dragon, and with the turret pressure now cleared up from OMG, you've got a recall out of Alone, finishing off that next serrated Dirk for him, along with Maul of Malmortius, topped off for Clid. Kabe up top, finishing off that Joram's Fist for some more survivability, and with his teleport and Stand United ready, looks like Xiaogu are prepped for that Dragon, should it turn into a fight. Tragically, though, it is Cloud Drake. So we're not expecting the teams to be at each other's throats over it. Wow, that arrow!
Yeah, these arrows.
He's got an arrow and a serrated Dirk.
Yeah, it's going to get much worse. Yeah, Yeoman's.
Oh, an Icon flanking from the side.
That's not going to mean too much.
Rushes right on in. He actually used Ghost very preemptively there.
Yeah, it's not going to mean too much here for Xiaogu since they are strong and together. With that being said,
Doinby with the snare. World 6 with a huge kick is going to force the fight. Icon joins the fight a bit late, but Kabe cleans up with Glid. Doinby is doing some work with Glid and Kabe in the front, continuing to zone it around. Xiang eats a huge amount of damage, and they just can't find a way in. They cannot get through this huge Shen who lands the taunt onto Icon. He goes down.
Yeah, and you know what? Rumble is fairly low too, so he's got to back away entirely. That's a massive play for World 6, but you know who does more damage?
Glid?
Yep. Graves does damage. And so that's a win for Xiaogu. That's ridiculous though. That was still such an amazing play, but still wasn't able to get it through. Let's take a look at this. The combination on it. Rumble, even though they were able to get off of it, you know, Glid still saves himself and just pop, pop. Oh,
Doinby,
I just can't. I'm feeling it.
Doinby flashed out of the kick. He saw that coming the moment World 6 dashed in.
Yeah.
Amazing. And then he followed up with that huge shockwave.
The shockwave into the
collateral damage.
Yeah, that's always great to see. So he's doing a lot of damage right now. He's already finished up his Luden's Echo. Got himself Athene's and Holy Grail. Why? Because it's Doinby. Usually see Oriana's go towards a lot of damage into the magic penetration, but he's decided he's going to be very utility here because not only is he going towards the Athene's and Holy Grail, he's going towards Zhonya's as well. So he's just not going to deal as much damage as other Orianas, but he's going to be incredibly helpful.
Yo, they're pinging Baron right now. They've got vision wards all around the pick. Excuse me, control wards.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, they're just going to sweep it out. Xiang is racing towards that top side of the map. Still no Stand United just yet out of Kabe as they're contesting the red buff. Trying to see who got that. Looks like it was Clid.
No, it was
SMLZ got
SMLZ,
it.
yeah.
He's got the new cooldown on it.
So he was able to get it, thankfully. You always want it on Jin anyways. Unfortunately for Jin, he doesn't have the rapid fire kind of just yet, so he doesn't have much range. He's just going to be based off of his ulti, a lot of the damage, unless if the fight's safe enough to come in. So the red buff won't actually mean too much.
Yeah, it seems like SMLZ is going all in on the curtain called Jin. Double penetration. We'll see if that's a Duskblade or an Infinity Edge, whether he wants to be auto-attacking or landing abilities. As Xiaogu are contesting everything that OMG have. Jeez, they're like repo men. We're gonna need your house, we're gonna need your car, we're gonna need your bathtub.
Oh, your cat? Yeah, that's coming with us too.
Cat's coming with us too.
Yeah.
Cloud Drake wasn't even doing anything. Xiaogu just took it.
Yeah, I mean, they're just taking the rest of the map at this point. This is Xiaogu. They recognize they have a lead at this point. It may be a 2k gold advantage, but man, God, compositionally, there's no way that OMG can come in unless if they make that play. Because even taking stop, the range from Doinby, the range from Alone, even the range from Clid, it's so tough to be able to deal with that OMG have to go in for that all-in engage. And they tried for it, and it's just not perfect yet.
As it is, with nothing else left on the map for Chaogu to take, they decide to secure some vision around the Baron. Just in the case that they're able to find a pick or a good opportunity with Xiang on the opposite side of the map with no teleport. He does, luckily, however, have one right now, and OMG, well aware of that, continuing to set up a defensive bastion around the mid lane. But they're sneaking the Baron right now, and there is no vision out of OMG. SMLZ has got his blue trinket. He's going to drop it down. It's immediately on top of the ward, and they're going to try to get the Scryer's Bloom, and Chaogu finally back away.
Best thing about Scryer's Bloom is that it does get vision of Baron for 12 seconds here, so that's 12 seconds of solace for the team here. Chaogu are going to decide, wait a minute, who'd they find?
Race forward, just World 6.
Okay.
Glitz just sending a message.
Yep.
This is my jungle.
Get out of here.
Repo men, Chaogu.
Takes a puff of his cigar. What are you doing here?
As the traps are going to do what they can to deny the minions. Icon splitting on one side with Kabe on the other. Who is going to be faster, pressuring the tier 2 with Icon hesitating? Looks like it is Kabe finally pulling Xiang back as Chaogu continue to invade into the jungle of OMG, taking away the Gromp, taking away the Raptors.
An important thing about this too is that Shen is able to just go into the bottom lane here. He has his Titanic Hydra. Whew. Relax there. He's going to be able to just constantly shove in. Maybe not. He doesn't want to do it when Rumble is there because then Rumble is just going to hard commit.
World 6 finds Ali all alone and can't even kill him.
Yeah, he's afraid for a reason, even though the bubble was misused. He knew that if he fully commits to that, then the rest of his team, Varus and Orianna, were still there. He didn't want to get into that if his team was not really in position.
Don't want to take any chances.
Ben 4 would have done it, though.
Oh, yeah.
Ben 4 would have, yeah.
But this is World 6. Like, Ben 4 is like the 4th Ben, but this is the 6th
There's
world.
a lot of numbers here, that's fair.
Yeah.
And he has his 5.
He's got 5.
Yeah, okay.
957 in the previous one.
Yeah.
But Chaogu continuing to steal everything they can from OMG. You made this? No, I made this. Just taking everything. Instead, OMG find themselves at a bit of a loss here. The early aggression and focus towards that bottom lane that they saw success with is now stymied as Chaogu are just moving more cohesively as a unit.
Yeah, but to be fair to OMG, there's not much they can move towards. They're trying to defend, but it's unless if they get the all in play. And with that being said, they get caught out again.
Yeah.
These vision wards are just catching them in rotation all times.
The late sweeper out of 5. Oh, Glit's still going to face check right into it, but he's got Doinby right behind him. I recognize this play. This is Chaogu Reaper circa 2015. Bringing Kabe in for the fight as well. 5 goes down. Yet another Lulu assassination.
I mean, they caught him on the ward. Clid walks in acting like he's the one getting caught, but then you're like, no, I knew this was happening. And so this is a tough one. Lulu's not there. Lulu is really
Icon's going to force
integral.
the fight onto Doinby. He immediately drops the Zanyas. Ali in the back, but Doinby's got to leave over the equalizer. Shockwave's still going to find 2 as SMLZ cancels the curtain call early. Clid is trying to do some damage to Xiang as a huge kick from World 6 is going to knock Clid right back into the fight. That's the Realm Warp from Icon. He's going to bring Xiang right back on top of Doinby, and in the chaos of the fight, it appears that OMG, they've traded 1 for 3 so far, and Doinby will dissuade the rest of OMG. Baron could be on the table here, though.
It's so good for Chaogu that Alone is the only one up, because even though OMG got such a massive fight for them, they can't convert with Baron. He will just poke them down, and he's in vision too. They actually might just steal this. Nothing's gonna happen. But yeah, still, that was a massive win for OMG, but no, they're going in. They're double down on this.
Yeah, that's a teleport from Xiang to bring himself back at full health. World 6, despite being below half, is going to try to back it up. That's an arrow at World 6, but heal is used to keep him topped off. He's almost got another one ready, but he's snared by the Deadly Flourish. Doinby goes in, but does not get the steal. That's Baron picked up after a successful fight from OMG. Shockwave pins 5 against the wall. There's another auto attack. Doinby just needs 1 more, and he solo kills 5 yet again.
Man, the guy just comes up from base and then he's dead again. 6 deaths to his name. It's something that he's kind of used to at this point. But just take a look at this. This was a great fight from OMG overall, and it just started from that Rumble ulti. If there was one thing OMG needed, it was Xiang to get a fantastic ulti for himself, and he got it just there. But look at this play. Boom. SMLZ 4th bullet gets him. That was a really solid ult. He just killed him too.
Yeah.
So that was perfect from SMLB. It was perfect from World 6 and Xiang. They need to continuously get those plays working for them if they want to win this game.
Now Baron is definitely a priority for OMG if they can use it effectively to start breaking some turrets, but Chaogu, they're calling the bluff. They're moving offensively faster than OMG are and prep a wave on that bottom tier 2 turret. You can't siege into this.
Yeah,
but Xiaogu are doing it.
this is the best. You know, the best defense is definitely an offense. The Rise is down, so they recognize that they cannot take a team fight into Xiaogu. They're going to look to siege off of
Oh,
this.
that's the shockwave used as World 6 looks for Doinby and just eats a lot of damage in answer. Late Redemption is going to top Doinby off.
Really deep.
And World 6 goes back in once again. He kicks, but he kicks Doinby away. Kabe in the front is soaking a lot. That's Guardian Angel on top of World 6. He's able to fling himself out. Doinby is at such low health. Oh, they're going to have to sacrifice somebody here. They're juggling the bullets.
Oh
and the
my.
fourth hits alone. Nobody dies. Xiaogu siege into a Baron, take a fight, and walk away with their lives.
And you know what this does? This saves up a lot of time because I don't know what happened to Icon for him to die, but that was just a fight that Clid and the rest of Xiaogu were able to make for themselves. So now that, yeah, you have a Baron buff, now how much of it are you going to use? Sure, that should have been a success for you. Sure, it's like a 1k gold Baron power play, but what does it really even mean?
More than half the duration of that Baron is gone. They've got 90 seconds left, and the only thing they're going to get so far is that mid-tier 1 turret. With Xiaogu freshly recalled and Kabe up top with his teleport, the mid-tier 1, tier 2 is still standing. And it looks like Cloud Drake is going to be the consolation prize for OMG, a weak second.
It's the Cloud Dragon's the Cloud Dragon, but you know what, whatever.
I mean, when you get Baron buff, you want to take like a turret, make it a tier 2, perhaps try to break the inhib line. They got a Cloud Drake.
That's all they can really take off of it. That was just a really smart play from Xiaogu to be able to force them into that position. So that sucks for OMG, but now they're going to re-pressure onto the map. They can't really, they're not going to have to, yeah, they're not going to think about the Baron buff anymore. All it really is to just answer to Xiaogu's pressure that they've been outputting.
Xiaogu now swing themselves towards the top side of the map, moving very quickly as a unit, and once again sieging into the Baron buff of OMG. OMG are grouped as 5. Icon has got his Realm Warp, and Kabe's got to stand united as well.
Yeah, and you made a bit of a question about what Jin was going to go towards. We saw the IE Jin, or we saw the Duskblade Jin. It's the Duskblade Jin, and it makes a lot of sense. Why? Because he's been doing a lot of damage with his ulti.
Yeah.
I was so surprised when Alone was 70% HP down to just 10 HP. So
World 6 is going in.
yeah, he's going to have to back away though.
And decides instead, as he's spotted out by a defensive ward from Xiaogu, Kabe's continuing to split push working towards that tier 2. Xiang still doesn't have his teleport. Finally, they send Icon to answer it, but they also see that Xiang in World 6 is missing as well. That's a Realm Warp. They're going to try to force this play onto Kabe. Icon rushes forward. He's got Ghost, but no Flash, but Kabe is very tanky. Rise should be able to chase him as well.
This is going to be such a slow
Kabe
play.
drops the Randuins. Icon still hasn't ghosted and decides to let him off with only a warning. Xiaogu, meanwhile, gave up the push on the opposite side of the map, decided to recall and reset back in the middle. So, we get to the 35-minute mark. It is dead even in gold. Very nearly dead even in turrets at 5-3, and very similar in kills as well at 12-10.
Yeah, just taking stock of this, Rumble is pretty big now. He has himself the Death Cap. So he has so many items. One away from being full build, but he has the control ward, so honestly he might not want to part away from that. So right now they're so massive. If they can get another play like they did the last, 100% the Rumble ulti will be even more impactful this time around. But the GA was built up by Kabe too, so Kabe is a tanking beast.
Yeah, he could afford to go a little deep now.
And even taking stock of how deep he was going last time, he was going so deep.
Yeah.
This guy's going to be in the middle of the earth the next time. This guy is...
He's going to end up on the Arctic poles.
Yeah, that man a little bit too far deep. His team probably can't help him out on that one, but they'll try.
Yeah, Kabe, very familiar with the mole people. Very deep. All right. Now we are too deep.
Yeah.
As it is, Elder Dragon is up in a few minutes, and Baron up in another 2. OMG now setting up on that bottom side of the map, knowing that that could be a priority later on. Xiaogu have got some vision on the top side, so you can see how the teams are playing around those big buff priorities.
And this is, I'm just going to draw this back into Oriana's build, because Doinby, he goes for these interesting mid-game builds that, sure, it's going to be great for your composition, kind of, when you're kind of trying to support Alone and Clid in a lot of ways, but the problem is, as the game goes on, you still have Athene's Unholy Grail on you instead of a Rabbit on Death Cap. So you're just going to get to, and even just like a Lianji's Torment. So when you get those impactful ultis, they're not going to be doing nearly as much damage as you want them to. And So with how strong SMLZ is, with how 5 is able to just attack his team with his ulti, it's going to be tough. So they need to be able to end this game now, or they need to be able to, you know, get Clid in a fantastic position in a fight.
Yeah, it certainly well could be that Doinby decided to go for the early priority as alone.
He doesn't see him anymore.
Yeah, just keeps walking around. Okay, curtain call used by SMLZ. We've seen Doinby adapt his build before. I mean, even with the Karma going for the Athens Unholy Grail Rylai's rush into Leandri's for early effectiveness, then swapping it over for the Luden's Rabadon Void Staff later on. So certainly he is capable of adapting, perhaps just looking for that early utility, which has been able to net quite a lot of advantages. 5 turrets to 3.
Yeah, I guess that's always nice for him. We'll see how it works out. The problem is just the efficiency of it. Just
at this point in time, yeah. Comparatively, you would rather have like a Rabadon's on top of that.
Yeah, so we'll see how much gold he can get so he can make that shift.
Baron has now spawned, and Xiaogu are setting up a lot of vision around it. Ali eats some harass from the Baron, as OMG are not going to give them that control for free.
Yeah, but Xiaogu, they are in the right position. They just need to stall this out, not get caught out.
I don't know if he meant to make it over the wall there as the Sonic Wave hits. OMG are actually going to rush towards the mid lane, but Alone is already there. Going to have to fire some arrows into that minion wave to clear it out.
OMG are rushing for this because Shen is in the bottom side of the map and he's looking to get it out. So right now they're going for a play as fast as possible because Rumble is not there to catch Kabe.
Yeah, the Titanic Hydra long been finished for Kabe. He's going to help him push towards that tier 2 so much faster. Xiong is on his way up there, along with Icon. Once again, he might look to turn this into a play. The rest of OMG are on the opposite side of the map. Xiong has got his teleport. Kabe gets the tier 2, but here comes Icon as well. He's going to land the taunt to keep him occupied. And now Icon is looping back around as Baron is being started out by Xiaogu, and suddenly OMG's play is getting turned on its head. Yes, OMG know that it's happening, but can they stop it? Can they steal it? The tidal wave misses. Alone had one job. He eats the arrow. The huge hit. The Baron's so low. World 6 is not able to steal it. He's in the pit right now. And it seems like he's now in a whole world of trouble. Kabe is going to try to follow him over the side. Shockwave reads it well in advance. Clid follows. It's a quick 2 kills for Xiaogu, and they have got the Baron buff now.
Yeah, the 2 kills, the bait into getting 5 as well. 5 has known death very well. 0, 7, and 8. Very sad for him, but Xiaogu nets themselves a Baron, and now they can really start to net this game over. This seems like it's very tough, especially with the poke coming out alone to be able to come back from this. And just to take control of this one, just took at the Ollie's Nami ulti, misses through. I guess SMLZ probably had his Edge of Night proc. That had to be it. But yeah, they weren't there in time. They were coming in. They were just in transition from the bottom lane, so that was a perfect time for Xiaogu to start this up. Just take a look at Clid here. Boom. Yeah, and it was able to get it right, able to combo off of Oriana's ulti.
With that, we've got a quick recall out of Xiaogu to top themselves off and pick up a few more items as they head back towards that bottom bottom inhibitor turret to crack that early push priority on that side of the map should Elder Dragon come into play.
And so guess what Clid has? Clid has Phantom Dancer, so he's definitely a beast. And
oh man, he's doing it.
He wants to just get in there and auto. It feels good when you have the attack speed underneath you, so this time he instead of being the combo Graves, he's just gonna go in there.
God, the arrows.
Give him the shotgun.
Just do so much. Kabe not able to find Xiong. Instead, he's gonna have to bring the minion wave from a long way across the other side of the map. Still got to stand united as Equalizer is used to clear the minion wave. Clid doing some work here. Excuse me, they took the Elder Dragon. They already took the Elder Dragon. They must have taken it during the replay as Xiaogu were in fact not going to be lax in looking for the recall. Doinby doing some work to the turret as Clid and Alone sitting very far back. They don't want to take any chances getting flanked by a Rise.
They're just gonna heal up here. There's no reason for them to back away.
They've got an Elder enhanced Ocean Dragon along with that Redemption to top themselves off. Some harass finds Doinby, but the inhibitor turret finally goes down. Now pushing onto the inhibitor itself. Doinby is doing some work standing in the front, but Kabe joined up with the rest of his team is going to do some work to answer. Snare onto Doinby, but he's Zanya's early. World 6 gets the kick, but will pay for his life.
Nothing comes out of it.
Yeah, the inhib has long since gone down. Alone, looking for an opportunity, but finds only retreat instead. The inhib is dead, and Xiaogu retreat.
Yeah, so Clid was just able to flash out of World 6's engage entirely, so that was just... Xiaogu are far too strong right now. Elder Dragon strong, able to walk in. That one gambit that we're waiting for World 6 to get that Lee Sin kick is not going to turn into anything. So maybe now, I mean, Clid doesn't have flash anymore. but if he plays it safely, and if he gets a kick on either Doinby alone, Ali doesn't mean anything because they also have all flash up, so they can't really bank on World 6 anymore. It has to be, you know, that Jin ulti starting it up, Shi Young's ulti going forward. They're waiting for the setup to go through, and with Rylai's finished up right now, Shi Young is pretty beastly. He has his full items ready, so he does a lot of damage.
It looks like the Rabadons was also finished for Doinby as well, so despite the early hitch in his build, he's going to start doing some damage now. Luden's Rabadon's Void Staff.
That's a massive wave, 3 cannon minions strong.
Yeah, they're bringing in this Baron buff as Elder Dragon wears off. Icon's going to try to get some wave clear on all of these juicy.
Oh, okay.
Look at the bounce on that. I feel like I was watching pinball. As World 6 tries to get into the back, they found Aliza's support, but at what cost? They've lost their jungler. Definitely not worth. They find some harassment to Doinby as well. And with the Ocean Drake, it's going to take a long time for him to top himself off.
Jin does so much damage. They would have walked in if Doinby had not been chunked out entirely, and that was just off of Jin traps? That was ridiculous. So
Yeah.
at this point
I think he also ate like a 4th bullet as well.
Yeah, probably. We'll have to take a look at that one. But overall, he is doing a chunk of damage at this point of the game.
Yeah, SMLZ playing so patient. 4-0 and 6. As you said, going for the super long-range Jin. Now that he's got the rapid fire cannon. So he's going to sit back, use the ultimate, toss out the Deadly Flourish, try to get like 1 auto attack, sit back, recharge the rapid fire cannon. The classic Jin.
FPL.
The true sniper, effectively.
Yeah, and so that's why setup is so clear and needed here. As you mentioned, he's starting to just really go back towards the purchases on Doinby. He's got himself the Rabadon's Death Cap, and the range, we keep going back to it. Right now, Doinby does a lot of damage. Clear cut, his ulti will just burn a man down.
Oh yeah.
Alone right here has a lot of range to his name as well, and Clid, if he sees that, will just use his ulti. It's the easiest double kill of his life. So, I mean, OMG, they have to really get the setup correctly. The setup has to be proper, Jin ulti into Rumble ulti, and maybe they can walk forward on that. If they don't get it, if Rumble ulti falters, if Jin ulti doesn't mean anything, then it just becomes that much harder for them to even come back into this game.
The setup is so very important for this upcoming fight. As 44 minutes in, it's probably going to be the decider. Baron is going to be up in 90 seconds, and you can see Chaogu already pushing in the top lane, already many deep wards onto that top side of the map. So they are going to see OMG as they slowly encroach forward. And if you take a look at OMG's vision, it's all peppered on the bottom side. The closest ward to the Baron pit is on the far side of red.
So yeah, they definitely have to reposition that. Baron is going to be the go-to objective at this point. Sure, the Nexus, the inhib in the bottom lane is up, which is a big point in which Chaogu can definitely look to pressure towards that Baron. So it's going to be a question. I guess right now you can see that Xiang is just going to be pushing out this wave. That's going to be his job, and he's going to look to TP in if needed. But that's going to feel really bad for Rumble because his TP in is pretty bad.
Yeah.
He just wants to be there to start.
Teleport equalizer.
Yeah, that's not what we're looking for. Oh,
World 6 spotted out. Luckily, though, he's nice and tanky at this point in the game. Dead Man's Guardian Angel, Icon on the far side.
and Shen is definitely split pushing right now. He's already started up on it. So right now, OMG are on a timer. They need to do something now. They need to send someone to deal with the Shen, or else he could actually just continue to split push with that super minion.
Yeah, the clock is ticking. Defensive pings going out on the side lanes as Chaogu again playing that split pressure game that they are so good at, that they are so comfortable with. And Kabe pushes the minion waves in and ducks out of vision. They found World 6 on the top side of the map, however, as he catches that large minion wave before Icon can make it there. But Chaogu already prepped and ready. They're in the pit when the Baron spawns.
They got to start on it now. Shen has full control of this bottom lane.
Ooh, that's a big hit. You can already see SMLZ getting some damage across with that Deadly Flourish. Just the W.
Okay.
Shockwaves 5. The poor guy just wants to play some League of Legends, Doinby.
He's not going to get that chance. It's just not going to happen.
He didn't even ult himself. I don't think he knew to.
He probably just thought he had the
He's
ability
like, I'm
to get
fine.
out of
I took the shockwave. Oh, God, there's more.
He didn't ult. He didn't use flash.
Yeah.
I mean, that was just an opportunity. It was a missed opportunity over this. So now, ooh, okay. Wait a minute.
It's 5 versus 4 right now. Chaogu shove up the mid lane. Doinby. It's a huge amount of poke from SMLZ again, as Xiang is trying to keep Kabe occupied with that mid lane pressure. Chaogu could be setting up for something else. Or perhaps just resetting instead. Yes, they took the kill, but what of it?
So they want to reset. Here's the biggest point. If these resets keep coming down because of the poke coming from Jin, Jin's doing so much damage as it's late into the game, and he has full 6 items. So if he finds himself consistently doing it, then OMG has a massive opportunity. It doesn't matter if they're 5k gold behind.
Yeah.
These picks mean so much. So this is going to be incredible to see if OMG can come back into this one.
At this point in the game, gold doesn't really matter so much.
Yeah, especially since the starting Baron could be a death trap for Xiaogu. OMG can just layer down Jin ulti and Rumble on Baron pit. In fact, they're taking control cheekily around the Baron pit.
Yeah, the recalls out of Xiaogu are going to let OMG take some vision on that side, but Kabe continues to shove on that bottom side of the map. Once again, Icon is racing his way over there to try to deal with that Shen, but well aware of it, Kabe playing back. Ping's now going back to that Baron as Xiaogu race forward, set up a control ward, but the high-value ward is going to spot Ali on the outside. Deadly Flourish gets some damage as Doinby takes to the skies to make sure he can see it. Once again, the curtain call fires up. Doinby's shield has been popped, but he has got another 4th bullet. Hits alone and brings him to half. He's immediately topped right back up by Ali.
Yeah, that's fair. He should be able to heal back up. But Nami does have his her red trinket. She should have been able to just pop it and see these wards being lit up here, but didn't use it. Probably didn't even think of it. So that was just an opportunity where Xiaogu could have done it. Now she pops it. So there we go. The wards are getting cleared out.
Yeah, finally the vision gets swept from OMG. And Xiaogu, 2nd time's the charm.
Yeah, this should be a lot easier for them. Blue trinkets are the only thing you can hope for. Rise has his.
The redemption is being dropped. Oh, that was close. Down to 500 health. It was the smite from Clid, but Baron is secured once again for Xiaogu. They're pinging now onto that mid-tier 3, the inhibitor. And maybe going to top themselves off with one final recall as Kabe heads top, and Alone is topping himself off.
Yeah, so if Nami's going to head back, maybe everyone else, it's within their intention to do the same. So everyone is doing the same. Xiaogu with Baron. This could be the time to end the game. I mean, right now, Kabe's already setting himself at the top side of the map. It could be the within. Come on, man. Just do it. All right.
Ali's just having a good time. 49 minutes into the game. Very patient play from Xiaogu as the Elder Dragon is up in 30 seconds. They've got the Baron buff. They've got Kabe split pushing, but instead of focusing on those inhibs, they're focusing on what's going to win them the game here by denying OMG everything they can. Tragically, that's not what wins the game.
Yep.
Nexus is what wins the game.
And that's what Xiaogu's going for. I mean, the inhib is open. They're sending 4-man strong towards the inhib. And they just need to wait a little bit so Shen can catch up. Because right now he's doing the exact same. So it needs to be Rumble who can match him. And if that's the case, then Xiaogu's in a great position.
There they go. Head up top towards Kabe. They decide to turn onto the Elder Dragon instead. Once again, the 2nd Elder Dragon Baron combo for Xiaogu. As Clid picks it up. And once again, 50 minutes in, Xiaogu are set to besiege OMG. Last time, however, that ended up in a fight in Xiaogu's favor.
Yeah, ping's coming down. Every sum is available, so everybody would be starting fresh. This is going to be interesting to see. World 6, he's definitely looking for it.
Yeah, Icon sitting there. He's got his Realm Warp. So too does World 6. Sonic Wave gets a big kick onto Clid, but Doinby's still there. That's the Guardian
GA.
Angel popped instantly. 5 has got his own GA. He's had enough of these shenanigans. Kabe joined the fight just in time to watch 5 and World 6 go down, but the inhib has died. Doinby flings himself forward. Shockwave on the Icon. Equalizer's going to do a lot of damage to Alone, but it is not enough as the minions are on the Nexus turrets.
Wait, OMG can defend this. SMLZ, Xiang, Rise, these are their damage dealers, and you know what? Jin does too much damage at this point, and Xiaogu took far too much, so they need to back away from this once again. Able to take the inhib at the very least.
Yeah, but Xiaogu are so very respectful. They're not going to risk it. As you said, Icon and SMLZ are still up, along with Xiang. He gets one good Flame Spitter, and that is going to be a really hurting Xiaogu.
Oh my god, goodbye.
Speaking of Xiang, that guy is not spitting flame now.
In the heavens.
Yes. From the Sepia Tone beyond. But the middle inhibitor goes down. This time it's up to Icon and SMLZ. Can they do what Xiang could not? There's a redemption. That's going to be the Chains of Corruption
There
onto
he goes.
Icon. He's knocked up. The GA is caught. SMLZ dies to the CC. He's able to get cleared, but it is not enough. And Icon now is also dead. 5 in World 6 have respawned, and they're going to try to turn this into a successful fight. Kabe is there as well. He's kicked back. Doinby and Clit are dead, so it's up to Alone to finish this off.
The
The
wave's
only
coming
person
in.
with real AD. He turns now onto the Nexus turret. Finally, it falls, and they're going to try to get onto the Nexus itself. No amount of defense is going to save them from this, and Chao Gu take game number 1 against OMG.
Yeah, it was 50 minutes long, but they finally take it. They wanted to play it safely. Elder Dragon after Elder Dragon, Baron after Baron. It really does weigh on the minds of OMG. Take a look at that. They thought they had the opportunity to come back into the game, and they did. They had a lot of opportunities, and they were playing very hard, especially SMLZ, but it was just not enough.
That was a grueling match for OMG to go through. But joining us in, once again, is Richard Paul's Cam.
Hey, what's up?
Hey.
So, you know what hurts my soul? World
What?
6 playing in ELO Hell. That's like World 6 had such a good performance in that game. So many great kicks, great setups, and then Xiang just walks out of the base and dies. And then his bot lane just doesn't do anything. And then his mid lane, Icon, doesn't do anything in the game. He doesn't pop off like we were expecting.
Yeah.
And that just goes back to what we were saying at the start of the game, which was QG just have better players. They have more players who can turn up to the playing field. And yes, Alone did 1 billion damage in that game, literally 1 billion damage. 37.9k equals 1 billion damage.
Yep.
But you look at Kabi in the top lane, Clid, and Doinby, they were doing a lot of the heavy lifting. And when you're 1 versus 3, what are you going to do?
Yeah. And I think it comes down to the support as well. Five had probably his worst game of the split. It came down to he was constantly looking to ward Alone in. To be fair to him, there was a lot of range in which if he ever went for it alone, then he would just get popped by anybody on the enemy team. But he should have been aware of it, and there were definitely times in which he could have flashed away, used his ulti, but he was just unresponsive and he died.
Yeah, and you could definitely see that from the OMG players in the post game as well. They looked defeated, not just in terms of like, oh, we lost the game, but like, oh man, they lost.
Yeah, it was a crushing defeat, Dom, and it's like you were saying, so many of these fights were actually started by OMG and looked really good. We're going to take a look at the replay that really illustrates that point, because look at the start of this. It's an engage from OMG. We have all the ultimates coming down. Fantastic setup from World 6. And then what's this? QG turn it around. And this is the story time after time after time where OMG's engages go awry because they're mechanically outplayed by QG.
Yeah, and that's really hard to go in. I mean, just take a look at Rise. Rise didn't do much at all in that fight. And he was just trying to be a little bit too greedy on the subject that he was going towards. He was going straight for the squishies, not going straight for the people who were right in front of him. And when you do that, I mean, it's fair in that sense because he saw the combos come through. But at that point, there's a lot of pacing back and forth, that him just not outputting DPS.
It seems like we saw a lot of hesitation from OMG as a whole over the course of that game. Sure, SMLZ did huge damage with that Jhin, but Icon on the rise, there were so many times where he would roam bottom with Xiang, be just on the other side of the wall, ready to gank Kabe, and then he would wait for 10 seconds before backing up and heading back to join the rest of his team. So despite the early indications that OMG were ready to pull the trigger, over the course of the game, they grew more and more less, I guess...
meaningful or impactful
yes,
in that
thank
one.
you.
And so I think that one of the biggest points, I think it's fine to be faking roams to us sometimes, but at some point, even when they went for legitimate ones, they would never, I mean, getting caught up by wards, that's not much you can do about that. But I think it comes down to how creative you are in terms of searching for those roams. And time again, they would get caught out constantly in rotation. That's great to Chaogu, by the way, is that they're showcasing a lot of strengths that we really highlight from WE, is that they are able to play really defensively when OMG are looking for those plays. But overall, yeah, OMG, it comes down to, I guess, vision is a big one. Top lane, Xiang did get picked up a lot once, I believe, in the top lane, and there was just no way for him to see it.
The problem for OMG is there's too many things that you need to fix. You can take a dartboard with many things written on it, with like vision, we need to fix mid game, we need to fix draft, we need to fix early game. Throw a dart and it's like, yes, we need to fix that as well. Like it actually doesn't matter what you look at. And when you go from game 1 to game 2, it's just like, well, we just got outplayed. We can't just become a better team in 20 minutes. That doesn't happen. So it's really tough when you look at a team who doesn't necessarily have a style, like the games we saw earlier. So it's like, oh, they just need to adapt and do this differently. Well, there's not a single thing that they can evolve. They just need to look better across the board, and that's what QG showed us. They showed us just a better game.
Yeah, so much vision that allowed them to set it up. There was actually one moment in the game where I believe they saw OMG setting up a sort of a death bush by the side of Baron. Clid stepped forward, Doinby right behind him outside of vision, Kabe ready to teleport. That was like classic Doinby and Swift with V teleporting in from behind. But it's, in fact, the new Xiaogu who pull it together. Kabe is going to be the guy who gets the MVP. I don't think he saw much of his team over the course of that game, but still going to get that.
I mean, it's one of those points where you can. It's difficult to find an MVP once again, but Kabe was the constant pressure. His dives were massive in terms of when, even when he got his GA. Sure, yeah, it's going to even be much better for his team, but they were much more decisive, and it was around his taunts. So. Especially in his split push, I think his split push was incredibly impactful. That's just a team decision, though. But regardless, he was an impactful player. So.
Yeah, while I agree, and he had some really good flash taunts in that game, a lot of the turnarounds that came from those team fights was an Orianna shockwave hitting, or it was a turnaround from the jungle, Clid just blasting some nerd, and that's really where the turnarounds came from. So yes, I applaud Kabe, and I always want to give it to the top laner because we deserve credit, damn it. But I actually think in that one it was more towards the jungle mid lane.
Yeah, well, hopefully Kabe will be able to show us in the next game that he actually deserves the MVP, and they're just preemptively rewarding him. But of course, Xiaogu still have got a lot of good things to take away from that. OMG are going to have to show some resilience in this matchup. Obviously, the fan vote was heavily in their favor, so the fans are on their side. Can they pull it through for them?
I think so, and it comes to comfort. I mean, he wasn't comfortable on Rise. Icon wasn't. I want to maybe just go back to Ahri. Let's see how it works.
Yeah, we're certainly going to have to find out. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break while we get ready for game number 2. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Just let you see.
Welcome back, everyone. We're just about ready to get into what could very well be our final game of the evening. Game number 2 between Xiaogu and OMG. We saw Xiaogu play a very patient game number 1, just moving cohesively as a unit and eventually forcing OMG to give up the match. However, we know that OMG can take it back if they just showcase what it was that made them so strong earlier on in the past few weeks. So, what was it that made OMG so strong earlier on in the past few weeks?
All
What do
right,
they
Analyst.
bring back?
Mr. Analyst.
Well, you see, well, they only had a couple of weeks where they were good, honestly.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
like, they
that's
had a
right.
lot of weeks where they were
Yeah,
not
gotcha,
good and
yeah.
where it really was not pretty. I think what made them strong was Icon, and, like, Icon just popping off. Going back to a pick, like you were mentioning, Raz, like an Ari, just go in, pick an assassin. We said at the start of this series, this patch should suit him, and he's like, I have the answer, Rise.
Yeah.
And it's just like, no, go back to Assassins. Do what you do as Icon, because the heavy lifting is not going to come from top lane. Xiang, he gets one good ultimate in the entire game. Bot lane's just going to die a bunch. And jungle, you can rely on him up until a point, because if he plays Lee Sin past the 35-minute mark, it's on mid lane. And Icon, he didn't do anything. So go back to Comfort, go back to Assassins. That's where they thrived. Do it again.
Yeah, and if I look in their shoes and say, well, they're going to go back and talk about what was the problem with that game, like specifically what made it very difficult for them, and they're just going to immediately say, like the range. For instance, Rise, how is he going to do damage if he has to constantly deal with Orianna Ball and Varus poking in? If it's Varus not getting banned, then Orianna's possibly a point where it's like, okay, if Orianna goes through, why am I picking Rise, right? So I think something has to change. We've seen a lot of Varus bans. That might be something they go towards. Or they can just say, hey, you know what? We're completely fine with Jhin into Varus. That's not something we care about. In fact, Jhin was a monster later on in the game.
He matched the damage of Alone.
Yeah, I think it's just going to be Icon picking something that can deal with that with range. So that could be the Orianna. Maybe that could just be him picking later on with a counter pick. Or even if he wants to go blind pick, Syndra. So he has a lot of answers. He just went towards a Rise that helps the team comp, and that doesn't help the identity of this team.
So the concern for OMG right now is that they have priority picks, so they can actually choose blue side or red side. So far, however, we haven't seen a single team choose to swap over to red side. So following that pattern, OMG likely going to be on blue, which means last pick very well could go to Doinby. Now, we know this is patch 7.3. Icon has been practicing a lot of Zed, but Doinby has also been practicing a lot of Talon. So if you could, you sort of blind pick one assassin, answer with another.
I think what ends up, that's a good point. If they get blue side, then it's about blind picking here. Then I think they just leave up the Syndra. Syndra's a pick that Icon plays quite a bit, and that it's just a safe, but at the same time, very impactful mid laner that it's going to suddenly, you can combo off Lee Sin kicks very easily.
Yeah, I mean, in the words of Shia LaBeouf, just do it.
Yeah.
Just
Okay, there
pick
we
the
go.
champion. Just go in. Even if you're going into a skill matchup, just go for it.
Yeah.
Because at this point, it's a 50-50. It's a coin toss. And the best you can look for is a 50-50. And if you hamstring yourself into a 20-80, then what's the point in even turning up to the Rift? So I think you just go for it. We say it as if OMG are in an uphill struggle, but remember, they're still against QG, a team who are definitely slumping in their own right. We could absolutely go to 3 games here without OMG changing anything. So
Yeah.
we have to see a more consistent performance from QG as well.
Yeah, looks like Chaogu have actually swapped out their AD carry. We're going to see Candy7 swapped in for Alone, despite his pretty stellar performance on that Varus. However, we are still going to see Ali. So I think this might be the first time that we get to see Candy7 play with Ali instead of the 2 and 2.
Yeah, so Ali did bring in that. It goes back to the same point, and it's showing on the screen, is that, yeah, Ali has a better champion pool that I like more than Cloud. Cloud might be an all-in type of player, so there are uses to bringing him into a team and blind and pick ban. But, just stick to Ali. I like him just a little bit better. And Candy7, I like seeing him back. I remember way back, this is kind of going back to when he was on WE, like he had some problems, right? He definitely wasn't the best AD carry. And so he went back to the proving grounds of the LSPL, and I think he's shown himself that he can play very well, especially towards his the rest of his team.
Yeah,
comp.
they have a 1-game buffer as well, so why not just chuck an ADC in there? And honestly, like the crux of their composition and what made them good last game was not bot lane. Yes, he rode the wave and rode it well. It was facilitated by the top side of the map.
Yeah.
So it's a low risk sub-in, so it's worth it.
And it definitely gives them some time to rest. Remember, 50-minute game, you don't want to bring in the same person. So this guy's definitely been in the back, just kind of relaxing.
Yeah.
Hopefully he'll be able to bring some fresh energy to Xiaogu, something that they're going to need, as OMG also going to be needing a quick boost to get ready for this next matchup. If Xiaogu continue to play this sort of patient, mentally draining game, you've got to imagine OMG cannot allow to themselves to get worn down by Xiaogu's sort of patient style. And of course, we're certainly going to find out as we get into pick and ban for game number 2. Pulse,
Yes,
any
sir.
final thoughts?
And as much as I want to say Xiaogu are going to 2-0 here, I just don't have the faith. So I'm
Ooh.
saying we're going to go to game 3. Not
Okay.
because QG lose, but because they outplay themselves.
Oh,
Because
he said
Xiaogu
it.
outplay themselves.
There's going to be a
Well,
way this happens. Maybe even a Karma pick. We'll find out. Oh,
Oh.
Karma already got banned out. Just kidding.
Yeah,
Just
Karma
kidding,
is
boys.
now banned, so that's already being taken away
Yep.
by OMG, in fact. So not going to risk that at all. As you can see, Varus also banned away from Candy 7. Camille going to follow it up, and Malzahar and Zyra targeted towards 5. So Xiaogu putting a lot of pressure on that bottom lane.
All right, I like what I see here. It looks like the primary pick from OMG is going to be in that Graves, I would like to say. I mean, I say that, but Lee Sin.
Yeah.
That's what's really tough about this series specifically, is that both teams go towards it. But I guess they're gonna leave. I mean, both picks are open. It seems like they're comfortable with either. Taking the Maokai makes a lot of sense because I mean Kaobei, I loved it Maokai, but Xiyang used to be the one-trick Maokai way back, a year ago. So that's not way back at all. So that makes a lot of sense for him, and I think it really sets up the team fight comp that OMG does prefer to play.
As it is, Lee Sin is the follow-up from Clid, that Lee Sin priority on patch 7.3. Despite Graves being open, despite Kha'Zix, Elise, Rek'Sai, it is Lee Sin picked up by Clid first, and Jin locked down for Candy 7. World 6 immediately swaps over to that Graves. We'll see if he can replicate the success that Clid saw in game number 1, as it is locked in.
Yeah, it's always ridiculous to see the Lee Sin get picked over the Graves, but both of them are incredibly proficient Lee Sin players. It's always fun to see them play the champion. So that's why it makes sense. And it's good that the Caitlyn pick went through now, because that would have definitely gotten pinched in the second phase.
Yeah, Kabe returning to that Shen in the top lane, as once again we have a very similar style of pick and ban out of Xiaogu, sort of empowering their top and bottom lane. And we get now into our second phase of bans. Thresh again banned away from 5. That is 3 support bans.
Yeah, it's going to keep stacking up. But 5 has a remarkably larger pool. I think we might even see a Mark here possibly. Braum has been a pick that's gone through. But regardless of that, Xiaogu, they should probably ban Syndra here. I think Syndra sets up a lot of the team fight composition that we're seeing from OMG, and it's an icon special in a lot of ways. So right now with the blind pick mids still being open, I think they might not, simply because like Oriana's up and available, Corki as well. So yeah, I guess they're just gonna hammer through those support bans.
Yeah, just continuing to ban out that bottom lane. We're getting down to the bottom of the barrel at this point. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 support bans.
Yeah, there was a Misfits game where we saw Alistar, so anything is possible now.
Yeah.
Anything is possible. Even
I mean, if you count
awful
support,
Alistar.
if you count support Camille, that's 7.
Oh, you're right. Realization. But yeah, it'll be fine. I think looking at OMG, I mean, they're picking
wow.
so... Okay, not even the Braum. Not even the Braum.
Just banning out that entire bottom lane.
If there is an instance in which Alistar is anywhere near a decent champion, my God, it's now. But Lulu and, Nami is available, so...
Yeah, the Nami is picked up for Xiaogu. We'll see Ali return to that once again. This time paired with the Jin instead of against it, so he's not going to have to land that super long-range tidal wave. Do have a...
of course.
Yeah, we did see OMG raise that hand at a Braum, so perhaps the Braum was just a panic ban and not the original intention there.
Yep, and very well could be. But I guess we're gonna have to draw this back because of course this happened. So, yeah, Maokai, Graves, those two strong on OMG's side, very strong.
Yep.
Even if they weren't really, that wasn't their intent to go towards it.
So they've got a front line, they've got a back line as well with the Maokai and the Graves, and then Caitlyn behind it.
Caitlyn behind it, that's a great pick for SMLZ as well. At this point, it's going to be interesting to see what they go towards with their support, because technically they could just be happy with the fact that they have one massive front line with the Maokai, but with how many mage supports are getting pulled through, and you're with 5 as well, I believe we would still see a tank support. So maybe the Braum is going to be the false ban. Maybe that's something that he wasn't intending to do. That's going to be a question for us going into this.
The Braum?
Yeah, the Braum.
Yeah.
Because I think they should be leaving open Braum. For me, it makes no sense for them to ban it because that's a pick that 5 can go towards, and at the same time, they know that these supports are getting pinched. Why pinch it themselves as well? That's what makes no sense to me because the supports is
they're
what
calling Chaogu's bluff.
Yeah.
You'll ban supports, we'll ban supports.
Well, yeah, make him think you're crazy. He's like, we'll do it as well. It's like, wait a minute. What did they know?
I mean, what better way than to upset Chaogu and match their crazy? Because you know Chaogu's kind of crazy.
Yeah, a little bit.
Every once in a while, they just kind of go off their rocker.
I think Cloud's crazy. I'm gonna call him out specifically because that man, his support pool is a little crazy. So every single time they have him on, it's like suddenly they just want to run these hyper skirmish, no pushing lanes compositions, and you're like, wait a minute. I don't know about this one, guys. So yeah, I guess Ali's gonna be the source of reason.
Yeah, we're going to run through these picks and bans one more time real quick. Chaogu again returning to that Lee Sin, Shen, and Jin. And we saw the immediate pickup of Nami for Ali once again. So despite all of the pressure towards that bottom lane, it'll be interesting to see if he actually does intend to return to that Nami. Yeah, the Braum was in fact the incorrect ban from OMG.
Yeah, I mean, it has to be. It makes absolutely no sense that the Braum would be banned here because
He's sending a message.
Yeah, I mean,
like 5 could play it, but.
And it looks like it's going to be the Rise ban. That was it. You know, the Nasus pick too. You know, get that in there.
Of course.
But yeah, no, it was actually a Rise ban. So that's fun to see. That they're just looking to ban that up against DoinB.
I like how they don't even care about the order anymore. Like it was Lee Sin, Jin, and then Shen. But Kabe just picks up Shen.
Yeah, it's the first phase, so the first phase is already completed for the most part. So.
Efficiency. They're saving themselves time from swapping later. All right, running through these next set. Once again, Thresh, Tom Kench, and Lulu. And the ban was intended to be a rise towards DoinB. And we actually did see the LeBlanc hover from Icon before we got out. So perhaps Icon looking back towards those assassins.
Yeah, it could be. I think it's going to be tough for Icon to really go towards it. I think the Syndra would make sense because he's just trying to get a good blind pick for himself here where Chaogu will 100% get counter pick. So it's always difficult to get that assassin pick knowing that you're 100% going to be in a disadvantage. So the Braum does go through.
And Ali actually is going to take up the Braum.
Yeah, that makes sense. So they're going to give them the Braum. And so the question is, what support is OMG willing to take into that? Bard is what I meant. Is pretty good into it. Nami, I suppose, as well. So Nami and Braum would be a good 2-punch. And I mean, it doesn't matter at this point. They're just trying to give 5 Nami at this point because he has control of his own pick.
Yeah, with that though, Icon blind picking LeBlanc into DoinB's massive champion pool.
I mean, LeBlanc, I think that's still fair. Especially since they banned Rise, that meant that they wanted to go towards the LeBlanc anyways, which has been something that they've been afraid of, is the Courage of the Colossus Rise.
Yeah.
Because it's just better in teamfights overall, and it can lock you down. So this is
way.
what I want to see, because this pick did get a buff. Vladimir's Crimson Rush and his passive on his Qs got nerfed actually, but his regular Q did get a massive buff. We saw this with Kuzan and Jin Green Wings did pick it up in the LCK. He was pretty big too, but the problem is, of course, is that his team did end up losing. you don't automatically have shove, and even in this lane specifically, you do lose shove. It's just you scale up and you look to team fight.
Well, it seems like Chaogu might be anticipating that. They've got Jin and Braum in the bottom lane, not exactly a huge shove lane. Lee Sin, very mobile in the jungle, very capable of matching the movements of LeBlanc if he's able to get there just a little bit faster.
Yeah.
And Kabe on that huge Shen.
That is a very scary composition coming out of Chaogu. If they don't bleed out early, then their composition of Shen, Vlad, Lee Sin just for the kicks, and the setup between Braum and Jin, like that setup is so good, and you should always be afraid of Vladimir coming in with a flank. So that's something that they should be really wary of. It's just that Chaogu definitely has to play the early game well, and by well I mean not insta-lose the bottom lane with Jin and Braum.
Yeah.
And Vladimir has to stay safe as well because he's going to get shoved in. And the worry here is that even if you get chained, I'm pretty sure you still get
You still take the
locked down.
damage
You
when
get
those chains catch you.
You get damaged and you still get locked down. So if the gank does come through, you are not having a good time.
Well, all eyes are going to be on that mid lane as the very explosive Icon is in fact returning to an assassin, and Doinby taking one of the safest mid laners into it with that Vladimir, though, as you said, the interactions are still certainly going to be volatile. And this time, OMG, they've got Graves, they've got Maokai, and they've also got a pretty strong bottom lane in Caitlyn and Nami. So suddenly it seems like OMG might have found those comfort picks.
Yeah, they definitely found it. I mean, whenever you look at Caitlyn for SMLZ, it's been the champion that he's gone towards time and time again historically. So it's fun to see him back on the champion once again. And of course they have Graves and Maokai, which is just a lot of DPS. So even though the LeBlanc isn't so hot in team fights, you definitely have a lot of ways to make up for it. A lot of OMG fans out there.
Yeah, they are definitely hyped about this. And the Xiaogu fans echoing quietly behind them. Not quite as many Xiaogu fans in the audience today.
I mean, what stinks is, what if the OMG chants went through first, man? They went through first. They're so loud. They're hyped. They're angry because they lost the first game.
Yeah.
Then they suddenly call for a Xiaogu chance. Everyone
Yeah.
looks at each other like, I'm not, you know, you go first.
We're just going to win.
No, they're just, they're afraid. They say you go first. I don't want to. I mean, the angry OMG fans right beside me.
Oh, and take a look at this. Even going for the Deathfire touch on Doinby. He's going to be so annoying in lane.
Yeah.
Bond of Stone on Ali. Not going to take any chance with Grasp of the Undying, which we saw earlier, or that Courage of the Colossus. And everything else appears to be fairly standard as well.
Yeah, Bond of Stone is just the mastery for Braum. And Bond of Stone is not even that good of a mastery, so that's why Braum just has a tough time here. So overall, I mean, I like the Deathfire touch on Vladimir. This is the kind of thing you'll see a lot, is him trying to force these trades because he does have sustain as well.
World 6 and
my
Xion
God.
going for the late invade are going to find Clid. They do a lot of damage early on, and immediately Xiaogu have got to back away. It's already down to 600 health. World 6 with his smite is going to take it. That's level
They're
2.
gonna go for
Kabe
this.
stays for some reason and is forced to flash over the wall.
Yeah, Kabe had no reason to stay there, especially since Clayton has already looked to concede this. He was nowhere near interested. Oh, if that hit Candy 7, he would have had a tough level 1.
Oh, they haven't gotten a single minion so far. This push pressure out of SMLZ in 5 already rearing its ugly head. And with World 6 invading in the jungle, OMG seems like they're back on the ball.
Yeah, this is tough for Clid now. Because now that he got abused and he lost his Raptors camp red buff as well, what is he going to do? World 6 is already just walking through the lane because he knows he's taking
He's
the
sending a
quickest-
message.
He's taking the quickest path to be able to deal with this. 5 is helping him as well.
Yeah, he's on top of a ward right now. The bubble is going to miss. Clid gets in there, but Smite is going to secure blue buff. Clid is now level 2, but that's double exhaust traded for those supports. Doinby is forced to pull himself over there as well, and even has to use the Ghost to get away from this, as OMG are just bullying Clid out of the game 3 minutes in.
Yeah, that's something that World 6 is not afraid to do. He did it last time on the Lee Sin, and he got first blooded that long time ago, last week, or at least 2 weeks ago. And that's, like, this time around, it works well for him. He's able to just bully out 8 CS to 2. And he's going to back now, but that's because he knows fully well that he can just go back, go straight towards the bottom side of the map, have full control of his Krug, his Raptors. He's going to get so much experience out of his own jungle. Lee Sin lost out in quite a bit.
Yeah, not even the consolation prize of Scuttlecrab is going to give him too much. As Clid is microing as best he can. Bubble will catch Ali as he continues to take harass. SMLZ and 5 continue to keep up the pressure in that bottom lane. And suddenly, Xiaogu find themselves just a little bit behind in this early game, as blue buff now going to be given over to World 6. 3 buffs, 3 buffing Xiaogu.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
He'll eventually get down to his red buff. Like, in what world can Clid safely invade that red?
Not any world.
Not in this game, at least.
But yeah, World 6 started off pretty strongly, so...
Oh, you know what the answer should have been? In what world can he invade? World 6. Missed it by that much. Here are the LeBlanc changes
so
in
this
7.3.
It's pretty good for level 7 to 13. You actually lose quite a bit in terms of your damage. I mean, it's not. It's like literally just like 10 damage, right? And so it's fairly small. But the difference between like like the problem for this is that the identity for LeBlanc is that she can just auto shove in her own lane and then roam. Auto shove, roam, auto shove, roam. This kind of hits that a little bit and makes certain matchups just a tiny bit better. And we're even seeing a little bit more nerfs coming in. I think there are some in PBE, but it's just getting worse for LeBlanc.
Yeah, World 6, even catching Clid, trying to do the scuttle crab, and he's forced to take the long way out before hopping over the wall to see that his gromp has been taken too. World 6 is just not having a great time. He's going to try to take Raptors, but at a large cost to his health. Before World 6 finishes off his red buff.
Yeah, Clid's definitely not having a fun time. I mean, at the very least, even though he's at a point where he's slightly behind Graves, who's just about to finish through his Raptors and should go towards his Krugs. Like, that's just the opposite. He should go towards. Yeah. He's still actually doing okay. Like, he's definitely been at a proper point, and that's because Graves hasn't really hit him as hard as he should have. When he walked downwards, really initially, I guess when he took red buff, took Raptors, went through mid lane, he went to contest blue buff when I believe he should have just taken his own camps and just farmed up, because then he was able to just kind of just play that farm game, say you can take blue buff, but at that point I'm just miles ahead of you.
Yeah. World 6 a full 2 levels up right now. Oh boy. He's even going to steal away this Gromp. Come on, man. World 6 is getting some revenge for 5 in that previous game.
Yeah.
He is playing some really mean League of Legends as Clid clears out the Gromp, or excuse me, the Krugs on respawn. Cannot safely invade the top side of the map because there's nothing Kabe can do to help him out. Doinby's not going to be able to follow up as well.
And that's the big point, is that usually when you see these trades, or at least the initial point of World 6 coming in to take Gromp, you're like, is there a response to this? Not really, because maybe he can get collapsed on. That's a definite worry, because Icon right now has constant shove-in as well, but also because it's just not up. He cleared that up before even doing it, and that just comes to the season changes where, you know, the camps definitely have a longer cooldown of actually coming right back up. And so now teams are just setting up for constant invades toward these camps. If you lose a massive camp, then you just lose so much experience.
The red buff is spawning as well, and World 6 is already on the way towards it. Spotted out by a ward, and actually that's teleport being used from Kabe to get himself back up into the top lane. Clid's trying to finish this off. He's a full level down. He almost has the smite, but World 6 is there. He sees it.
Oh.
Clid gets the red buff, but will he escape with his life? The slow lands, and World 6 just harasses him. Finally, from under the nose of OMG, he's able to get a camp in his own jungle.
Yeah, but the positive point for that, for World 6, is that you're still constantly shoving into him, which means that Doinby has to watch out here.
Yeah, immediately drops the Sanguine Pool. Doesn't want to take any chance that the chain will even land.
So that's something you have to watch out for. I mean, Doinby will never have the support of his jungler because he's constantly getting shoved in. And that just means LeBlanc knows that he's completely free in the lane. Top side as well. Bottom lane is just constantly auto-shoving in the lane with a massive CS difference here, 20 CS. And that's just because, A, it's a winning matchup, but B, Clid is never in position to help out because he's trying to help himself right now.
Yeah, this is a bit interesting. Might be looking to catch 5 on the recall timing. What presence of mind to see this coming. Sonic Wave is going to land onto 5, but he doesn't follow it up. Decides to let that Nami go with a warning. And again, 5 caught on a blind warding mission. Chao Gu says, we've got your number.
Yeah, it doesn't turn into much, but it was very close to it. Now, 5's going to look at that and say, okay, maybe next time. Maybe next time I'll not do that. Maybe I'll bring World 6 along with me.
Ooh, Doinby does some damage.
Yeah, that was a Crimson Rush one. Those hurt so much. Even though it got nerfed on that on this patch, but it still is pretty massive.
Once again, they're going to spot 5, this time just a few seconds behind, and clear out a ward. Clid makes his way bottom and hacks his lane, as you do. Meanwhile, Doinby continues to trade with Icon, looking for that Crimson Rush. Now the Infernal Drake is a huge priority here, and Clid, despite being down 2 levels, is keeping up just a bit, only down 6 CS overall, because he has been getting so many Krugs. And that Gromp is up as well, along with his Direwolves. Question is, will he get the luxury of taking it, or will World 6 invade?
I think right now Clid's in a good spot. Reason for that is Doinby is starting to trade well into the match. That being said, here's an all-in.
Yeah, that's going to be Stand United out of Kabe to try to get onto him. Flash taunt Kabe again! You can't just do that! Oh man, that was brutal. Doinby ghosts to make his way out of mid lane as the teleport completes. Here
Go
comes
back
World
and execute
6.
yourself.
He's going to have to give the kill over. He's about to walk into SMLZ now. He sees it.
Now what did he do?
There he goes. Walks into the lane. Tries to transfuse. Can you dodge the aggro?
Oh
He dodged the
my.
turret aggro. Doinb is going to get out of here.
He got free. He's a free man. Maokai's about to head him off, so he might actually just execute himself on the tower. You know what? This time he's got it.
Xiang is wasting a lot of time. Doinb finally looking for the execution. Spotted out by the vision up there.
Wait a
He's
minute.
making his way on up.
Wait a second.
Here comes Xiang. Turret hit. Is going to execute
There we
Doinb. Meanwhile, Chaogu taking definite advantage of the fact that so many people were pulled to chase Doinb. Take that first Infernal Drake, and Chaogu, despite coming to a rough start, find themselves with the advantage.
Yeah, and let's rewind that. That was incredible by Kabe. It almost didn't work out because you could see that Doinb wasn't expecting the flash taunt.
Yeah.
I wasn't expecting the flash taunt. So he's like, oh, wait, okay, I'll get it. I'll
Yeah.
come in with you. They get the kill on it, and he's able to execute himself. So overall, that was a major win from Chaogu. And
It's
the
still,
Infernal.
yeah, it's dead even in gold, but they get that first blood, they get that first dragon, and Chaogu now find themselves right back in this. That's going to be so important as this game goes on. Now, World 6 is going to try to force this turret down with the pressure advantage from SMLZ and 5. They should be able to take this, so there are a lot of pings coming down. Doinb's on his way, we get it. And the turret still goes down, yeah.
There's not much he can do there. Definitely wasn't going to be able to get there in time because he was just reviving back. Interesting is that he went towards Abyssal Scepter, which is going to be really good into dealing with Icon. It should be really hard for Icon. Usually it's a tough decision between, okay, should I get that? I mean, old Vlad would have probably gotten Spirit Visage, but that's just, it doesn't work like that anymore. Or at least it's a tough one. But I mean, it's 2B. Maybe he does that. Or just Proto Bell. This time it's just easier because he's just dealing with the individual matchup. So Icon now probably has to worry a lot more about the trades that he's going for.
Yeah. Still getting a big proc on that Sigil of Malice as he's getting closer and closer to breaking even on those nerfs. And Icon actually has not quite gotten the ability to roam yet, as Doinb has just been keeping pace with him. That's the chains landing. Once again, here comes World 6. Doinb is slowed! Sanguine Pool, but he's going to come right on top of it. Able to heal himself up, but it's nowhere near enough. That's the Hemo Plague just for funsies. And a teleport now being used by Kabe to try to hold on to that lane as OMG lane swap SMLZ to the top side of the map.
There we go. That works out for him. And the problem with this now is that Caitlyn's positioned himself to the top side, which is why he decided to TP there, is because he wasn't going to be able to get that top wave at all. B, that's a cannon minion wave, so he can just get in and back away. So that's fair to him. Now the interesting point is the pressure that OMG have started to just send towards that top lane, whether or not it's going to work. Traps are already coming through.
Got a lot of people up there. Candy 7's trying to get in range of those minions, but with World 6 right there and the ace in the hole going out, he's going to have to play very cautious as 2 waves stack up just in time. Ali actually forces this. World 6 is knocked up. Tidal Wave is going to be soaked up, but the double bubble stops Kabe from chasing.
That was such a good bubble from 5. That was really solid. And on top of that, I mean, that was a really desperate all-in, I would say, from QG. They could have waited a little bit more. In fact, they actually could have just baited them in towards the tower because Braum makes it very difficult for you to start to siege onto it.
Yeah.
Once he puts up his shield, and if you auto, you take a counteract. So they have to bounce away from it. So that's something they could have looked towards. Either way, I mean, what they've lost here is Shen ulti. He's back into his lane, and maybe it just makes it easier for OMG to try and pressure up here.
Oh, the big fourth grenade. And
healed up.
Yeah.
So
I was so excited for a second, then, oh, wait, no. Never mind. As OMG now find themselves looking to press back into Chaogu's territory. World 6 cheating forward. He's going to be spotted now as his cannon wave is going to end up getting cleared out. Elite doesn't have his ultimate. There's no Stand United, and Icon is roaming up there as well. Despite Clit being there, it's not going to do anything to stop this. Even teleport being used from Xiang to join the fight. Elite might have to sacrifice his life as they retreat all the way to the tier 2. Doinb's on his way, but Kabe's on the other side of the map with no way to get there. So the top tier 1 goes down, and OMG forced this successfully.
yeah, Vlad just has to go right back mid because he's not going to be able to get anything off of it. So the flank pressure, not going to mean too much. OMG are able to get that pick. They were so close to being able to get Ali. Ali doesn't have his ulti either, so he just uses a splash to get out of that chain altogether. Really good rotation coming in from OMG.
Yeah, Doinb continues to eat harass from Icon. He ain't afraid of no Vladimir. as he's catching this minion wave that continues to be shoved in again and again. So we're up to about a 2,000 gold lead at the 15-minute mark. OMG on these comfort picks are showing much greater resilience than they did in game number 1. World 6 going to chase Doinby out of his jungle right now as Crimson rushes to heal back up. Lid tries to follow up, and Doinby forced to use the Tides of Blood to get out of there. But
I don't know.
Not enough. Klid gets way too deep.
Yeah, that was way too deep. And he was just trying to help Doinby, who's just randomly trying to contest Raptors camp for no reason, alone. And so he just gets caught out, pulls Klid into it, and it turns into OMG looking to siege the mid lane.
Yeah, Doinby continues to eat some damage. Ali is there, and he's got an ultimate, but I'm not sure that's just something that you want to use just to defend that turret. Doinby tries to clear out the wave and will succeed, but that turret chipped down to half. Xiang's on the other side of the map, split pushing against Kabe's Shen, keeping him occupied while Icon's on the other side of the map. So 3 pressure points from OMG.
Oh.
Xiaogu are not responding.
Doinby has to watch out. He is so low if he gets hit by that.
Yeah. Uses the Sanguine Pool to get himself out of there. Xiang even trying to contest this blue buff. Will be spotted out by Kabe and Klid, but World 6 is there as well. It is an elaborate trap. Xiang gets caught by the taunt, but he is a very tanky tree. Can they kill him as Ali is on his way along with Candy 7? They open up.
Really low.
2, 3, 4.
Oh.
He's going to hit him. But Kabe, does he have enough? Almost has a shadow dash. He actually lands it, but Klid gets baited in. There's the Stand United side by side with him, and Kabe can't cancel. That means World 6 is able to flash to safety. Bubble dodged as a quick Winter's Bite forces SMLZ back.
Great positioning to be able to get the damage off across both Klid and Doinby, so neither of them died. Really solid. Overall, Xiaogu, just it's coming back and forth. It's such a ping-pong game.
I think the thing was that, yeah, Xiaogu got the kill, but they invested so much into it, and they haven't been able to take anything off of the kill.
Yeah,
Xiang's already back up, and with Icon diving under this turret, Candy 7 chunked low, SMLZ is going to be chipping away, and the mid-tier 1 goes down. So despite the fact that they lost their Maokai, OMG still succeed with the play they were shooting for.
Yeah, and so that's the thing right now. OMG is able to constantly look to pressure towards these towers. That's just the early strength of the Caitlyn right here, and the reason why they can't do much about it is because there's no wave clear in the mid lane as the AD carry. They're just trying to cop pressure a lot, and it comes to the scaling of Vladimir, comes to this, I would say now, I suppose, the usefulness and the utility of Jhin. So right now, Xiaogu has a problem in which they're just trying to hold the game firm, but right now OMG is just pushing it through.
Yeah, they are having a lot of trouble stopping this pressure from OMG. World 6 now going to take the Mountain Drake, which is going to help so much at breaking down these turrets, especially when you've got Caitlyn pressuring forward. We'll see if he decides to go for the rapid fire cannon Caitlyn.
Ooh, yeah.
Just to even get those bigger shots every once in a while, proccing the big hits onto the turret.
Yeah, he's looking across the map to see, you know, there's a lot of armor coming across there. 3 tank lines, essentially, since you kind of expect Klid to go towards armor as well. So he's probably just going to get the, you know, Runan's Hurricane into just Last Whisper. Maybe, I wouldn't say Mortal Reminder. Maybe for,
Lord Dominic's against Vlad.
Maybe Mortal Reminder. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So that's possible.
But that's a bit of the challenge because you're going to have that tanky Braum, Lee Sin, and Shen, and you can stop their healing, or you can get the Lord Dominic's and get the Shred on Doinby instead. So tough choice.
He just went back to buy. I want to see what item he got. Okay, it's the IE.
Infinity Edge first. Yeah. All right. Priorities. That's Doinby. Just get some damage onto Xiang. We get closer and closer to the 20-minute mark. And OMG have got control of this game. 3,000 gold as Icon continues to look to harass Candy 7 before popping back from that distortion. And Xiaogu, they want to stall this out. Will they get the luxury? How does OMG prevent Xiaogu from stalling this?
Yeah, I think for OMG, they're going to be looking towards the objectives because they're pretty happy about their team fighting, or at least their later game portion as well. Right now, they have full priority and pressure. If they can have, they already have LeBlanc in the bottom lane to consistently shove out, and they have Caitlyn in a great position, so they can just continuously put them Xiaogu in this bad of a position until the next objective comes up, which could be that next dragon. It's an Earth Dragon, so that's something that they would like to go towards. Sure, Baron buff is coming up soon, but they're not really that interested. I'm surprised they didn't try and go towards Rift Herald. That would have been pretty good for the Graves. But overall, they're just trying to play it slow, waiting for power spikes here, because Caitlyn is not to a comfortable team fighting power spike.
Yeah.
Jhin should be far more effective right now. So as long as that she can get towards some attack speed items, then that'll be pretty good for him.
Only the Zeal completed, not getting as many headshots across as you would like, especially if she is going for that Runeance build that you talked about. And then it's only another 1,300 gold for the last Whisper, and you sort of just want to stagger that out a bit as Icon looks to be going towards his Luden's Echo. Still needs a good 1,250 for the NLR, but Doinby is caught. Uses Stand United from Tabe to bring him in onto World 6. What is the damage? He has an Abyssal Scepter and chases over onto Icon, forces him away. Xiang teleports, but he gets there just a bit too late. Gets back onto Doinby, but Kabe should be able to follow up. There goes the curtain call. Another set of bullets is going to find Xiang. Fourth bullet isn't going to do too much, as that is a very tanky Maokai, but he doesn't have any magic resist. There's the redemption.
Double
and the
bubble.
knockup finds 5. He does get the double bubble, but Doinby is going so deep. Exhaust is going to do nothing to stop his healing, and 5 is the guy who's caught. Doinby is just non-stop going. The big bounce is going to get that kill onto 5.
My God, when it comes, it comes hard. That was ridiculous. Doinby was able to get the kill because he just does so much damage, and his E is constantly spamming through, so his team fighting is incredibly solid. So it just started off with what it felt like a pick onto Doinby, but Doinby had Kabe, Shen ulti to really help him out, and he already used his ulti, which just was, let's take a look at this one. So just take a look at it. Doinby, Zonia's as well, I believe. He's at a good position right here, and just take a look at how much damage he's doing at Icon here with just 2 abilities. I'm surprised the Deathfire Touch didn't actually kill him in that position. So
The immediate potion consumption. Xiang tries to turn it, but has a sense of regret.
Yeah, and I mean, Xiang right here, he's just getting slowed after slowed after slow. And so this was a great bubble from 5. This could have been really good. But if you just see Doinby, he's moving forward time and time again, and SMLC has to walk away. There's no position for him to continue the team fight because of how much damage. And that was, that was great.
Yeah.
But yeah, how much damage was coming through, Caitlyn was not going to be able to do much there.
With the Runeance finished, SMLZ might finally be able to fight now, but Xiaogu half a step ahead. Protobelt picked up by Doinby, and we've already got the Hex Drinker finished off for Candy 7, so we can survive a little bit more of the onslaught coming out of Icon. In answer, that is a serrated Dirk as the Edge of Night is on its way for World 6, but Xiang super tanky with the Sunfire and his Spectre's Cowl. Icon tries to sneak into a bush, but I'm pretty sure Doinby's okay with that.
Yeah, he might have a bit of a tough time in terms of dealing with Icon right now, but there we go. He just doesn't want to get jumped by by LeBlanc, especially since he doesn't have this. I guess Stand United is back up again.
Yeah, short cooldown after level 11.
Yeah, you know what? He wants to go in.
Yeah, Shen's a pretty good champion.
He's not gonna. He's just fine with it.
Oh, there goes the Protobelt. He lands the Hemoplague as well, so he knows exactly which one to go for. Flash over the wall, and Icon survives with sub 40 health.
And that's the difficulty with the matchup. He's already scaled up. He only has 2 items, but he's able to just outright demolish Icon in the split push. So right here, what is the LeBlanc going to do at this point? He's going to go towards I guess he's going to get a little bit more AP. He's trying to get a Luden's Echo here now.
Yeah.
But even with the Luden's Echo, he can never split push versus Doinby. Doinby will always be able to kill him. So pick potential seems to be the only one they can go towards. And right now, he needs to play towards the rest of the team's composition, because the rest of the team is actually really strong for teamfight.
Yeah, and look at how OMG are responding to that. They're sending Xiang to deal with Doinby now, which means Icon has to deal with Tabe, swapping top versus mid. That certainly could be an opportunity for Xiaogu to use a bit of a pressure advantage. A lot more mobility on that Shen than there is on the LeBlanc.
Yeah, LeBlanc is going to be able to deal with the Shen. LeBlanc should be able to push a little harder, maybe even bullying Kite out the Shen. It's going to take a lot longer, maybe even just beat out the mana. But I guess they're going to be able to get this dragon.
Yeah, Mountain Drake picked up quick and easy for OMG. Their second mountain now. So if they ever get an opportunity to get onto that Baron, it's going to be huge. Caitlyn getting headshots plus World 6 on that Graves.
Yeah. And they have the Xiang to be able to tank it.
Ooh, Ali gets the wall up in time.
So there we go. You're right. This is a good point for OMG, where they're constantly getting stronger and stronger. Renan's has already been finished right here on the Caitlyn. Getting to a point where now she's turning stronger, and sure, it's hard for her to join these team fights up against Jin. Aw, you know what?
Doinby doesn't even care about the turret. He's just walking in from behind with Kabe. Clid goes a bit too deep looking for SMLZ, though. He's going to eat too much damage from World 6, but they get the support in trade. Another flash taunt from Kabe gets Doinby a double kill. Candy 7 was left all by his lonesome, though, and World 6 flashes away from the concussive blows. Kabe in the front locks the stun up onto Xion as Icon looking for a way to get in, trying to get onto somebody, but the taunt is going to land onto World 6. He tries to sidestep, but goes down to Ali, and Doinby is unstoppable with now a triple kill when the fight is all said and done. But that was 4 for 2, favoring Xiaogu.
Yeah, Doinby is a beast right now, and it's because he can continuously spam out his E. If he continues to stay alive, he's chasing you down to the edge of the earth. This man is a beast. We'll have to see. LeBlanc just feels very useless right now. That's a big worry, is that she couldn't really do much there. Because if she is ever exposed to Doinby.
Yeah, I mean, Icon got the assassination onto Candy 7, but a lot of good that did them with how big Doinby is right now. You can't even fight with him.
Yeah,
he just heals up.
He tried. At least now he knows his limits there. But just to take a look at this, Doinby is trying to set up for this entire play. Clid kind of helps SMLZ, I'm not going to lie. Clid puts SMLZ in a position where he's a little bit safer, but with that being said, Kabe is able to get the taunt flash, so that works out for them. And then it's a 3v3, where, you know, Icon, he doesn't have much HP under his belt, but it's going to be World 6 and Xiang, but then look at how Doinby is positioning himself. For sure, he's doing constant damage to Xiang, but he's walking forward, so Icon can never really get any damage. And so, I mean, and World 6 is just never going to be able to walk up. So just look at this man.
Yeah, Doinby is happy about his performance in this set. And suddenly the Vladimir, we were raising some eyebrows earlier, but the full damage Vlad is doing some work for Xiaogu. And they now find themselves dead to even in gold with OMG, despite being down 2 turrets, despite being down 2 Mountain Drakes, despite, I was going to say down in kills, but they're actually up in kills now.
Yeah, it makes sense because they were always, Vladimir was always going to be stronger in teamfights if the game got to this point. 26 minutes into the game, he's already gotten 3 items under his belt. And LeBlanc really couldn't get going after the early laning phase. Sure, they had the early gold advantage in terms of they were constantly roaming Caitlyn towards tower after tower after tower, and they're really getting a lot going for themselves. But they haven't been able to push that forward. And they're just waiting for Caitlyn to become relevant here, and I feel like that's going to be a never-ending wait.
Yeah, that's the last Whisper finally finished up for SMLZ, so maybe he can do some damage against Kabe and Clid and Ali. But as you said, we talked about it earlier, Xiaogu wanted to stall the game out so that Doinby could get big, and OMG needed to try to force some objectives so that that wouldn't happen. Well, they didn't.
Yeah, I mean, we're at a point right now where Xiaogu are really comfortable with the position here. They're comfortable because there's, sure, yeah, they don't have any more outer turrets. The mid lane outer turret is still up and available for OMG, but you know that's just waiting for them to, Xiaogu to just cash out.
Yeah.
In fact, that's just a trap because before they were looking for that flank behind that turret.
It's a quick trip to the bank.
Yeah, you know, if Caitlyn's going to try and defend her that turret, guess who Doinby's going to check out on? He's going to get the tower gold, and he's going to get the Caitlyn gold. So you just have to watch out if you're OMG.
You can see so many pings coming out. Doinby,
there we go, get that Caitlyn gold.
Just walks into the back, but steps on a trap.
Okay.
Tier 1 finally falls. It's 2 to 3 in terms of turrets.
He didn't even output that much damage, but he was able to heal out quite a bit just from using his ulti on top of SMLZ and 5. So that's quite a bit. And he finally has his Zhonya's now. So that's just a lot of disruption in these fights.
We'll have to keep an eye on Doinby's success later on, as this is just a workout for him. He's stretching his champion pool muscles.
He is.
He's showing, hey, I play Karma, I play LeBlanc, I play Ryze, but I also play things you've never even dreamed of. Yorick mid, get on it, Doinby.
Oh, no. But I do agree. I think 7.3 has made a lot of changes that, for instance, like LeBlanc. LeBlanc used to be that champion you'd never want to see up in pick and ban. Like, why is it even up and available?
Yeah.
And it seems like teams are getting comfort. I mean, before, at the very beginning of this play, it was Ryze or nothing. If some teams would be like, sure, we'll leave it open if Ryze is up and available and we'll pick it up for team fights. But even then, you would see LeBlanc just outright carry games. Now we're getting to a point where these small buffs and small nerfs coming through, and experience, mostly experience, because a lot of the bans not only where the ban's happening is competitive play, but in solo queue, you can definitely believe it was happening in scrims as well. You just don't get to play up against LeBlanc, so there's no familiarity in the matchup. So now they're getting a lot more familiar with the matchup. Now that the changes are coming through negatively for LeBlanc, this is very doable.
If anyone knows what it's like to lose with LeBlanc, it's Doinby.
That's true,
He's the one who's done it twice.
Yeah, that's an experience he doesn't want to showcase.
Well, he does for OMG. He's like, hey, you think this champion is great? Let me show you the hard counter. As Ocean Drake respawns, OMG are able to sneak over the pit with SMLZ in World 6, trying to pull that dragon a bit closer. Headshots over the wall, but Clid is there. And they've still got some vision as well. SMLZ fires a shot. Clid, his smite is true. Icon is going to try to follow up, but there's a quick shield to keep Clid safe.
Yeah, so that was just a little bit unfortunate. World 6 was definitely not caught out going inside, but Clid had the state of mind to be able to go in and check. And so, you know, he was gifted with a half HP Baron. So he's like, yeah, I'll finish this one up for you.
Ocean Drake.
I said Baron, didn't
You did?
Oh, no.
I was like, that's a little bit more explosive.
Yeah,
Oh, the
a little
teleport's right
crazy.
there. He's got the whoa!
There we go.
That's a tragedy. The snare from maximum range as Candy7 lands 2 bullets, locks down Xiang for the 4th. And Xiang will die to Kabe as Doinby and Ali look over from above. That tank is now dead. Baron is on the map, but OMG are here.
Yeah, this is going to be a big one. Xiaogu are definitely going to be confident enough to be able to pick this up. And you know Doinby and Ali are ready for a team fight if it goes through. But man, that's a lot of damage.
Yeah, the bubble finds Ali as Doinby zones away the entirety of OMG almost single-handedly. Kabe drops a shield, but Doinby doesn't need it. He's at full health. He turns over to World 6 and says, this is what Vladimir can do. If only this guy had a bit more CC in his kit, he could lock them down and really get a few kills.
You know what? That would be a little bit broken.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, this is a big win for Xiaogu. They're going to just reset pressure, go right back. The only one who really doesn't have that much HP is Ali. And Vladimir is just going to be able to get HP for free. That's in his kit. So
yeah, they're continuing to get some damage onto this Baron as they're going to force the same exact play once again. Nobody died last time. Sonic Wave soaked by the edge of night. Doinby going to zone away the rest of the team. They have no vision of the pit. Doinby eats some damage as he is going to take a lot from the Cull. He can't heal, but that's the Zanyas. World 6 is dead. Baron secured. Doinby low, but is shielded, and Icon cannot finish him off. The Grievous Wounds are doing so much work, and Icon wants it. Icon wants it so bad, but he just can't get it.
How did Doinby survive from that entire affair? He was able to heal up. I mean, he had no healing up. He just had the Zonias, and he had to stay still. But he was able to burn up enough time for Xiaogu to get the Baron, and he's going back with his own life as well. That's a major win for Xiaogu.
That's Baron secured at the 32-minute mark. Xiaogu demonstrating, yes, they still have got the control. Despite an amazingly confident early game from OMG, incredible pressure, turret advantage, dragon advantage. Xiaogu just waited it out, knew that they had their mid-game power spikes, and were able to come back off the back of Doinby. He's level 17, 30 minutes in. This guy is huge.
Yeah, he's been getting a lot of solo experience in the side lane. That's been a big point for him. And then, of course, the kill experience. He has 5 kills in his...
yeah, he's pretty big.
Yeah, he's doing quite a bit. Once he gets to level 18, I mean, it's going to work. And I wouldn't even be surprised if he just goes for a last item, Spirit Visage. It's just going to get a little bit grindy. So right now, yeah, they got the tower for themselves. It's a pretty good start. They're just going to keep going.
Bottom tier 1 goes down as Xiaogu continue to press forward onto the tier 2, bringing in a big minion wave with a lot of those caster minions. They've got 4 members there, and Kabe's got to stand united, so should a fight break out, Xiaogu would be more than ready. Xiang tries to force it, but instead is just going to zone Xiaogu back.
They're just waiting up until so Shen can get the damage on the top tower. So here comes the wave. I guess he's going to play this a little bit safe. Just go for it right now. And there we go. There's no reason for Xiaogu to move up until they see an extra member dealing with Shen. It's all about Shen on this one.
The bubble's actually going to catch Doinby. Icon gets into the back and finds some good damage, but there's no follow-up.
They're going
Doinby
for it.
goes in and gets right into the back along with Kabe. That's World 6 going down. 5 will drop as well. Doinby chases SMLZ. Does he have enough?
No,
the Mortal Reminder's doing so much. Doinby bit off too much more than he could chew.
Yeah, that was a nice attempt, man. But Caitlyn's definitely doing a lot of damage here.
Lid's looking for the outplay. He gets caught by the ethereal chains, and Icon will just let him off with a warning this time.
But yeah, that was a great dive from Chagu. Sure, Vladimir went down, but that's what you want to get. That's 2 for 1, all in all, and a lot of towers down for you.
Yeah, the bottom tier 2 finally drops. Top tier 2 is very low, and Kabe still has his teleport and is already almost half of that cooldown off of that Stand United. But Candy7 leads the charge with Klid onto this mid-tier 2 turret. SMLZ is doing work, he's doing damage, but he can't get to the minions in the back.
Yeah, and oh, wait a minute. Yeah, just blocked for that. Here comes... They use that to try and smite him down. Overall, Braum has been able to make it a lot easier for them to take these towers. He's just been shielding up and just walking onto every single trap. And it just seems like he's able to just nullify a lot of the damage, or just like nullify the first one, but then just be able to reduce the rest. So that's been incredibly helpful for the team.
Suddenly that Braum ban doesn't sound so silly. Lee is showing some real work on it. 1-0-7 right now, soaking so many hits for his team. And with Doinby respawn, you can see he's 2,500 gold ahead. Candy7, despite being nearly 1,000 gold behind, is still able to get some work done on these turrets. Kabe, not on that Maokai, but against it, 3,000 gold up.
Yeah, he's been doing such a damn good job. He got an MVP in the last game, and he's on Shen again, and he's going to get just as hard to be able to get the taunts through. He is so decisive. He's a breath of fresh air for Xiaogu, and honestly, just to come in as a rookie top laner for his team, it's really beautiful to be able to see a top laner work that effectively.
Elder Dragon is up in 15 seconds. Xiaogu have had excellent control of their vision of the pit and of that side of the map. Kabe's already prepped with Teleport and Stand United, keeping Xiang occupied. But here comes a freshly topped off Ali with a whole new set of wards and 3 control wards as well. As Doinby preps the minion wave, Xiaogu are going to start off on this Elder Dragon.
Yeah, and just take a look at Candy7, who's on top of it. Actually, you kind of have to look at Doinby, who's right behind.
They're all going to collapse on Doinby. Yeah. They're all going to collapse on Doinby. Sure, they're going to be able to kill one. Perhaps Doinby doesn't get one an answer, but the Elder Dragon, it's actually been sacrificed. Doinby is single-handedly going toe-to-toe with four members
Save that man.
of Xiaogu. He finally goes down, but here comes the rest of Xiaogu. Ali and Klid get in there, but they committed so much for 1 kill.
Yeah, that was really weird. I mean, they didn't even finish the Elder Dragon, so they all went in to try and help him. So at the end of the day, Doinby went down for nothing. So the investment has to be for this.
World 6 is on the way. He's got his smite and flash, but no collateral damage. And Xiaogu decide that they don't want to risk it against the double Mountain Drake of OMG. The combo from Graves could just be too risky.
That was all flashy from Xiaogu. That was really flashy from Doinby to be able to see, oh, you know, he's going for a 1v5, but the result is bad for Xiaogu. They didn't get the Elder Dragon. They lost the kill, and he's coming up back in 10-15 seconds. Overall, OMG are able to get control here. And that's what you don't want to lose if you're Xiaogu.
Xiaogu still have that 1-game buffer. Teleport used by Xiang. The double Mountain Drake is doing so much. Still no sign of Doinby as the teleport is going to complete as the Elder Dragon goes down. They're trying to fight. A huge knockup is going to stall them out, but that leaves Klid behind. Ali flashes to safety as the teleport from Xiang means that he has got to retreat from the slows of SMLZ.
This is going to be a big chase, but you know what? That's going to be good. The longer the chase, the better for Kabe and the rest of his team. They just want to have that Elder Dragon really burn itself out.
Yeah, just trying to chase up to Kabe. He's going to lead them on a merry chase indeed. 45 seconds for that Baron, so Kabe's going to have to buy some time before it's up. And with Klid down, now the Guardian Angel pops. An excess of traps and bubbles just in case he decides to sidestep. Baron is going to be on the docket for OMG, and with that Elder Dragon already under their belt, they could look to turn that advantage even bigger.
Xiang is just in there. They don't want to go on to Xiang because they definitely lost their tank in the top lane for Kabe, and Klid is down as well. They don't have the numbers here, and so right now OMG have taken control. They're in position. They already have the Elder Dragon, and they're going to be able to use it to go for Baron. If this is the case, then OMG is able to take the control of the game once more. It's going to be up to Xiaogu to somehow stop this.
Klid is there, he's got his smite, but against Elder Dragon Double Mountain, this Baron's going to go down so fast. Already down to half health in just a few seconds. Klid is there. That's going to be the curtain call. Lands to cross. It's going to find Candy7. Klid goes in. They're forcing the fight instead. It's down to 850. Baron is secured by Klid. He's going to try to make it out of the wall, but in fact, he will end up going down. Ace in the hole onto Candy7 as he leaps away, and Icon decides not to chase. Doinby has died as well, but this push from OMG has been halted.
Clid gets the steal. That's all that matters here. There was no way Xiaogu were going to be able to take the fight. It felt like the game was out of their grasp at that point. Elder Dragon into Baron. That seems like it. Finished to that book, but steals the Baron.
Yeah.
That's it. Xiaogu have found themselves to keep back into this game.
Despite the fact that SMLZ is playing out of his mind, that Icon having difficulty against Doinby, but still finding assassinations against Candy7. It's OMG who are stymied once again by Xiaogu. All progress halted as the Baron buffed minions reclaim that lane control. Kabe shoving up top, Candy7 shoving up mid, and you're going to bet your money Doinby's going to head back bottom to deal with Chiyoung.
Yeah, so this is the game back into Xiaogu's favor. Elder Dragon is close to coming off, so that's a problem for OMG. It's already off just there, just finished up. So now they don't have it anymore. That one burst of strength that OMG were really banking on, translating into a Baron, it all fumbled into that one Baron play. So now it looks really tough. Xiaogu lost that entire play simply because, you know what, 1 point of indecision between Doinby and the rest of his team. That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, actually Protobelt's the wrong direction for some reason.
He did that for the wave, that's fair.
Yeah.
I'll give it.
Morelos is finished up for Icon, so he will finally be able to get the Grievous Wounds if he can get Doinby below 40% health, whereas SMLZ has finished his Mortal Reminder a long time ago. So finally they have a way to deal with this Vladimir. Doinby has shown he can definitely play around that. He recalls to get himself back up to full health before rushing right back down the mid lane. Kabe's holding bottom as Candy7 and Clid keep the minions occupied up top.
Yeah, and honestly, Doinby has gone into a full AP Vladimir. I was expecting a little bit tankier going into Spirit Precision. That's always been a Vladimir special. But he just wants to do damage. The Luden Echo came in fairly late, so that's really interesting to see from him. That means that ooh, he's gonna go for it. Yeah, that just means that he takes so much damage.
Doinby uses the Sanguine Pool very early. He's caught by the knockup.
Oh my
buying
God.
some time, but Ali is getting nuked down. Doinby forced to flash away. He's trying to heal himself back up, but Chiyoung follows. Icon gets in there. Candy7 is dishing out what damage he can, but now Doinby is dead. It's all up to Candy7, and he is running for the hills to try to get out of this one. Kabe buys some time, but it is not enough. OMG are 5 versus 2 right now, and at 40 minutes, they could try to take more than just a tier 2.
OMG's front to back is just much better. Vladimir got caught out, and he just got completely bursted. If you look at SMLZ in that entire fight, he just murked them. The traps really did a lot of damage onto Doinby and the rest of them, so they couldn't really handle it.
Yeah, they're going right onto that tier 2 turret. Still 30 seconds before Doinby gets back up, and Elite 10 before he can catch up with his AD carry. They're now pushing onto this inhibitor. Defense pings coming out of Candy7 and Clid. Do they have enough to keep it standing? That's going to be the curtain call, but that makes Candy7 a very immobile target. The bullets are being fired across, and Icon's trying to bait it. But the 4th bullet instead will just tag Chiyoung on the way out.
They're just trying to buy as much time as possible. 4 seconds on to Vladimir. He's going to be coming up right now. Kabe is going to take a little bit of time. Maybe they're just going to go for it.
Clid's actually engaging. Doinby's back up and racing out of the base. Kabe's up in just a few seconds. Does have his Stand United already back up. Clid continues to chase. He's actually teleporting to the back line, not using the Stand United, and as a result, his jungler is dead. Yes, Kabe, you have flanked them, but how are you going to get in?
Yeah, right now Caitlyn is super hard to deal with. Unless if you're Ali. But yeah, he just does so much damage, and the problem with that too is that Lee Sin was trying to buy as much time as possible. If you just get trapped and killed, it's done. And so at this point right now, you have to watch out. Caitlyn is completely full build.
I apologize. In fact, Stand United was not off the cooldown. It did just come off the cooldown. Very hard to read Icon. So there was nothing he could have done to save Clid. Clid just got overzealous.
Okay.
Yeah. But 44 minutes into the game. Dead even in kills. Dead even in gold. Dead even in turrets. 2-2 in Dragons. This game is really close.
Yeah, it really just comes down to one mistake or the other. Right now, it comes down to how Doinby plays this Vladimir. He cannot play front to back. He needs to be able to go in for a proper flank. That's really what they need. Clid's back up now. If he goes for, like, they just need to be able to find a way to puncture the front line of OMG to get into SMLZ. If they can kill SMLZ, right now Icon's doing a bit of damage too, but SMLZ is just popping off.
Yeah, SMLZ is absolutely huge. Full build. A full 90 CS ahead of Candy7. And as a result, you can see Candy7 not, in fact, full build. Doinby is going to find Icon and turns right back. The chain is going to do a lot, but he pulls nice and early to make sure he dodges the damage.
Yeah, Icon's going to feel really comfortable right now in this matchup. He's doing a lot of damage, and he has the range to be able to cut around the Vladimir. Vladimir is incredibly squishy, but if Vladimir can get a proper flank, that's the worry. But he needs to back right now, so right now OMG are just trying to do their best to pressure up.
Kabe's looking for the flash Shadow Dash. But you know that SMLZ has got his eyes open for it. Doinby finally is able to catch up as minions are starting to shove in through the top side, and now Icon seems to be splitting on top of Kabe to keep him occupied.
Yeah, Icon just needs to stop these flanks from coming through.
Trap line is set. Candy7 is going to try to get in there as Doinby uses the Proto Belt just a bit too early. That means his burst combo is smaller. The kick onto SMLZ. He flashes, but Doinby is snared. They're trying to get in, trying to break through
Oh my god!
But this is so much damage. That's SMLZ going down. That's going to be 5 dropping as well. Elite chases and lands the slow. They're able to finish off Xiang. His GA is popped, and Icon is trying to retreat, trying to save his tank, but there's nothing he can do. There's just so much burst damage from Xiaogu.
Kabe is a beast in this game. He just netted the kill on SMLZ. Icon's trying to buy some time here and threaten this, but that's too much. Just push it down mid. You were able to get 3 kills here in 30 seconds on the death timers for both SMLZ and 5.
Yeah, Baron's up in 20 seconds with Elder Dragon 2 minutes after that. World 6 going for a very safe recall deep outside of the vision of Xiaogu, but they don't have their eyes on an inhibitor. They've got their eyes on the Baron.
Yeah, they're going to go straight for it. This is going to be coming up in 3 seconds, and there's no way OMG are going to be able to stop this unless you get a miraculous steal. But you know what? I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah, there is just not enough time on the map for them to get to that Baron. Nasher, as he spawns, goes down, and once again, Xiaogu find themselves with the advantage. But this is very late into the game. It just comes down to one team fight.
And just take a look at Kabe. I mean, Clid started this up, and it looked really solid. Doinby had to fast, but just take a look at him being able to get right in there. Boom, he was able to go right in. SMLZ couldn't really do much. He was in a really tough spot right there. So the moment they were able to get right onto SMLZ, at that point, it's over.
Once again, Clid coming up huge with the late game Lee Sin kick. This guy is a god on the Lee Sin.
Yeah, he was able to get on top of him, so that was great from Clid. Whenever you see Lee Sin on top of him, that's great. So Lee Sin, of course, priority for a reason between these two junglers.
Yeah.
Whenever they get that proper kick, he can do wonders.
Seems like Xiaogu hesitant to use that Baron offensively right now, as they know how volatile this game can be. The huge high damage composition out of OMG could really put a damper on their ability to take things back. As Doinby is going to take a minor hit there. Elder Dragon is up in 20 seconds. Icon from the side finds just a bit of damage.
Yeah, Icon is flirting with death a little bit. He's got to relax here.
There's not a lot of hard CC that could catch him unless there's a reaction Shadow Dash from Kabe. And he's on the other side of the map pushing a tier 2. Xiaogu returned to the same strategy. They've got Stand United and Teleport ready, but with Elder Dragon up against Double Mountain, this is a risky fight.
Yeah, I guess the only fear is just that if Xiaogu catch that coming and try to get any form of damage onto LeBlanc before you combo into Gen W, that's about it.
Oh, and OMG are not responding to this. They're heading back to the mid lane. There's no vision. As they manage to pull the Elder Dragon out of the pit, they should know that this is happening, but instead, they give it up for dead, and Xiaogu are going to take the Elder Dragon without contest.
Baron, Elder Dragon, that's all you really want right now. There's not, at this point, you don't even need to back. I think Shen is going to, but there's no real reason for it. You just need to get the pressure onto it, and just look at that gold track.
Yeah, so volatile. OMG, Xiaogu. OMG, Xiaogu.
This could be the next way.
Seesawing back and forth. They see the ward go down, but they don't quite have the attack speed to clear it. Kabe with a quick recall heads back mid lane. Baron's still up for another 70 seconds, and they've got Elder Burn for another 2 minutes.
What's going to be tough about this is that Shen is coming back from base, so it's either Xiaogu goes in all in for a 5v5. Whew, that'll burn a little bit. Either they go in for a full 5v5 or they are patient and wait for Shen to shove in mid. It looks like that's just going to be the case here.
Yeah, Doinby catches up with Kabe. They managed to bring in only 5 minions, 1 single cannon. Here comes the next wave, but Icon's already up there doing some wave clear, and World 6 is there as well. The bubble catches Doinby. He pulls nice and quick to make sure no follow-up CC can lock him down. Doinby gets caught just a little bit more by a trap, but doesn't take too much harass. The push bottom temporarily forgotten in the excitement of that crowd control, but Candy7 is ready and already clearing out the next wave.
Yeah, they're pulling people just in case if a fight does come out because it feels like it will, but they lose track of the wave, and so this is just getting stalled out completely. And it should. Two-prong, here we go. They're going to be able to get a lot of damage on this bottom.
Yeah, World 6 is already chunked to half, but the damage Candy7 is doing. He's got to back away from this, though, as they lose the bottom and mid inhib. Again, another double bubble from 5. SMLZ already lands the Grievous Wound.
They're going to go for it.
Doinby is going to try to force the fight. Very aggressive. He doesn't have a lot to heal up, but he's going to buy time for the rest of his team. And that's Icon on the back line on top of Candy7, but he's not protecting his team. Ignite is going to be tossed onto him as well, but there's just nothing that he can do. Yes, he gets the kill onto Candy7, but will he be able to escape? The answer is, in fact, no. Taunt is going to land onto Xiang as Doinby continues to chase, but Xiaogu, they've killed 3 at the cost of 1.
This got to be game right here. 3 down, Icon, World 6, and 5. Only SMLZ and Xiang, maybe they can look to try to go for it.
He's going to have to show us something real special here. SMLZ is firing as many shots as he can, but Ali and Clit are so tanky. It's all their damage shredding through. Doinby is taking some big hits, but there's nothing he can do. The Shadow Dash is going to land. He flashes back. SMLZ is trying to turn it around, but Xiaogu are on the Nexus. They follow up onto SMLZ, and he goes down. Kabe with the shield to keep him safe as they turn to finish off the Nexus. Xiang looks on in horror as his team is defeated 2-0 at the hands of Xiaogu.
What a back and forth game, but look at that, man. Both of them, honestly. That was a great comeback from Xiaogu to be able to take that, and a clear team fight proficiency.
That is Xiaogu taking a very good win against OMG. Little touch and go as we got further on into the game. I mean, we saw the seesaw in that gold graph, but they did it. They were able to lock it down. Now, joining us once again on the Analyst desk to help break down that game is going to be Pulse.
You know, Dom, this series was like guilty pleasure TV. You know you're not supposed to enjoy it because it's complete garbage, but you do anyway.
That's true.
I mean, I certainly enjoyed it.
Hey, I like this. I like those Lee Sin kits,
What does that say about my game taste?
I'm all about that guilty pleasure.
So, yeah, QG, they came in swinging, and then we hit the darkest timeline where Doinby, I don't know what was going through his head, and there was many throws, but ultimately the problems were that you have a LeBlanc on your team. You go for this composition that has to get rolling, and unless they're literally force-fed through the next 50 minutes, not going to win.
Yeah. I mean, like, I feel like that game had everything. Baron steal, Clid with a late-game kick, SMLZ and Icon popping off, Doinby going for some wacky mid-lane pick. What more could you want?
That game could have gone towards OMG 2 times, 3 times over.
So many times, yeah.
So the fact that Xiaogu were able to remain firm, even though they did, as you said, throw that game over a few times, was really helpful. And honestly, it started out with OMG taking pressure. So that's a big point to start off with, is the composition from Xiaogu was very much looking towards those team fights, and they were able to get it at the end of the day.
Yeah, you can see that gold graph. Ooh, that is spiky. Up, down, left, right. Who knows where it's going to end up. In the end, it is a 50-minute match, and Xiaogu take down the 2-0 in this set against OMG. However, OMG fans still have got a lot to take away from this. Like, the early game was great. Look all the way up until that 20-minute mark.
Yep.
They had control of that match.
They did. And even though that was the case in terms of the composition, that's just naturally what it was going to be. But they did it, and they made the plays that were necessary. The one problem was once they got all the outer turrets down, they didn't know where to go from there.
Yeah.
Because at that point, when you have LeBlanc, you should be looking to constantly look at it. It feels like you have to play a perfect game, especially if the team is looking to just all right,
that's a number.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. You're
64,000.
absolutely right, Raz. You know, they had the LeBlanc pick, and they have to continue snowballing with the pick.
Yeah.
You know, you can't just let it lie there. And OMG, yes, they had air quotes control over the early game, but it wasn't something that they were able to translate into the mid game. And that was really just the problem with it. The fact that they did do everything that we wanted to see from the team. As you said, I mean, like, we did see an assassin in the mid lane. We saw, like, Xiang finally go to, like, a tank in the top lane. It was like Season 2 Code Geass. There was a lot of fan service going on in there, but they didn't really make it work in the end, you know. And now they're going for Season 3, and I'm like, what are you doing? So
stop, please. That's essentially exactly right.
I wanna reiterate the points and kind of the whole storyline here with the replay that we're going to bring up here, because it is Icon getting ahead, but then Vladimir is the problem, and Vladimir will just kill you relentlessly. And yes, you can overextend with the pick, but ultimately you're going to outscale if you don't continuously throw the game. And it wasn't not an acceleration from OMG to make the LeBlanc pick work.
And you can tell just by looking at World 6 and Icon, it's like, yeah, we're not going to walk in. There is absolutely no reason because the positioning of Doomby was perfect here. He was just constantly just spamming on his E as per usual, just going to say, you know what? You cannot walk here. If you do, I'm just going to change priority towards you. So they recognize that, and that was the case for most of these team fights. If he was in a proper position and just wasn't randomly 1v5ing, he was in a good place to just... You saw the 64k damage. That was there for a reason. He was just blasting them.
Yeah, and I love the sort of change-ups that we saw over the course of the game. Like, all right, we have to respect Vladimir until the 30-minute mark when we start getting our own Grievous Wounds. Morello's, we've got our... the culling effectively, Mortal Reminder, that's the one.
Yeah.
Once they had that, they started playing forward again, but then they became the answer from Clid and Kabe trying to flank from the side and catch that damage before Doinby could get in.
Yeah, once again, like Clid, or at least no, Clid is doing incredible work, but Kabe on top of that with his Shen play has just been fantastic. He just knows when to go in, and he's been catching his own team by surprise, and like a good surprise.
He certainly has. We've actually got the MVP ready for you in just a few moments. What do you guys think?
Ooh.
60,000 damage.
Who it's going to be.
Yeah,
I mean, it's probably going to have to be Doinby, regardless of the fact that he just kind of trolled into the enemy team like 4 or 5 times. He killed everyone.
He did
multiple
half
times,
of his
so.
team's damage.
Yeah.
48.8%.
That's pretty nuts,
Yeah,
actually.
that's actually
I mean,
kinda
the guy deserved it. And it was kind of, I don't want to say gifted to him, but he was up against LeBlanc, right? He just needs to play the long game, the war of attrition. And if he plays that, and he doesn't just literally go into the enemy team another 5 times, then he wins the game. Because he did do a lot of missteps in that one, and we can't like understate that fact. Because as you mentioned, Dom, they had the tools to deal with him, and he didn't respect that, and that's why we saw him die so many times. But if he had done it another 2 times, maybe lose the game, but he didn't, and that's why he deserves the MVP.
Like, particularly that 1v4 in the bottom lane. It was awesome to watch, but as a Chaogu fan, you're like, this is so cool. Why are you doing this?
It's definitely getting into scary territory because, Caitlyn was just definitely placing traps properly, was making it very hard for the team to be able to walk into them. It was never going to be a front-to-back team fight in favor of Chaogu. They really had to play. I mean, if it was, like if there are a few moments in which it is definitely, they're capable of doing it, and they have to do it off the back of Lee Sin kick or specifically Shen flash taunting. Otherwise, I mean, they definitely found themselves in that tough spot. And so, could have definitely turned out poorly, but it turned out well.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Dom, the problem was that Doinby was playing like me, and that's not what I want to see on the professional stage. He's constantly looking for the highlight plays, and he's running in there. He goes for the 1v4. Awesome, it looks great, but then you die and you lose Baron and you lose Elder Dragon, and that's where the steep hill starts going down. And that's what I do not want to see from QG moving forwards, because if you are not facing a team like OMG who have their natural mistakes, then you will be punished for it. And that has been the problems that has been coming into the week. They were not remedied here, but they were not exploited by OMG.
And that's part of what's so fun about watching a team like Chaogu is that once they get a 1-game buffer, they go for some wacky things like that, where it is 1v4, and they're willing to sort of risk these late-game team fights. And against a team like OMG, you would expect them to be able to close out. And when they were sieging mid, they had the turret set up, they had Icon watching for flanks, they still weren't able to catch Clid coming in from the side, and Kabe following up. So that being said, OMG, we still saw them play, as you said, air quotes, well during the early game, but they just weren't able to convert it forward. They saw success going to those comfort picks. Is that something they continue to look for moving forwards?
They kind of have to, I believe. OMG should be. I think the Lee Sin is always nice to see from them, and don't change it if it's still working out well for you. And then on top of that, mid lane, Icon, you have your few champions. Keep playing them.
We've actually got the standings ready for you right now, so we're going to go ahead and bring those on up. As you can see, Invictus Gaming at 4-3, and WE having successfully defeated them at 5-2. IMA, of course, also dropping down just a bit. And looks like Chaogu with another win on their belt, hot on the heels of WE and EDG.
So that's the thing, it just feels like they're pretty much tied. And it's a battle in Group B to continue to take wins. And that's hilarious to see. That IMA was the only one that took a win here today in terms of Group A. So that's fun. I think it just showcases that Group B is just really strong.
Yeah, it's the first time we've seen some actual real separation, I guess, outside of Group A, because everyone's tied up. But in the other group, we're actually seeing people separate themselves from the pack. And also in Group A, you know, RNG, IG, EDG, WE, separating themselves from everyone else. And that's actually good to see as we approach kind of the midway mark of the season, is that our top teams are emerging.
Yeah, I mean, this is only week 4, and out of 10, it is so important to start getting these wins and separating yourself. So Xiaogu probably feeling pretty good about that win, putting themselves in 3rd place, as you said, sort of creating that sort of gap buffer. Meanwhile, the bottom teams in Group A, they really want to start taking some wins. Like LGD, okay, you're kind of a crazy team, but OMG down there as well? Snake?
Yeah, we had to start looking at these teams as even dark horses. Like, we stopped looking towards them as like an LGD. Hey, you're a top team now. No, you're not. You're actually in the middle of the pack, and you're in flux with the rest of the teams who are around you. You can't start looking at them with the pedigree that they have because they haven't shown it so far in results. So as we go further down the line, we have to look towards these teams and say, you actually have to start putting in those performances.
Yeah, and you can start to compare Group A to Group B very directly now and say that LGD, or at least specifically OMG, is like, oh, OMG middle of the pack of their own group. But if you combine it to the Group B, 100%, they look very low tier here.
Yeah. Of course, tomorrow we are going to get our match of the week, RNG versus EDG, number 1 in both of their groups. That is going to be pretty awesome. I mean, we saw EDG 2-0. I believe it was, who did they demolish?
Who, RNG?
LGD. EDG demolished LGD.
Yep.
And RNG absolutely crushed their opponents as well. No, they went 2-1 in their match.
2-1 versus Game Talents. And
yeah, they dropped a game against Game Talents.
Yeah, we don't talk about that. But yeah, I mean, it's just GT. GT are absolutely the blue shell of the entire tournament.
Yeah.
So I think when you look at games like that, it's just like, well, it's just GT, you know?
Yeah, and they took a game against EDG too. So they definitely took them to 3 games a little bit earlier in the last week.
Yeah. So Game Talents sneaking in some wins here and there.
Yeah.
But again, EDG versus RNG. You've got Uzi versus Zet. You've got Scout in the mid lane, going to play his mind off, hopefully.
Yeah, versus Xiaohu. That's really, especially since Xiaohu has been popping off and getting a lot of MVPs for himself, going up against Scout, who's been looking phenomenally. Every matchup seems to be incredible. And even if you look at the top lane, like top lane, Let Me versus Mouse, before you're like, I don't. You think I care about that?
Yeah.
It's like, but like Let Me has been playing incredibly well in terms of his carry pool, and then you see Mouse popping up as well. So I think both of them are starting to be a lot more sturdier. And you look at the rest of the talent lineup, and it's just there.
Yeah, exactly. And for me, bot lane as well. You know, you look towards Uzi facing down, you know, Def not Deft in the bottom lane. And it's just like, how much can he do down there? And it literally, as you said, Raz, it's player by player, role by role, and you can look all over the place. And that's not even counting them as a team. So I think just in terms of star power, this is going to be a great match.
Yeah, and of course the support as well, like old sort of, I feel like currently Mako is what Ming is supposed to be in a year. But Mako already been a part of the EDG organization for such a long time, so it's the chance of like, does Ming still have room to grow? Will we continue to see success as he pairs on further and further with his team?
Yeah, Ming has been doing quite well. I think he does have a lot of room to grow here, and that's going to be great to see him go up against Mako and see, like, that should be a real test for Ming and see if, like, what he can learn from that.
Yeah, that's going to be our final game next evening at tomorrow in about 24 hours. I know how many hours are in a day. It's just been a long casting session. But RNG versus EDG, be sure to come back for that. Any final thoughts on today's exciting sets of games?
Not really. Today was
no, I
pretty
think
good.
we pretty much covered it. Yeah, I'm just looking forward to tomorrow, to be honest.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure we got everything out before
we got it.
wrapped up the desk for today. Thank you so much for watching. Be sure to come back tomorrow for our match of the week.
Give me something to let go. Give me something to let go.